Same thing with YouTube. I will cry. It used to have a button in the bottom right down there where I could click and I could join my own chat. Now I can't do that. Even though it says I'm a participant in my own chat, but you know, nowhere for me to type. Like, nothing happens. Oh, Shift C. And that did absolutely. Oh, I don't want the live dashboard. You know, I guess maybe there's an option hidden in here where I can do it. Oh, there is actually. Look at that. Over here in the live dashboard. Now all of a sudden that's a thing I can do. So, yay. That is a half over here. The other half. And then I am monitoring the temperature of all of my ish today. So, I'm hoping PC does not overheat. It shouldn't. And right now everything is under 50 degrees. Like, I should have zero issues with overheating. Should. I mean, I won't. I guess we'll find out. So, yay. I can go ahead and minimize this chat. Don't really need it. Oh, well, I'm excited that there's only one game this week. It's not a doubleheader. I guess I could have picked any of the recent matchups between. It played a whole lot recently. I think I mentioned it in my Instagram post. They matched up in the I think it was the third round state quarterfinal in 2022 playoffs. Rosemount won that like 27 zip, something like that. And that was the year Rosemount made it to the state title, funny enough. Lost to Maple Grove 35-10, but they made it. And then, what happened after that? Following year was 2023. Obviously, Centennial had Rosemount scheduled week 8. Beat them like 9-0, very tight game. And then after that, what is it that they did? I think they met again in the playoffs, didn't they? I want to say it was the third round, and then Centennial smoked them like 27-0, so it was like an inverse of the last game. Now I'm kind of curious. I got Minnesota scores saved here. E-frame. Oh, I guess I need to choose ultra low latency from now on. Noted. Oh, let me see here. So that's 5A, 6A. Rosemount here. Obviously, this past year, that's the game we're gonna watch. Centennial did win 21-7, so not much of a spoiler. I mean, the game already happened, so we know the outcome. Yeah, okay, they lost 24-0. This was the 9-0 game I was talking about, week 8 of the regular season, where Centennial won. And then 24-0 over here was the game after that. Yeah. Connecting software. Thank you, live control room. That's very funny. You know, I forgot. How did I even get into that chat, first of all? Was it something over here? I think I clicked on over there. Whatever. I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out again. I can't be that stupid, right? Unless I click on learn more from YouTube. No, I don't think I'll be getting Ultra. Yeah, so those are the matchups that those two teams had, and Centennial got the revenge. And if we flip over to Centennial really fast, obviously this is the 2023 year. They only had that one loss to Maple Grove, which very good Maple Grove team. They didn't really have an answer for Chuck Langama, and it was at Maple Grove, so not an easy place to go in. But they went through some pretty tough teams. Had that overtime win over Prior Lake. Got revenge against Rosemount. I talked about this one a few times, at least the key plays from that game. And then awesome state final. So, yeah, this is a loaded Centennial team. Very well coached. Probably one of the most underrated teams of 6A, actually, Centennial Cougars. Yeah, I literally have no idea what I clicked earlier to get into the dashboard to watch that. I mean, I could type in my own chat over here. That'd be kind of ironic, but hey, I mean, if that's what I have to do, that's what I have to do, huh? So, or yeah, live chat, open panel, and then it's just over there. So, pull this over here on my other screen so that if I do need to type anything, I got it over there. Yeah, strange. I don't know why that does that. Live chat. Perfect. Strange. Oh well. I think it was in a YouTube studio thing. That's probably where I'm getting. Which, yay, YouTube studio. There's our buddy. I think that's where I went wrong. You have to go to the actual live content that I'm doing. Live right now. View in live. That was it. It was the live control room. I'm the idiot. There's the top chat. Blah, blah, blah. And tags play a minimal role in helping viewers find the stream. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, YouTube. Oh. Whatever, let's hop in. Let's grab this game out of the 6A pool, and we'll do our weekly check-ins, see who else is watching film in 6A. Oh, obviously. Oh, I see one already. Pesky Farmington Tigers are in the chat. Oh boy. Well, I should say in the pool. Oh, there's another one. We have multiple. The Eastridge Raptors are also in here looking at some film. Those are the only two. Okay, so I'm not alone for once. We have other teams in here that are watching film. We got Eastridge Raptors and our good buddies just over east, the Farmington Tigers. So, yay for them. Oh, Lord have mercy on me. But, yeah, let's get into... So, Rosemount's up here because we play them. I'm going to take a look at, as I usually do, both teams' streams to see... What is this? 37 clip. Huh? But then here's the actual... Because that's a playoff game, right? Ooh, shorter game, too. Yeah, that's week 7 versus Shaco. Wonder who that is right there. Which makes sense. Rosemount games are shorter. So 125 on the Rosemount end. Let's head down to Centennial Cougars. And... Oh, that tough playoff loss. 122. What was... I already forgot. So 122 is Centennial. This was like 125. All right, so we're going to go with the Rosemount thing. And it's at Rosemount High School. So they have... What do you call it? I think they have a huddle cam. I imagine they do if Egan does. It makes sense all the 196 schools would have it. You know, that might be a small little fact most people don't know, that Rosemount, Eastview, Egan, and Apple Valley are all in the same school district. Yeah, small world, but they are. I guess you never would have thought that. Another weird one that I don't think the most recent podcast I did with Minnesota High School Football Network is live yet. I know Caleb's got a ton of stuff to edit in that one, and he does a whole lot. Short. Hey Ryan. Hey Michael, how's it going? Yeah, that video will be coming out soon, and in that one, what did we even talk about? I think I was talking about how Centennial's like my favorite to win Section 5 next year. And we were just talking all kinds of stuff about Centennial and all those teams up there. Oh, I remember. It was the district stuff. I was talking about how you never would have thought that Rosemount and all those other teams, Eastview, Apple Valley, and all them were in the same school district. Well, funny enough, another one we were talking about that's in the Metro North would be District 728, the Elk River District. So obviously Elk River High School's in there, but you also have Zimmerman, a 4A school, Elk River, a 5A school, and then... You now have Rogers up at 6A. So you have 3 schools all in 3 different classes for football. Like, and that's probably going to change soon. I've heard some rumblings because, you know, the city of Otsego, which I think currently there's like a, you know, let's pull up Google Maps here. Just looking at state of Minnesota here. You know what? I could do this easier. ISD 728 high school boundary map. That's what I want. I think I did this before for Eastridge. I don't trust MDE. Yes, district boundary map. That's what I'm talking about. Here we go. Oh, it's got all the schools on it. Yeah, I don't know about that. It's a little bit tough to read. Find my school. How do I enter my address? I do not think I will be doing that, but yeah, nice. Okay, maybe I'm gonna go look at MDE's website here. That's the overall district. Is this the high school? Are these men? Oh, that's the middle school. Here we are. These are the high schools. This is okay, so I'm dumb. This was elementary. That's middle. This is the high school map. So as you can see, the Mississippi River running through right here is, I think that's Mississippi right there. Yeah, because it's going through Monticello. Like 90% certain that's what that is. Is kind of the, maybe this is Mississippi. I don't know. Whatever. River right here is the boundary between Elk River and the Rogers border. And you see, you got Zimmerman, Elk River, and Rogers. Otsego, the city, is right here on the northern side of Rogers. This is the area that's booming. And as you see, like that entire part of their boundary falls south of that river. So all of those new housing developments go right into Rogers High School. So what it sounds like they're going to do is this part of the boundary here that kind of dips off is probably going to dip a little bit more, or maybe the river part up here is going to dip more like down there. So you're going to see more kids from Rogers end up at Elk River. And that likely means that we could see Elk River jump up to 6A in 2027 if that boundary redrawing goes through. Obviously something like that takes a ton of time. Like I know I think it was the Osseo School District I was talking about recently is going to have boundary redraws in 2027 or 2028 depending on when their school board approves that. So that could be a thing. But yeah, that's kind of something that flies under the radar for a lot of viewers about how teams change classifications is boundary changes. Which, you know, you might argue that District 196 here with Rosemount and all them needs because they have varying enrollments. Like, obviously, Apple Valley is at the very bottom of that. They're landlocked. They're not getting any bigger necessarily. They're right on the border with Burnsville there, who's kind of in that same boat. And they're only in 5A. Obviously, they should have been 6A, but I feel like that's been talked to death about at this point. But the other schools, like I think both Egan and Eastview are over 2,000 kids, and then Rosemount's at like 22 or 2,300. So like obviously, and Rosemount has a ton of room to expand. I feel like they're always building new housing developments out there. Like they're gonna need to redraw boundaries over there like pretty soon. And hey, maybe a bunch of those Rosemount kids living on the west side of Rosemount get boundary into Eastview, and Eastview becomes better at football again. Who knows? I guess we'll see in the future. Only time will tell. But let's get into it. Not the best quality. So we're at Rosemount High School. They have a pretty sweet field. The press box isn't all that nice, but the stands are pretty chill. And in the, can I draw? What in the world? Huh? Look at this. There's like an invisible line here where I can't draw. Oh, there's one on the... What in the... Alright, I'm refreshing the page. That is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in Huddle. How in the world? Can I draw now? Yeah. Well... Oh, there's some like Rosemount black magic or something going on here. So anyway... Centennial is in white jerseys with the black pants. School colors are red and white. Over here, blue and gold with the Michigan-looking thing. I'm sorry, Gustavus Adolphus-looking uniforms. Because I think Coach Erdman was a quarterback at Gustavus, so offensive-minded guy. He's actually the second longest tenured coach in Minnesota 6A high school football. I want to say he took over in like 1999 or 2000, 2001. I was in either kindergarten or preschool when he took over, so that's how long he's been the head coach. Only second to obviously Coach Grant at Eden Prairie. And then Coach Diggins Sr. for Centennial. I want to say he's more of an offensive-minded guy. I know he helps out with their offense. I don't remember what he coaches on that side of the ball. But his son, Michael Diggins Jr., is the defensive coordinator. Pretty young guy, too. He's only 1 year older than me, so got plenty of experience. I think he was a running back in college, though. I hit St. John's kid. I know that. Yeah, interesting. And obviously, he has one of the best defenses in 6A, I'd argue. You know, going back to, I think I saw the Minnesota score, just tab here. Their defensive points per game is like insanely low. Like even when they lose, they only gave up 21 points to Maple Grove, only gave up 23 to Blaine. Like, I mean, that's only let Anoka score 14. I don't know how they lost to Champlin. That one's a bit of a head scratcher. But yeah, I don't know. Champlin's very physical, and I know that Centennial sometimes, well, Centennial is very physical. That's their whole thing. Like, no surprise they held STMA to 9 points. I mean, as we kind of saw, STMA and offense are not exactly synonymous in that stream 2 weeks ago. But let's get into it. We got a lot of fun stuff. And eventually I'll talk about Rosemount's new offense. Ooh, great kicker. Got a touchback. I mean, when you're able to do that against a team like Centennial, you're pinning them back 80 yards. That is incredibly difficult for Centennial because as we see here, 32 personnel. They're a flex bone triple option team. They run 95 to 98% of the ball game. They want to dominate time possession, control the clock, and they just want to wear you down. They're incredibly physical. Like, if you've never been to a Centennial Cougars football game, I highly recommend it. Like, we had a 9B game at Lakeville South against them a few years ago. Like, mind you, 9th grade B squadron, and their kids were still flying around and just laying out pops. Like, okay, we still won the game, but I was just impressed. Like, they are doing a lot of things right over there if even the 9B kids are just laying the wood. So yeah, Centennial definitely has a very good foundation that they have going on over there. Very physical. I think Coach Diggins Jr. is also the head strength and conditioning coach. A good chunk of their football coaches also help with the strength program, so no surprise there. There's a lot of cohesion. Pretty well-knit community up there in Circle Pines. But here we go. We're going to get into it. So, looking at the teams, Rosemount has always been a 3-4 defense. It's pretty traditional for them. You can see they're not really playing a jam. They got a 4-0-4 here from their D-line. They have outside backers up tight against the 2-tight formation, 2 inside backers inside, and your 4 usual DBs. Pretty standard 3-4 defense, and I mean, they are a flexbone team, so they know how to stop the flexbone. And on the other side, you have a double tight look here from Centennial, which isn't the most common formation for them, but kind of going back to when we did the Egan stream, you're going to see a lot of inside veer, going to see a lot of outside veer, maybe a midline every now and then. We're going to see waggle, might see post wheel, and buck sweep. Buck sweep, and maybe they'll do some jet sweep, but definitely buck sweep. It's kind of the play that sets Centennial apart from like Egan and Shakopee. Egan doesn't pull any guards at all. Shakopee pulls backside guard and tackle on counter tray that they kind of modeled after Eden Prairie. Centennial runs like a true buck sweep that flexbone teams run. So, and where they pull both guards around like that. So I'm sure we'll see at least one of those this game. But let's get into it. What do we got on first down? If I had to guess, Centennial loves inside veer on first down. I don't think that's what we got here, though. This looks more like a zone dive. So, who's our C-gap defender? Right here, but he's engaged. And it's not a midline because I'm watching what the tackle does here. I think this is supposed to be inside veer because watch the first step of the tackle. See how he dips his right shoulder and he steps hard this way? It looks like they're trying to veer this way and leave the C-gap defender unblocked here. Rosemount defensive end does a great job reading it, engages the block. That forces the back to take a bad angle inside. I think the quarterback ends up keeping. Yeah, quarterback does end up keeping, but instead of This has to be quarterback vision right here. If it's inside veer, if he's got nowhere to dive to, look at where your eyes are. Look at this beautiful hole. Your tight end is messing with him. Slot back's out there. If quarterback keeps, it's just him and the safety out here. You know, you're one move away from potentially getting a touchdown. At the very least, you can get up there and get a good, like, 6 yards on first down, which, I mean, Centennial would love 6 yards on first down. But instead, he just kind of waddles in the middle, and then that's Rosemount physicality on defense. See how they're all flying up to make the tackle? Look at that. Even the safeties are coming up, getting involved. Corners came over. Ooh. Yeah, we're in for some physicality here. All right, second down. I gave him 3 yards on that, I guess. Not too shabby, but would like a little more. So yeah, inside veer, very first play. See what they do on second down. Are they? There's no way they already go to buck sweep. Nope. So again, pay attention. Who was left unblocked? Nobody. This is more of a lead. See how the slot back tucked inside here? It's like what we saw Lakeville North do on their dive or their lead plays. And it's not a midline either, because if you watch this first level B-gap defender here, they block him. And then obviously they got to block the nose. They get up to backer. Well, he just missed the backer entirely. I don't know. If he's scooping, aren't you supposed to get the backer? Play side guard? He kind of whiffs him and then lets him go. Tackle, I think, picks him up. I don't know. Maybe they just called a zone dive there. No, it couldn't have been a zone dive because the quarterback kept. What's his read, though? If it's outside veer, he should be left unblocked. If it's inside veer, he should be left unblocked. But none of them are left unblocked. Are they... Did they call scoop? Is that what it is? Because they look like they're all scooping that way. So I guess they called scoop. And the quarterback's like, yeah, there's nowhere for the fullback. I see a running lane. I'm taking it. Oh, look at the block shed here from number 0. That's pretty solid. Safety comes up. He chops the feet a little bit too much so he doesn't get his ankle broken. But he still launches for... Yeah, if he would have just kept running into it, he would have had a good play. You don't need to necessarily break down when the window is that tight for him to run through, because he can't make a juke or like a juke step or anything in there. He can't really make a move. But you still see all the Rosemount kids coming around filling. That's pretty solid. Ooh, don't jump. 3rd and 4. I mean, this is manageable. Centennial feels kind of okay about this, but if I'm Rosemount, I'm really happy. They got to go a whole 4 yards to get a first down. Centennial's not entirely built for that. They're still in their double tight, or I guess you could call it the double wing, because, you know, you got tight end and slot back on each side, balanced formation. Kind of weird they haven't done any unbalanced by bringing the tight end over. Rosemount is giving an up call. Look, the backers cheated up, and I think they have a jam on here. Because he looks like he's more in a 3 technique on this side. He still looks like a 4. Yeah, they must be jammed over here, because see how tight the outside backer is? He's almost in like a 6 out there, instead of a 7. Didn't jump. That's well disciplined. Oh, no. They have hand signals. That can't be Coach Littlefield, is it, though? That looks like Coach Diggins Jr., but why would he be doing... That can't be him, no. That's got to be somebody else on their staff. Yeah, I think he's a little bit too bulky to be Coach Diggins Jr. I'm like 90% this is Coach Diggins Sr., though. He likes that red raincoat of his. Very, very scary guy right there. He knows his stuff. He knows how to build culture. Very energetic, can rally the troops. I got to witness him firsthand when we played them in the state semis. Definitely a very, very well-coached team they got over there in Circle Pines. So is it a play that's going to the left? Yeah, okay. So at the very least, you can tell whichever hand he's moving, that's which way they're going. So that was pretty easy to figure out. Now it's just what play did they run? Outside veer. How do you know? First level D-gap defender's left unblocked. What does he do? He attacks the dive. Quarterback should keep. Did he, though? I gotta slow this down. I can't see where did the quarterback go. Did he get tackled underneath? Also, Rosemount linebackers are a little bit high here. D-line does a great job staying low, driving the legs, pushing the lineman up. That's a pretty solid job, just denying them the wall. See how, like, remember when Shakopee versus Hopkins happened, or Egan? They tried to build a wall right there. That's what a veer block is. Centennial's is more horizontal here, and that's not because Centennial's doing bad. Rosemount's just giving them the business up front. They're like, we know you're going to be physical. We're also going to be physical. And it kind of prevents the outside veer wall from establishing there. I got to give 43 the backer right here. He's able to sort of get off a block. Who really makes the tackle here, though? It's kind of hard to see. Nose guard does a decent job being able to fight through. Center kind of missed his scoop block on him. Is that number 0, the line? Who's 0? Am I missing something? Wasn't number 0 this linebacker? That's a 9. Who's Coach Lance Dumb? Is number 0 the backer? No. Huh. Oh well. Either way, they got to stop, and just like that, 3-and-out Centennial. That, yeah, I don't know about this one. So it was pretty obvious they were running a play to the left. That makes sense because if you look, they're much tighter here. So you can't, he's not a D-gap defender. The tight end would have a hard time trying to get inside of that outside backer. And then obviously you wouldn't have double teams. But if they are running outside veer here, I mean, you have a double team here. You got a double team here with the tight end and the tackle. And then the slot back can come up and take, well, no, you're not blocking him. Slot back can go get the safety. And then there's your pitch key out there. Your read keys right here. What I do like is that when they blitz like that, they do a stunt and then the other backer scrapes over. It completely messes with Centennial's double team. Also, why did the center not... Who did the guard go get? I guess the guard had to abandon. They didn't get a double team on the nose guard, which is part of the problem. Did they get a double team over here on the defensive end? Yes, but then the tight end on this side kind of got off his block a little bit early. They didn't get enough of a push on him. You know, give 43 some credit. He really stood his ground there. Did not allow for Centennial to really get that veer going. And just like that, 3-and-out Cougars. Give Rosemount. And here's another thing. I think I talked about this in the Stillwater versus North game when North tried to run like spread type stuff against Stillwater, and obviously none of it worked. When they tried to pass, Stillwater covered it. You got to be cautious about running like offensive sets that your opponent either runs themselves or is very familiar with. And in that case last week, Lakeville North tried to do spread against Stillwater. Stillwater has been running a spread for a few years now with their great quarterbacks they've had. And they play in the Metro East against a lot of spread offenses. So they defend it all the time. It is, yeah, whereas if you stick to your I formation or your 22 or 13 personnel heavy run stuff, they never see that. I mean, Mounds View might run 13 wing slot once in a while, but they're primarily 11 personnel. Yeah, so that's really about it. Ooh, not 35-yard line. All right, now we're going to get into Rosemount's offense and Centennial's defense. I'm excited about both of these. So Centennial is one of the few teams that still runs a 4-3 defense in 6A. I think I mentioned the others are Osseo, Edina, and Champlin Park. That's the one I was forgetting. Champlin Park Rebels. But they do a great job, very physical. And as you saw from those stats I showed earlier on Minnesota scores, like they let up so few points per game. They're awesome. And then looking at the other side of the ball, Rosemount's offense, I think I talked about this on one of the Minnesota High School Football Network podcasts I did with Caleb about how Rosemount just has way too big of an offensive playbook, at least this past season. I mean, they're doing, you see here, I formation, you'll see some flex bone stuff, you'll see some spread stuff, you'll see some T stuff. That's 4 different offenses right there. How do you do all that? But I guess, spoiler alert, they're not going to be doing all that anymore. And probably like the least shocking news, they are switching to just one offense. I think I predicted a while ago, because I'd talked with some of their coaches. They told me they were committing to just one offense and shrinking the playbook. My assumption was they'd probably go more in the flex bone direction. I think I told some of our varsity coaches that. I told Coach Burke, I'm like, hey, or no, it wasn't Coach Burke. I think it was Coach Dean. I'm like, nearly positive that Rosemount's going to be flexbone next year. That's the most logical thing. And I always joke, Rosemount has this pattern of whatever offense they lose to in the previous season, they adopt the next season. So like in 2023, they lost to all 3 flexbone teams in the same season, right? You lose to Egan, you lose to Shakopee week 7, then you lose to Centennial twice, week 8 and in the 3rd round of the playoffs. So funny enough, 2024, what do they come out doing? Way more 30 double slot flex bone stuff. I mean, they're running rocket toss, they're running inside veer and midline. They've always run midline, but they're doing all the other option plays that build off of it. And they sort of shifted away from their other stuff, but they would not let like the passing or the I formation stuff go. But we might still see some of their option plays like inside veer out of an I formation like this. But yeah, as I said, I told the coaches that Rosemount was committing. They didn't quite believe me at first. And then I think it was actually this past week. Funny Centennial connection. Coach Diggins Jr. actually emailed, or I don't know if it was an email or a text, but he got in touch with Coach Burke and said, hey, did you know that the Centennial coaches went down to Harding University to work on the flexbone offense? For those that don't know, Harding, D2 school, national championship a few times. They run the flexbone offense. And so Coach Burke texts myself and Coach Dean and says, hey, do you guys know anything about this? I'm like, well, yeah, I talked about that weeks ago, saying that I thought that was going to happen. And look at that. It happened. I'm locked in, man. Oh, but yeah. So I guess not so much of a surprise. Rosemount's pretty much going to be an exclusive flexbone offense next year. I think that's a very smart move for them because as you'll see in this game, I don't know if it's as bad in this one, but it was definitely bad when they played us week 6. They just had way too much going on offense. The kids looked confused. They played kind of slow. They had a few penalties because they didn't have the right personnel out there or too many kids in the huddle. They had to burn timeouts because they didn't have the right personnel group for the like formations they wanted to run. It was not well rehearsed. We'll say that. Could have been better. What, do we just have power? No, it's just a straight up lead right away. There you go. It's not even an option play. Ooh, hit him with the moves. All right, so do we have a double team at the point of attack? Yes, we do. Look at the guard center combo right here on Centennial's nose guard. They drive him over. That's great. Do we get up to backer? No, but we don't need to because the fullback takes backer. What is our slot receiver doing? Can he get a block? Receiver block, he makes big plays. No, he does nothing. Thankfully, the running back, though, that's a nice little hop step that he hits here. Look at him. Ooh. He's got that PS2 controller. He hit R1 right there. Gave him a little juke. Yeah, by that point, no receiver blocking. Number 9's getting a solid receiver block. Oh, but he quit. Oh. If my guy 9 stays on his block here and keeps driving him to the sideline or works this shoulder to turn him inside, and then our buddy 24 is the sideline. That could have been touchdown Rosemount. I mean, look at them. They're celebrating. But, ooh, not quite Rosemount. Why is it so zoomed in? Okay, we already had a person. No, there's got to be another receiver down here because this is 21 personnel. There's no tight end here. You have a tight end there. We're in I formation. Let me guess. They just run lead back the other way now. Okay, I guess I can add Rosemount to that list of North and Champlain teams that will run the same play over again if it's successful. There's your double team at the point of attack. And notice they're targeting the weak side. They're getting a good double team on the one technique nose guard here. It looks like Centennial's playing an over. You have a 5, 1, 3, and then that's either a 5 or a 6 over here. Probably, if he is a 6, he's probably shooting into B gap because it looks like the I don't know if that's a corner or a backer out there. They have covering him, but that's probably what they got. So you figure tackle can get a kick out, guard can crash him in, double team center up to a backer, fullback takes the other backer, and then boom. So smart play calling, smart design on Rosemount's part. And what I really like is their diving here. I do not like the quarterback's execution. He just kind of turns around and looks. I'd like to see him do more bootleg out there because then that keeps the backs honest. Because then it says, hey, they have a bootleg out of that. We got to be careful. And then it keeps the defense guessing. Are you going to hit him with the bootleg? Or are you going to hit him with the lead? Ooh, this time. What is with the shaky cam? Double team, fullback takes the backer. And look, see, when I think I was talking about Centennial being very physical. Watch the backer right here. That's the Will backer. He just flies through and just completely messes up the fullback. That allows the other guys to come clean off. Good block shedding here. Is that the D end? No, it's the other linebacker. So yeah, one linebacker does a great job taking on the attack. The other one scrapes across and makes the tackle. And see how they just stand him up and then they all pile on? That's just what Centennial does, man. They're a really fun defense to watch. All right, so 1 yard gain, 2nd and 9. Rosemount's not going to run the same play again. They're not going back to lead. We're getting something else this time. I'm going to be an idiot if they run lead again. Yeah, see, I told you. Oh, and look, we have a triple option play out of an I formation. What do we have? Inside veer. How do we know? Double team at the point of attack. Look, we're building our veer wall, and who's left unblocked? First level C gap defender right here. So they're doing veer out of an I. You basically have second level, scoop, double team to the point of attack, up to back, and then scoop, scoop, and then he can go get a deep guy. He's going to be the dive off C gap. He's your pitch man, and then these two go block. Big Bo Merkev, hi there. So, yeah, that's pretty much what they're going to be running here. And I got to give Centennial credit. That is a really good job by their defensive end. Again, going back to my earlier comment, you got to be careful about running the exact, or I guess, plays that your opponent is familiar with. Centennial runs inside veer every single day at practice, so they're gonna know what inside veer is. And you can see Centennial's weak side defensive end here. He does a great job. He sees the defensive end, or the tackle block down. What does he do? He stays right on the hip pocket. He closes down that C gap, and he's ready to take the dive away. And so, because this is a good read by the Rosemount quarterback too. You can see he's reading right there to your first level C gap defender. He sees he's taking the dive, and he makes the correct read to pull. Been watching replays of streams. I'm Osios99. Review was helpful. Hey, greatly appreciate that. You guys had some nutty gun single wing offense there that I really like to watch. Congrats on that overtime win over STMA. That was a really fun game to watch. Yeah, so getting back to this option, you'll probably like some of this Centennial stuff. I know you guys at Ostia are going to have to match up with the Cougars again this year, and a lot of people, you know, I guess myself and maybe Caleb at Minnesota High School Football Network included, kind of thinking Centennial might have the edge, I guess, to win Section 5 or the Metro North this year. So I guess we'll see how that plays out. But hey, I'm excited for you guys over at Osteo. Coach Lamker coming in, rebuilding the program. Some good things that might be cooking up there in Osteo. Oh, look at this also by the nose guard right here. He knows he's getting double teamed. Look at how low he stays. He takes out both. He actually trips up the center, so the center can't get up to the next level. He gets a good enough piece of the guard, so the guard can't get up to the next level. What does the tackle do? Does he get anybody? Well, the tackle kind of turns around and looks at somebody. So, yeah, I don't know about this one. Tackle, you got to get up and keep blocking. Oh my goodness. Interesting inside veer. Yeah, you definitely do not want to turn around and look into your own backfield. He should be taking this backer, which is weird because he's literally running right into him, but then he turns around and is like, you know what? I don't want to block this guy. I'm going to run my own sideline instead. All right, but anyway, so remember what I was talking about? Centennial does a great job defending. So this is your read key. This is supposed to be your pitch key over here, but Centennial knows how to defend this. So he takes the dive right away, which he's supposed to. That's fantastic on the defensive line's part. But now look, your inside backer reads that and is like, oh, you're running veer. I'm going to go take the quarterback. He takes the quarterback. What is the quarterback's next read? Pitch. But guess what? There's already somebody on the pitch man. Look at how well defended that was. You have dive man there that took the dive. Inside backer came around to be the force player on the quarterback. And you had an outside backer containing the pitch man. Again, you got to be careful running or trying to use someone's own weapons against them. Centennial, like 90% of what they do is inside-outside veer. That sets up their entire offense. So they know what veer is. When you try and run veer against them, I mean, it's got to be like crisp or else this happens. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you can tell that defense has definitely gone against an inside veer once or twice. Really nice job by the Cougars. And again, that's an inside linebacker. Watch how fast this inside linebacker fills off the edge here. He reads the veer blocking. He sees the wall. He scrapes across and immediately gets out there to the quarterback. Oops. We already had a change. Now they're going into triple option stuff. See how they're in a 31 flex bone? Calling Egan High School here. And yet we have guard tackle. We have our tight end up there. X on the backside. These are not... So last week with Lakeville North, I talked about how they ran wing slot formation like this because you have your wing and then one slot on the backside here with one receiver split out. I think I talked about this with the difference between North and Egan. So with like an Egan or a Rosemount, these two slot backs back here are both running back type kids. Whereas last week with Lakeville North, those are tight end, like H-back type kids. So more blockers or pass catchers as opposed to fast guys that can run with the ball or stretch the defense in the run game. But What do you do out of formations like this? You do triple option plays. And since they're going that way, I would not be surprised if they motioned here, and then we got a rocket toss out that way, a la Shakopee. Let's see if they do it. No, it's going the other way. They called a boot. Oh, okay. This is actually a really nice play action setup, and it takes advantage of Centennial's defense. So it looks like Centennial called an underfront here. You have defensive end in a wide 7. He's in a wide 7. The nose guard here. This might be the tackle. The tackle moved out to a 3. The nose is in a 1 on the strong side. So they're definitely playing an underfront. You bring up the Mike backer to blitz opposite A. But then where's your Will backer? Do they put in a nickel package? I mean, it is 3rd and 10, so it's an obvious passing down, which, again, Egan ran this slot in our postseason game against them. Yeah, you were totally right. This is, I think I did the Edina Egan breakdown a few weeks ago. I broke down those 2 games. This is like bread and butter Egan. And funny enough, Rosemount and Egan are actually rivals, and they're in the same school district. But yeah, Egan's one of those flex bone triple option teams, and that's like all they do. They have like 5 plays. It's like inside veer, maybe outside veer and midline once in a while, occasionally a rocket toss, and then zone dive. So essentially they got 6 plays in their playbook. And then maybe they'll do a waggle or a post wheel pass. And that's all of Egan's offense. It's literally just those 7 plays. Yeah, I don't know about the play action here. Again, it's 3rd down and 10. If you did actually run the ball here, Rosemount, I could see that. But going into a pass, again, it's open. But are you going to get the 10 yards? No. Oh, okay. First of all, effort by the Centennial safety here. Number 3, look at him just flying up. He sees the tight end leak out here. He's just going into the flat, though. Again, that's totally fine if you give up the flat on 3rd and 10, because if you tackle him here, 4th and 4, they have to either kick the field goal or punt. Actually, they might go for it because they're of where they'd be. They'd be at the opposing 30. Can't exactly punt when you're that deep, and it's a little bit out of field goal range. Unless you're White Bear or Eastridge, but I digress. But look at how fast he fills. Comes up. The only thing I don't like is that, look where his hands are. He dives. Does he slip? He has to have slipped. Yeah, he does. He slips. I'm like, why did he dive with his hands in? But he doesn't. His right foot slips right there. It looks like he steps sideways. That's actually really good concentration by Rosemount's tight end. Look at this. He dives at him, and he manages to keep his feet, putting the left hand down. That's someone that's done Bulgarian split squats or single arm Romanian deadlift with a dumbbell right there. Yeah, that's what that, look at, that's literally the position he's in right there. That's single arm Romanian deadlift. That is impressive. Why you do stuff like that in the weight room? There it is in the game. And because of it, did he get a first down off this? Key first down for Rosemount off of an exercise you do in the weight room. And I guess that's another thing I didn't mention about these 2 teams. I talked about how Coach Diggins Jr. is the head strength coach up at Centennial, and he does a great job. I think they're more powerlifting oriented. Dr. Convoy, assistant principal, I think he's the head 9th grade football coach at Rosemount. Also their head Olympic weightlifting coach. They're an Olympic-based team, just like Lakeville South, and it really shows. Both these teams are very tough, very physical. I'd probably say Centennial might be a little bit more disciplined, but Rosemount has big kids. They don't mess around. And they have mean streaks. It's definitely something you can admire about Rosemount. Okay, so we're back in our I formation. Do we take bets? Do we think they're going to run lead to the weak side again? Have him kick out, get double team on the nose? It looks like Centennial's giving them an over front again. You got a 1 here, 3 technique, 6, and then a 5. I wish I could see the whole defense. I don't know why Rosemount is so zoomed in. They ran, is this inside veer or outside veer? Who's unblocked? It's midline. You know how we can tell? Look who's unblocked. See how the defensive tackle right here comes off? So I gotta draw this up really fast. Open up the practice scripts. Oh, new window. Let's not. So if we go into test, we'll just call it 21I Twins. If that's still in here, it should be. All right, whatever. Yeah, sure. So this is an old one I did. So suppose you just have an easy 21 personnel look here. Actually, this looks like crap. I'm going to clean it up a little bit first. Q. Center. Left guard. Left tackle. Right guard. Right tackle. And then Y is always red. X is orange. Z is green in my book. And then you know, it's always hard to say whether teams use numbers or letters in their backfield. Like, I know Prior Lake, I think I talked about in the Forest Lake game, their backfield is Z, H, and R. Like, their wingback is an H. He could be a running back. Z is a backer slash wide, or running back slash wide receiver type kid. Y is always a tight end. X is always a receiver. And then R is like their fullback. Whereas, like, Lakeville North, they call them the 3-back and the 2-back. So, you know, all just depends. And I think if I moved him, we'll say R is behind and then H is to the side. Like, this is Eden Prairie right here. So, same wing T offense that Prior Lake does, but they actually call their kids different things. Like, he'd be the 3, he'd be the 2. Or if I moved him over here from, like, a more true wing T, that'd be 2, Z would be 3, and then H would be 4. So, it all just depends on what team you're going against. Everyone's got different terminology. But let's get back into the I formation here. So, essentially, the only difference, I'm just going to draw a few different things here. Inside veer, midline, and outside veer are essentially all the same play. They're all a triple option run play. The only, I guess, minor difference is which first level gap defender you're leaving unblocked. So in this case, it's a midline. First level B gap defender right there is unblocked. If it was inside veer, our first level C gap defender here would be blocked. And that's what we saw on this backside because there's no tight end. And they left the defensive end unblocked to come in here. That's inside veer. Outside veer, which we saw Centennial do at the beginning, is when you have an unblocked D gap defender out there outside of a tight end. So I guess that's kind of a giveaway. In order to run outside veer, you have to have a tight end because no tight end, no D gap. But let's look at the midline right here. So when you have midline, you got a nose over here. And then quarterback is essentially just reading this tackle right here. And I'll go ahead and we'll delete because I want to get circles on these guys. So your first level B-gap defender read is right there. And then our pitch read presumably would be the defensive end out here if they leave him unblocked. Give the quarterback some room to work with. What they're going to do is they're intentionally leaving that kid unblocked. You can get a double team down there, or since it's an even front, the center can scoop the nose, or left guard will scoop the nose, center doubles him, and they'll double it up to a backer. Right guard can just go up to the other backer. Actually, no. They just want to double team the nose, get the big boy out. He goes to opposite backer. You can go to backer that way. Again, take a good step around that tackle, get up there. You can go block a DB or a safety. And then they're just reading these two. So the H-back, who's essentially a running back, your fullback, is aiming right off the butt of the guard right here and essentially diving up B-gap, and they're just walling it inside. And the quarterback is reading right there. He's saying, okay, what is the tackle going to do? If this tackle if he runs up field or he just sits right there, then 100% of the time, the H fullback here is going to get the football. However, if the tackle crashes down like we saw earlier with the defensive end, if he attacks the dive right away, your quarterback is told to keep the ball, and he's running out here towards the pitch key. And then remember, running back is taking an angle so that he can be the pitch man out here. And then that unblocked defensive end, you just read him. Is he going to play the pitch, or is he going to stay on the quarterback? And basically the quarterback just reads that. If he attacks the quarterback, QB is going to pitch it out there to the running back, and then running back hits it on the edge. If the defensive end plays in between or commits to the pitch, then the quarterback just follows the tight end basically upfield and runs right behind him. That's kind of the tricky part of defending these triple option plays, and that's why you have to do what Centennial did earlier. You have to have a defender committed to the dive, you have to have a defender committed to the quarterback, and you have to have a defender committed to the pitch man. If you do those three things, you shut down the triple option. If any of those players do a job other than what they're supposed to, you're going to run into issues because you're essentially leaving one of their guys unaccounted for, and they can just come off and make a free play. So going back here, this is midline because you see that tackle's left unblocked. And remember, it's all about double teams the point of attack. Here's the double team. Oh, it's not the best double team. Look at our center. He doesn't get enough of the nose guard, and the nose guard does a great job for Centennial. Actually, he blows up the play here. So going back to how I drew it up, remember how and I think I've harped on this with almost every team we've looked at. One of the most important things on any run play, whether it's inside zone or duo, like a power style team or a triple option veer team, you have to have good double teams at the point of attack. Like we saw teams like Stillwater and Blaine that just cannot do double teams to save their life, especially on inside zone. Egan was sort of okay. Now, Egan really struggled with it too, but what I was just highlighting here, this is the most important part because you're building that wall and walling that nose guard off that way. The problem here is the center does not get a double team on that nose guard. He goes right up to backer. So if you watch the nose guard for Centennial right here, he does a great job staying low. He's fighting half of the guard. The center messes up by going straight to backer. Playside guard does a good job getting up to backer. Looks like the tackle kicked out the defensive end. They're blocking here. So yeah, they're just running a straight up midline. They're not really... Oh, it's a lead midline. This is like what they do out of their power T/wishbone formation. So instead of 24 being a pitch man out there, they're blocking everybody here. 24, the tight end got the corner, tackle got the D end, the guards are taking, guard and center are taking inside backers. They're expecting the running back to go hit that safety, and then if the unblocked defensive tackle here attacks the dive, which he does, number 8 should be able to just run up free and follow his running back and get a touchdown. But what doesn't happen is that double team at the point of attack. And you may say, well, that's just one center on this play. Is it really that bad? Yeah, because it blows up this entire play. Because the center doesn't get a double team, the Centennial nose guard is able to work half the guard and completely turn him, and then makes the tackle. Did the quarterback keep the ball here? No. So this is also a bad read by the quarterback, because again, what do you do on midline? You're reading the pitch key. Look at, you can't see, well, you see the back of his helmet, but where's he looking? He's looking right at that first level B-gap defender right there from Centennial, which is their defensive tackle. What is he doing? He's not running upfield. He's not sitting. He's coming down and attacking the dive. Rosemount's quarterback should have kept the ball in this play and bounced it out here behind number 24. If he did that, look at the hole. Look at the hole. Look at the hole. 24 goes up and blocks him. That's touchdown Irish right there. Like, oh. What could have been Rosemount? What could have been? And again, all because the center didn't get a double team at the point of attack. And maybe that's not the kid's fault. Maybe that comes down to the coaching staff. If you're going to run midline or any of those triple option plays, you have to emphasize double teams at the point of attack. Like, what play is this? We're only on play 10. All right. This is when I get to do 10, type in and pin that so I can remember what play I'm on. Then we're going to go over to one of the only times I show Lakeville South game footage is when we played Centennial back in the 2023 state semis, which is my favorite outside. This is my favorite one. So this is an outside veer. This is a triple option play. It's just that it's designed to go to D gap instead of midline, which goes to B, and inside veer, which goes to C. So if you watch here, it's better from the end zone angle. They score on us. So as you see, double teams at the point of attack are going to be very important. They get a double team here, they get a double team here, and then they drive him back, and they drive him back. And that just builds a whole wall right there for them to run through. And because of that, how many guys does South have out here? 1. So you have 1 defender that's supposed to play the dive and the quarterback and the pitch man. As you can probably imagine, it doesn't work out for us. So look at these double teams. Hip to hip, drive both the D linemen back. C-gap opens up beautifully. What does 19 do? Our outside backer, he's supposed to be quarterback. He decides to attack the dive. 43 also attacks the dive. And look at this. He actually doinks Dalen Cummings in the helmet here. And he's just like, oh, I'm just going to walk in for a touchdown. That's why you got to do your job. Like, literally, if you have just one player like that do the wrong key, he decided to take fullback instead of quarterback, and now you have nobody left to take the quarterback. Quarterback runs out there. And suppose the next player down here decided, oh, I have to go hit the quarterback. Well, then you just pitch to Marcus Whiting, and then Marcus Whiting gets a touchdown. That's how dangerous the triple option is, man. If you don't follow your rules, you will end up in a world of hurt. Same thing applies to Egan and Shakopee, because they do the same thing. I guess sort of Forest Lake. They're more of a gun flex bone, and they do a lot of other plays off of it, but I guess flex bone is still their base tech. And soon to be Rosemount. Oh, so what did I say? This is the midline play, number 10, right? Yeah, I feel like I've talked this one to death. Rosemount got a double team. Oh, did the ball pop out? Ain't no way. Okay, so it's a total disaster for Rosemount. And again, Was this something the players did on their own? Did the coaches not coach double teams at the point of attack? Like, this is dangerous. You cannot be, like, not having a double team at the point of attack on any run play. Like, and it's not even like Centennial's defense shifted to make it difficult. Like, I know last week I talked about how Stillwater shifted from like a 4-0-4 to a 2-2-6, then brought a backer up to kind of mess with Lakeville North, and that gave them problems on power and blast, getting double teams at the point of attack. Centennial hasn't moved any D linemen. They're just playing an overfront, which is what they almost always do. We saw one underfront, but that was against like lead or the play action, whatever, on a blitz. This is just Centennial playing their base over, though. Like, it's just their base defensive package. No D linemen are moving. That nose guard is exactly where he should be in the weak side A gap in a one technique, and we just don't get the double team. If they get this double team and drive that nose guard into that backer, it could have been touchdown Rosemount, based on what the first level B gap defender did. Did the fullback ever get the ball? No, they just dropped the ball right out there. How did they notice that? I don't know. And see, this is the other hard part. When you do commit to triple option plays like this, it's essentially like, I guess, the pre-RPO play, because it's an option play. And with RPOs like Edina I talked about, you're reading a second level D gap defender, and that determines whether you run the ball or pass the ball. With the triple option, it's the same thing. You're just reading a first level defender. And it just, instead of, I guess it's still the same thing. Is he attacking or is he playing passive? If he attacks, quarterback keeps. If he's passive, fullback gets the ball. But if you're going to run these plays, you got to commit to practicing that read. If your quarterback doesn't have repetitions doing these reads, which you can see right here, he doesn't, then you can't run that play. Like, think of Egan, Centennial, and Shakopee. Like, I think we said earlier with Egan, they have like 7 plays in their playbook. Maybe 9 if you really want to push some of their pass plays. Shakopee has like 11. And then Centennial, I don't think, has more than like maybe 11 to 13. If you count their jet sweep, buck sweep, and kind of variations of what they do. I think those are mostly tags, though, instead of like actually different plays. So none of these teams have big playbooks, these triple option flexbone teams. They just have specific plays that target each part of your defense, and then they just rep the crap out of them to try and minimize their quarterback's bad reads. Centennial rarely has bad reads. Egan does a pretty solid job. You know, they had Brooklyn Evans last year. He was pretty darn good at making those reads. Kind of shocking. Shakopee's struggled with those a little bit. And like inside veers, 40% of their offensive play calling. So, yeah, I don't know why they have issues with that. That could have been a touchdown, but instead it's fumble Rosemount, and Centennial gets the ball back. Wild. All right, Centennial's back in the double tight. I don't know why they're doing all this double tight stuff. Normally they're unbalanced wing slot with, instead of a tight end over here, he'd be split out as an X receiver out here and then unbalanced. So you'd only have guard, tackle, and slot back, and then tight end would be here on the same side as the wide out. That's like bread and butter Centennial. For some reason they're not doing that. Interesting. You also have to consider this is a week 8 game. Rosemount already played Egan week 2, and they played Shakopee week 7. So this defense obviously knows how to defend the triple option, and their offense runs it somewhat, I guess. I don't know how often they practice it, along with all the other offenses they practiced last season, but bottom line is it's something that Rosemount's defense is familiar with. So it'll be interesting to see how is Centennial going to adjust and try and do a little bit different than how they normally run their offense? Or are they just going to stick to their guns and just say, no, we're just going to be more physical than you. We're going to do what we do, try and stop us. And it looks like they're just saying, do what we do. So again, this is I don't think it's an inside veer. It's more of a lead. Because see, slot back is diving inside. Tight end's kind of pushing down. And there's no first level defender that's left unblocked. See how hat for hat on play side they're blocking? It's almost like more of a zone dive, which would be interesting if it was, because if you look here, the pitch man doesn't look like he's involved in the play at all. That'd be very curious, because I did not even know Centennial had zone dive in their playbook. I thought that was only Egan that does that, because Shakopee I don't think does it. I called it lead, because Shakopee did that thing where they would have this slot back like just shoot out like that. He'd loop inside and then dive there. I don't know if that's a zone dive or not. I think it's just like a lead. Still though, he finds the hole and look, they're all just pushing. That's what Centennial does. Look at how far their linemen are driving downfield. even the tight end. Number 11, that's a skill position right there. Number 11, and he's just driving downfield. Easy 5-yard Centennial. And that's what they want to do. They're going to do that like 60 plays a game and just punch you in the mouth like that for 60 plays a game. Oh, we have Buck Sweep. This is the first one. So remember, if you commit to that motion and you start shifting defenders over, they run Buck Sweep the other way. And again, it's so beautifully set up because it looks like they're inside veer. Quarterback opens this way. As far as these defenders are concerned, they're normally left unblocked on a midline or an inside veer. When they see the motion coming over here, the fullback's coming at them, so they think it's going to be an inside veer. But both guards pull around, handoff underneath. Oh, it's just beautiful. Oh, we kind of missed some of our blocks, though. Who do we miss on blocking? Guard gets the kick out. Other guard. Oh, that kick out's not quite the best by the play side guard. He does hit the right shoulder, but you got to give Rosemount's outside backer here a ton of credit. Look at the way he engages the block. He dips his shoulder low. He's fighting the block, and he's not going to be able to shed to make the tackle, but he's at least driving the guard back inside to shrink the hole. 43 does a spin move here. I don't like to see that. That's pretty good. And then the other guard comes up and doesn't really hit anybody. He kind of misses. So, yeah, I don't know what 71 was doing there. He had nobody to hit. No, okay, I was wrong. They didn't run Buck Sweep. They ran Shakapee's counter trey because the guard and the tackle pulled. Normally, Centennial pulls both guards. What is happening? Did Coach Littlefield and Coach Diggins Sr. talk with Coach Betton or Shakapee's offensive staff and take counter trey out of the playbook? I mean, this is like mind-boggling to me. Normally what they do is they'll do the same play, but instead of pulling the tackle, play side guard is the kick out, backside guard is the one that goes up the hole. But they're doing what Shakapee does. Backside guard is the kick out, backside tackle comes up the hole. And, you know, when you have Trey Boyd... Ooh, excuse me, that was a gross burp. When you have Trey Boyd at right tackle leading up the hole, there's a reason Shakapee likes to run that play. But yeah, it's so beautifully run. Because again, look at how the defense adjusts. See how the defense mostly flowed over this way. He flows, flow from the backers. Both the backers go that way. The only one that isn't fooled is the safety right here, number 11. He does a good job reading the counter tray. I'm not a fan of what this safety does. He's not filling. He's kind of running backwards. But number 11 does a pretty solid job here, taking an angle. Then he goes up and he helps Phil. Look at that. He came all the way across the formation, ran the counter tray. And once again, look at all the Irish players flying the football. 43 gets involved. 11 gets involved. D-liner scraping across to get involved. That's just a great job. And Centennial, I'm very confused. When did we start running counter tray instead of buck sweep? Or do we still run buck sweep when we threw in counter tray? I'd be surprised if they did both, because the play serves the same purpose. It's essentially a play that inside and outside veer or even midline sets up and then attacks the other way. It's like, you know, you run power and then you run counter. Those two set each other up. It's like the same concept. Or like with Shakapee, rocket toss sets up waggle and belly. But those two plays look very identical. Maybe it's just a tag. Maybe they called it GT buck sweep instead of regular buck sweep. I don't know. But either way, to me, it looks like more of a regular counter tray. Another thing we missed, and we're going to have to harp on this again. So the tackle and the tight end have a pretty solid double team here at the point of attack. Look at the play side guard in the center. What do? The center completely misses the double team on the nose guard. Doesn't matter as much here because he's in the wash, so I guess it's not as important. The main double team is right there, and they don't really do that good of a job against 43. Because as we saw, he already sheds and he makes the tackle. Gotta do a better job staying on number 43. And then, yeah, the tackle just kind of gives up on the play right there. The tight end, 89, that was bizarre. Also kind of bizarre that the tackle abandoned the tight end. Like, normally the tackle should be trying to reach across. Tight end takes out here. And then tight end's the one that works up to the next level. So, yeah, it's a little bit confusing to me, but oh well. High school kids, what can you do? They recorded this really tight. Rosemount's like not even letting me see any of the motion or any of the pre-snap stuff. So we got 3rd and 3 here. Centennial loves 3rd and 3. They should be able to convert. They always practice stuff like this. I'm assuming they're going to do like an inside veer or outside veer because you have a tight end. Keep it simple. Nope, they kept it even simpler than that, and they just ran lead again. So, I mean, think about how few plays Centennial's run. They've ran the lead a whole bunch. They hit us with one midline, I think one inside veer, one outside veer, and then they just did counter tray. They've only ran 5 different plays. And again, you can tell it's not a triple option play because, look, we're hat for hat blocking up here. There is no unblocked first level defender, so... And you can tell, watch the quarterback's eyes here. Who's he reading? Nobody. He's focused. See how his eyes started here and then came across? He's focused on just making sure there's a clean handoff. So I guess I'd have to ask the coaches Diggins and Coach Littlefield, is that zone dive or you just call it lead? What does Centennial refer to that play as? Coach Lance curious. Either way, it only goes for 1 yard because, again, look at Rosemount's defense. Ooh, nose guard does a solid job staying low right here. Backside defensive end shoots low. Backside backer, I think it's a Will backer, blitzes into it, does a good job. Number 3 does a pretty solid job staying low. I'm not a fan of the play side defensive end here. Number 99, he's a big kid. The only problem is he's standing up way too tall. You can't do that against Centennial. Centennial is, I mean, they're like that, and he's standing up like that. The Centennial kid's going to win every time doing that. Gotta play lower and drive with your legs. As soon as you get tilted up, you lose all your power from your legs. But for some reason, and again, why would you call lead in this situation? Look at how tight the front 7 of Rosemount is. It looks like they have a jam call on because he's in a 6, he's in a 3, so they're running essentially a bear front here with their backers stacked up tight. And this might be, I guess, the one weakness you could say with Centennial. So what does Shakopee have when they see a tight defense and they want to stretch it? They run rocket toss out there like that. Fake dive here, pitch around that way, block, and then they hit the edge. Centennial does not have a play that attacks the edge wide other than jet sweep. And again, instead of an orbit motion, you're getting more of a zip motion across. So it's a little bit more obvious to see when they're doing that. But that's really the only play they have to attack the edge. So Rosemount knows this and says, all right, go ahead and try and come up with a play that attacks the edge. We know that you don't have one, so we're going to roll the dice and we're going to bring the sauce inside. And that's essentially what happens here. They roll the dice, and Rosemount won the hand. Centennial was bluffing. Oh, they're going to go for it on their own 28-yard line. I mean, it is only 4th and 1, but again, you're getting another jam front. Look at this. I mean, you essentially have like a 0 and a... Yeah, he's in a 3. He's in a 3. He's up tight. Like, they have to go outside here. I know you only need 1 yard, but it's a jam front. The backers are within 2 to 3 yards, 2.5 yards of the ball. It's going to be so difficult. Like, what triple option play do you run here? You can't. You're not going to get a double team at the point of attack with how tight the defenders are. Whatever it is, he called something to the right, so we know it's going out to the wide side of the field here. Am I sure that's not Coach Diggins Jr.? Now I'm curious. Well, that's definitely not Michael Diggins Jr. No, Andover. That is him. He lived in Andover, but high school Centennial. Then he transferred from St. John's. Okay, I guess that is Coach Diggins. I stand corrected. But I don't know. Is that the same guy? There. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Hard to say. Well, close unnecessary Chrome tabs. I don't want Chrome giving me attitude. Ugh. Snap too fast. What do we go with? So, is this outside veer? It is. How do we know? I mean, this is a real impressive job by the tight end. So, as we said, this outside backer is like in a 6-eye or a 5. He's in the C gap, which is really weird that Centennial called outside veer, because if he was out in the D gap, it'd be way easier to run this. But with how tight he is in here, you're basically asking your tight end to get a double team inside of him. So I'm playing this in slow motion, mind you. Look at how fast off the ball Centennial is. Oh, very impressive. And you can tell, look at their angle steps. They're all doing their scoop steps. If you watch, See how they first step left, 45 degrees, dip the shoulder. I think I brought this up in a previous stream, but you can actually watch the tutorial videos on how to play offensive line for Centennial. If you search up Michael Diggins football on YouTube, Coach Diggins himself has a full playlist, and you can watch a whole bunch of here, right here, O-line technique. So let's go back to under center. Here you go. I'll let the coaches say it for me.
Our center should be able to step and snap simultaneously. He should be taking a 6-inch step. In this video, the center takes too large of a step.
There you go. That's how you play center for Centennial. That's what their offensive line essentially does. But yeah, so this is outside veer. You can tell because tight end jumps inside. You essentially have an unblocked first-level C-gap defender. You can tell because the slot back goes right to the safety. So, what does the quarterback's read here? That's my biggest problem. It looks like the quarterback's just indecisive. And he stepped a little bit too wide. Actually, look at this. He does step too wide. Watch his helmet right here in slow motion. Doink. His own fullback knocks his head. How many steps did he take? He took 2 steps. So, if we go back to that same video, you can actually we'll go to this one. Go back to the same playlist, veer offense. There's a quarterback. And see, here's the quarterback steps. It's supposed to just be a pivot, right? That's how it's supposed to be. This is on their own. Michael Diggins. It's on his own YouTube channel, right? You can see right here. Do they do that? No, he doesn't open. He takes a full step. So I'd say this is on the quarterback for not having the best footwork. You can see him put his foot down here. See? He doesn't just open. He takes a step with his back foot. If he just opens correctly, then he's not going to get hit in the helmet. He's got a clear line there. Number 3 attacks the dive. He pulls around here, and then number 1 is put in conflict. Does number 1 take the pitch man, which he does? That would be first down Centennial right there. If the quarterback just cleaned up his footwork and just took that pivot instead of actually taking a full step to the right. Maybe it's because it was an outside veer that he took a step to the right. And again, I got to give some credit to Rosemount's defensive line. They're mudding right here. Look, they all go low. But they do it in a safe manner. They keep their heads protected here, and they're aiming more so at their shoulders, at the ankles, so that way their head doesn't bang into the knees. Well, poor nose guard here still gets head into the knee a little bit. 99 does a better job. He takes more of a side angle. And actually, 99 makes the play here. Look at that. He prevents the tackle, which, you know, that's part of the double team, getting the veer block right here on an outside veer. Because of that, the wall never happens because it's held up right there. Fullback gets stuffed. Quarterback, as we said, took too wide of a step on outside veer. Didn't get a clean handoff, so he couldn't make a clean read. And you know it's outside veer. Look at where his eyes are. He's reading your first level D-gap defender. But, yeah, he lost sight of him because his own fullback knocked his head that way. And now he's like, well, crap, I can't see anything. Dang, that's such a bummer, though. Do they still get it? Ain't no way. Ain't no way they gave them that. Oh. Oh, Rosemount played that so well. Poor Rosemount, man. Did the backers not fill fast enough? How do we not get this? I mean, we knew. You can even tell from the hand signals. You knew it was coming to the right. Number 3 even crashed down pretty hard. Look at how the backers filled. Oh, 21 fell down. If he trips over. Funny enough, I was giving 99 credit for stopping the right tackle of Centennial, and that helped make the play. He actually trips up his own man right here. Watch, see? I guess this is the Mike linebacker. He actually trips over the defensive end's leg right here. See the leg sticking out like that? And his ankle just gets caught underneath there. Then he falls, can't keep his feet driving, and because of that, Centennial's fullback falls forward for a first down. Just think about how many little details we talked about there that essentially was a fourth down game-changing play. If Rosemount gets that stop, if the linebacker doesn't trip over that calf, then Rosemount gets the ball with only 28 yards to go to score. Rosemount's probably going to score in that situation. So, yeah, it's a game of inches, man. You got to have clean technique every play. Those little details like your foot placement make a huge difference. We saw it on that last play. They're going to go right back to... So this is a traditional Buck sweep. Watch both the guards. So, okay. That is a question for Centennial then. Why are we running both Buck sweep and counter tray? And it's interesting because, remember, counter tray went against the motion. Buck sweep goes with the motion. And I am going to give them credit here because if you look, Buck sweep looks pretty similar to inside veer, right? I think I was roasting Prior Lake for this like a month or two ago because they ran a ton of Buck sweep, but it didn't look like anything else in their playbook. They literally just saw, oh, Buck sweep is a good play. I'm going to steal that play. But coach, how does it fit into your offensive scheme? What do you have that sets it up to fool the defense? Nothing. The play is good. We're just going to run the play. Our kids are big. Our kids are fast. Fast kid get football behind big kid. That's essentially Prior Lake in a nutshell. But it works for Centennial because, again, look how it's set up by inside veer. Do they go with the dive or do they flow with the motion? And you know what? I'm actually going to give Centennial credit here for having both counter tray and Buck sweep because it gives them an idea of what the defense are reading. Watch, both guards pull, the motion goes that way, and again, where do the backers go? They scrape with the motion. Our backside safety here, he plays it inside. They're flowing over there with the motion. So counter trade right now is looking pretty spicy to me because I see when I run Buck sweep, they respond going that way, backers respond going that way, and these five are just attacking the dive in the middle. So if I know, and I think Centennial has counter option in their playbook. I know that's like Egan's go-to desperation play. It's 3rd and 5. Counter option to the wide side of the field. It's all we got. Like, I think Centennial has counter option. I don't know. Shakopee does. Shakopee and Egan both do, but I do not know about Centennial. I don't know that I've ever seen them do it. I know they do a lot of belly, which is like their Buck sweep where, you know, block down, and then he pulls out and around. That is a play that they do, just like Shako does. Egan does not do that. Egan does not pull guards at all. And then look, see how they actually fake the dive this way, Prior Lake, because the kid goes the correct way? Boom. Beautiful. You know, I'm not a fan of the fullback's fake, though. Look at this. He gives up right away. He does a good job like this, but then he immediately chomps down way too tight. And then look, he chomps down too tight. And then by the time he's only 1 yard past that, if even, he already let go of his fake and his hands are done. So, and by that point, they just did the handoff over here at the mesh. So they all can see you don't have the ball. That means the handoff is going that way. So it needs to be a little bit better of a fake from the fullback. Or how does Centennial do their... Do they go A backs here and then he's a B back? Do they say slot back for these two and call him the fullback? Do they number them like Eden Prairie does? I don't know. We're not a triple option team at Lakeville South, so I don't know the terminology of these other teams. I just know the plays. Not a bad Buck sweep here, though. You see they let number 3 get taken by the guard there. Tight end's supposed to take him. I actually gotta give number 3 credit. They're supposed to block him down. The slot back here and the tight end both whiff on him. Tight end helps get a double team at the point of attack on the defensive end. And this is where that jam front, or the bear front, you see, I was talking about that earlier when... I'll go ahead and I'll draw it up. I know I talked about I gotta refresh this stupid page. I know I talked about this with Egan. I think I might still have it up here. How I would jam them like that when you get a 3 technique or an up call. It's somewhere up there. Might be under wing slot. No. It's against a 4-man front. That was from Edina. Here. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like. Basically inside veer in a nutshell. How I said that, you know, you're diving essentially to C gap. So many teams play Centennial or Egan and think, oh my goodness, they're diving in the A gap. We got to plug up the A gaps. Take a closer look. Inside veer does not go to the A gap. It's going to the C gap out there. They're just walling you off to make it look like it goes up the middle. So, if we go into 31 unbalanced wing slot, it should still be saved. Here, this is just bread and butter Centennial, so I'm just going to use this play. Even though I know they're in a... Actually, you know what? 32 double wing. I don't know if I ran any plays or if I have it saved. I do. Let's go. Alright, so we're going to draw up our defense. So, what a bear front is your defensive ends. Some teams call this a jam call. Normally, a lot of the 3-4 defenses in 6A in Minnesota play 4-0-4 technique. Defensive ends are in 4s, nose guards in a 0. Very common. What a jam front is, or a bear front, you take those defensive ends out of 4s, and you move them down into 3s, and now they're B-gap defenders. And then, I don't know if they were in 6Is, but you had your backers up on the line here as well, and that's essentially what a bear front is those 5 up there. Then you have 2 other backers that are stacked pretty tight in either 20s or 30s. And that's essentially the front 7. And then corners and corners are out there. Safety, safety. And that's how they're defending it. So that jam call makes it difficult because, again, suppose the end was out here. There's no bear call or jam call. Tight end has an easy job just getting right there for the double team. And the tackle does it because he's in front of them. But when the tackle is on the guard, or the defensive end is on the guard here, that tight end now has to get all the way down here to be able to get that block. That's a very tough angle for him. So the tackle has to bear most of that brunt. And as we saw, that defensive end came through clean. The tackle, for whatever reason, the play side tackle abandons him. Watch a play side tackle right here. I think it's our buddy 71 again. He messed up on the counter tray. He actually gets a good piece of the defensive end here. And they do get a good block right there. The only problem is... oh, that wasn't even the tight end. They left the slot back alone. So yeah, they actually had a solid double team right here on the defensive end to drive him back. Take him back a little bit. So that right there is actually pretty solid. The problem is they left... we're going to give these numbers. D... H, and then 2 is R. There we go. Problem is, Z now has to try and take on this backer who jumped inside by himself, and he got in the way of the pulling guard. So now, it's just kind of a crapshoot, because the guard gets stuck here. This other guard wants to pull around and come up to get somebody else, either safety in there, and he can't do that because he gets caught right here. So that's actually a really nice job by number 3. And again, all because you're in a jam front, it makes it impossible for that tight end to get over there. He may not be able to make the play, but he does chew up 2 blockers for the pulling guard. And guess what? That inside linebacker that the pulling guard was supposed to hit has a free release, comes off, and makes the tackle. And then number 3 still manages to... look, oh, he's fighting the double team. Look, they're actually holding him. Look, he stays low. He has hip in between the double team right here. He's got a foot in between. That's how you break a double team. Whether you're a D lineman, linebacker on the line of scrimmage... I mean, that's fantastic effort, and he's getting hugged. That's just fantastic team defense right there. And I think I talked about this with Stillwater a lot last week because they loved sending their backers, their outside backers inside. But then their inside backers had a lot of trouble scraping to the edge to kind of fill off of that. Number 21 for Rosemount, their inside backers at 2. Whatever his number is. The Mike backer right here, it might be 0. He does such a good job. Look at his hop steps. He scrapes over. He gets into the hole. He fills right up field, makes the tag. It is number 0. Fills right there. And then look, the rest of the Irish defense all get there to fill. Rosemount's a good defensive team, man. They don't mess around. They're calling a bear front into a triple option team. They're taking away, even though there's double teams, the point of attack, they're messing with pullers. Linebacker made a great fill. And again, both guards pull. Not a fan of the backside backer there. He should have seen, okay, guard pulled. I need to scrape over here. He continues to scrape. So I would have liked to see him get over there more, but safety makes a great read. Linebacker on that side makes a great read. Both linebackers on that side make a great read. And then I think we talked earlier, 90 got too high on the last play. What happens again? He gets too high. He's at least trying to turn himself, but he's a little bit too tall. If he stays low, kind of like what we saw as buddy number 3 did here, you stay low and you work to get your hip in between their hips. If you get sideways, get a leg in between, you're going to be able to break the double team. Because now instead of walling you like this, you force them to split like that. And then what are they going to do? Block into each other? It's just not going to happen. Yeah, very good technique by Rosemount. That's impressive. So what is Centennial going to do? We're getting more orbit motion this way. Outside veer. We're going back to bread and butter. Maybe they did that whole hand signal like that again. I didn't see anything up there. Maybe they just called it the line. But first level D-gap defenders unblocked. I'm going back because I noticed something interesting here. So I think with Stillwater, they didn't switch which side their linebackers were on. 10 was always this side. 11 was always this side. Rosemount just switched their linebackers between two plays. See, I've got 3 on the wide side, 17 on the short side. Play goes over this way, ends up on this hash. 17's now still on the short side, but now he's on the left, and then 3 went to the wide side. The defensive line did not change. 0 is still here, and I think 21 maybe is still over there, 20 or 21. So the front 5 here did not change. Only the outs, and I think 1's in the same spot, 11's in the same spot. That's interesting that the outside backers switched. Maybe they have field outside backer and boundary outside backer. I know Prior Lake's defense is based on field versus boundary. Maybe Rosemount's the same way. I don't know. Did I not bring my water bottle up here? I was just looking around for it. Ah, there it is. Gotta stay hydrated, man. It gets hot up in here. Oof. If anyone else has not had water in a while, please hydrate, especially as a student athlete. Gotta stay hydrated. And we're moving to the summer months. It's officially after June 1st. I forgot to mention that last weekend. As soon as the clock hit midnight on my Stillwater stream, then I can completely talk to our football players at South about anything that we're going to be doing this upcoming season, because that's when the state high school league rules say I can start talking to players about what we're going to be doing. Obviously, I'm not going to be doing that on live stream because anyone could just listen in, and I don't know. Personally, I don't think any of our stuff is too difficult to figure out, but again, kind of like I was talking about earlier with knowing the other team's scheme, if you don't know what the other team really does or how their scheme works, you're going to struggle. Let's get into this outside veer here. Oh, so number 90 learned. Look, he's not as low, but see how he's fighting half a man. Oh, and I'm loving number 0, man. Look at how he comes in and fills as a linebacker. Oh, he missed. But yeah. Oh, it's another blown double team at the point of attack. And the backer makes it difficult, so the nose guard holds up the center. Play side guard does absolutely nothing. So play side guard does nothing. I don't know why he's not helping with the double team at all. The tight end's supposed to be blocking down, and if you can't help... See, this is why it doesn't make sense to me. It's almost as if Centennial had no idea that Rosemount was going to give them a bear front. Have you ever seen Rosemount play Lakeville South? They give us the 0s and 3, or the 0 and the 3s all the time. They love calling a bear front into us. And if you're going to give them a similar look, which, I mean, you're 32 personnel, it's the same thing Lakeville South does. We just do it out of a T instead of double wing. But you should know that's what they're going to do against you. And this isn't the first time they've played again. This is the 4th time these teams matched up in the previous 3 seasons. So, like, you know what they're going to be doing. But it looks like the O-line for Centennial here just is not prepared to block the jam front. Kind of like in that Blaine Anoka game I did. It looked like Blaine had no idea how to block the 2-4 nickel defense. And they couldn't do double teams either. That definitely doesn't help. But you see the double team at the point of attack right here. The play side guard completely ignores the double team at the point of attack. The tight end, who's supposed to help with it, can't get over there. So going back to the drawing board... Right tackle, right guard. Now I'm just going to undo a bunch of this, get them back into their places. There we go. Y. There we go. And then now I'll change these back. Z, my buddy H, and then our buddy R. So, if you're jammed like this and he's out wide, you got to get a double team here at the point of attack. Right tackle and right guard have to both take and drive that end back, and then he has to go get the backer, which he kind of does, but the backer's able to shoot the tackle right here because the guard runs up to here and does absolutely nothing, which is kind of mind-boggling to me. So let's draw this up with lines. Double here, you can get up to the backside backer, you scoop the nose... You can help scoop the nose here. Please do not select everything. I will cry. Scoop the nose. You can scoop the defensive end or cut him. You're coming in motion for the outside veer. You can go block a safety on the backside. You're going to go block a safety. Then that leaves you go attack. And now look, you have your read key and your pitch key. Everybody else is blocked. This is what should have happened on this play for Centennial. And then outside veer, where is he diving? You take your open step, your pivot step. Do not take that big step like we did last time. You're aiming off the butt, or inside butt of the tackle, off a D gap there. because you're hoping these guys get the veer wall and build a wall right here for you to run behind. If our outside backer here attacks the dive, our buddy the quarterback is supposed to keep it and then run at that corner. And then if the corner who's unblocked attacks him, he pitches the ball. If corner attacks the pitch man, which it looks like they did in the last few plays, then the quarterback should be running free right here. If corner decides, I'm going to go take the pitch, well, there's your touchdown, Centennial. Dalen Cummings would have done that all day. But yeah, again, it just looked like that because instead of being here, that defensive end was in here at the bear front. Centennial's O-line just did not know how to block that. Look, there's no double team here. See how I said the guard completely abandons the double team. If you get these two blocking here, he gets up to the backer, he scoops, scoop, and then tight end goes up to go get a safety. You go there. Now you have your read key, your pitch key against these three guys. Dive, quarterback, pitch man. That's touchdown Centennial right there. It just looks like, and again, great play call. Absolutely love the play call to the wide side outside backer. I just don't think the execution was there. And again, it just, based on what I'm seeing from Centennial's O-line, it looks like they got caught off guard against the bear front and didn't know how to defend it. Also, shout out to Rosemount safety. Look at him come up and fill. That's at the line of scrimmage. He's playing 7 yards deep. And then he keeps driving the legs back. Oh. Okay. That is some great defense. Rosemount's always had a great defense, man. I'm going to say that a whole lot tonight. Look at how the safety fills. He reads run. He sees him open. He's like, oh yeah, I'm bringing the zest. Boom. The only problem is he should be a pitch play defender. So again, remember how I was talking about you got to be careful when you break your rules? And 17 did do his correct job here. He's attacking he's rounding up field, so the quarterback knows, okay, I need to give the dive. And Centennial sort of is building the wall here, but 17 does a pretty good job keeping it tight. What he should have done is he should have been right off the butt right here. If he plays right off the butt of the tight end in here, then that forces the quarterback to have to make a choice. If he keeps it, you can attack. And if he doesn't, then there's no room for the fullback to dive. Your buddies are going to be able to scrape across and take that. But the only danger here was, and yeah, see, number 1 took the pitch man right away. 17, you can see the rules. He took the quarterback, he's taking the pitch man. And that, because the corner is playing the pitch man so early, that actually frees up the safety to go and make a run fit. Give Rosemount all the credit in the world, man. That's some awesome play. Wow. All right, let's get back to it. They hit him with outside veer again. So remember what I said. You got to get a double team at the point of attack. The guard got the double team. We corrected it. We adjusted. I'm so happy with Centennial. Think back to like teams like Blaine or STMA that never adjusted. Or like Park Cottage Grove that took until like the 3rd offensive drive of the game to adjust. Centennial did it within 1 play. They made a correction. Beautiful coaching, Centennial. Gold star. You actually get that double team at the point of attack right here. You get the scoop block from the center. He's not blindly charging upfield. The tight end gets across. I don't like the tight end is going for safety. He should be going for that backer that's able to scrape. Thankfully, the backer runs to the wrong hole. And it's a pass play. Ooh! See, that's the beauty, man. Again, I think this is veer pass right here. Because if you look at it, it looks like an outside veer. And then it turns into a pass. The wheel route got bumped there, but the post is there. I think he's actually supposed to be running into the flat. There's supposed to be someone out in the flat. So I think that's supposed to be the slot back here. He just gets tripped up. Yeah, that is veer pass right there. And again, going back to like I was roasting Prior Lake earlier because their plays don't set each other up. Look at this. They're expecting inside or outside veer. And then Centennial runs a play action off of that. And you can see, number 1 is still playing the pitch man. He didn't play his cover 4 like Rosemount normally does. He's not in his zone back there. The safety has to come across and try and get there. If you look at the safety's first steps, he comes down and he's like, oh crap, it's a pass play. Same thing with the other backer. And they're just late getting back there. That's the correct order of play calling. You establish your heavy run stuff, then you hit him with play action off of your top run play. I think it's funny, though, how Centennial finally got the double team at the point of attack on an outside veer down, but it's on a pass play, not a run play. Oh, I digress. At least they improved. Gold star. Okay, are we getting a tight bear? Now we're in Classic Centennial. We have our X receiver back in. We're only in 31 personnel. One tight. So I think kind of like I drew up earlier, you have a tight end on this side next to guard tackle, and you're unbalanced because Y and X are on the same side. Only guard tackle here, and then a slot back that motions across. So essentially and Rosemount's not doing this right now, which is interesting. What most teams will do against an unbalanced front, I think we saw Stillwater do this a little bit against North. You take your front guys and you just shift them one gap over that way. Instead of a 4, 2. Instead of a 0, 2. Move him from a 4 to a 6. And there you go. Sure, you could slant that way, but it's easier because, again, it's unbalanced. They're most likely running to the unbalanced side. Unless you're playing against Lakeville South's 4-4 and we're giving you the weak side, then just take that. No, but normally that's how you want to defend that. We have outside veer again. Tight end's unblocked. Or, I'm sorry. Outside backer is unblocked. Tight end ducks inside. Slot back arcs around. Or that's not an arc. That's a bob block. I guess that is an arc block, yeah. Because he's going outside around of him. Kind of weird that he looks to the inside backer instead of going up to the safety. Speaking of which, they stacked a safety down to the 3, I guess technically 3 receiver side of the field. Kind of funny how they do that, eh, Stillwater? I know last week Stillwater stacked their safety like down right there and he stayed up. And I'm like, dude, it's the short side of the field with only one guy over here. Like, what are you doing? Rosemount is not Stillwater. Rosemount is smart with their defense. They're playing pretty solid. So, yeah, you're not going to catch Stillwater's defense out of position. I'm sorry, Rosemount's defense out of position. I might have accidentally said Stillwater there. But it's another outside veer. First level D-gap defender comes unblocked. They're not going to block him because that's their pitch key. What does he do? He runs upfield. Dive should get the ball. And the dive gets the ball. So again, Centennial, they make pretty solid reads here. The veer blocking is sort of there. He's got to keep driving. Is that the outside backer? No, that's number 0 again. Look at how he plays off and he's just fighting through blockers. 43 plays low. He gets pushed back, but the nose guard peels across here. Also, 90 did a good job fighting off this chop block. From 71's having a bit of a rough game here. He goes ahead and he chops. Number 90 does a great job keeping his feet. He pushes him down into the dirt off a chop block. I mean, that's a very well-coached defensive end right there. It's weird that he wasn't staying low on some of the previous plays. That's incredible defense against a chop block right there. Very impressive. A nose guard is able to fight off his block. Is there a double team at the point of attack? No, the center. Why is the center not blocking the nose guard? Where's the double team? He ducks inside of him, and then he ends up pushing a backer, and then ultimately ends up on nobody. Just double team to there. You go get the safety, and then what else do you need? There's your outside veer. Then you take off the D gap. Boom. And if he attacks, QB keeps. If he comes up, pitchman's out there. He's blocked and accounted for. None of these 3 goofballs are ever going to get over there to make the play. It's just not going to happen. And I showed that Lakeville South clip earlier of the outside veer. I know that Centennial knows how to get these double teams. I'm just shocked that the center is avoiding them. And if you're going to avoid them, at least commit to that backer and keep driving him back. You get one push off him and then just kind of give up. Who's this from Rosemount that fills? That's not the outside backer, is it? No, it's number 0 that ends up outside there. Dude, 0 is just killing it. If I'm Centennial and I see number 0 on a side, maybe I'm calling an audible to say, hey, instead of running outside veer up there, why don't we inside veer away from him? Might be my own personal thing there. And that's number 3, right? The outside backer. I feel like I want to run at 21 and 17 more than I want to run at 0 and 3. Just my 2 cents based on how I've seen the kids perform this far. Always target the weaker defenders. Okay, oof, that's tough. Only a 2-yard gain for Centennial. Now it looks like they are going to go back to the weak side, unless it's counter Trey. Nope, they ran lead on... Is this midline? What is this supposed to be? Okay, so it is midline. That's my B. If you watch number 90, the B gap defender here, he's pinching into the B gap. Tackle goes outside to take the D end. But if this is supposed to be midline, why is he leading through like that? He's walking right into the running lane. If you're doing a midline, wouldn't it make more sense for him to go up to safety? And then who's getting the... Or why would you not just have... Why would you block this guy at all? That's what's confusing me about the bear front here. If you're running a midline, why not have him go around, get that backer? You have a double team here up to the opposite backer. You scoop. You can go block him if you want. You take him. And then... Well, see, this is where it gets tricky because where's my tight end? Yeah, we don't need to block him. Tight end needs to go block him. You can go block the corner, whatever. You do your arc and you go hit the corner, and then boom. Now you have your read key here and your pitch key here. Some of the execution of Centennial is kind of confusing me because it's like they're making the right play call. It's just the double teams, the point of attack, are really weird. And then there you go. You run at the read key. If he takes the dive, quarterback keeps, runs out here. If pitch key attacks, you pitch. And then once again, there's potentially another touchdown. Centennial if the execution's there. But I feel like they're calling the right plays. I'm just surprised that they're whatever tag this is, where they have the tackle kick out and then him loop inside. I don't think it's necessary on a midline because that's your pitch key right there. Why are we blocking the pitch key? The read key is left unblocked, but we're blocking a pitch key. And then number 90 just does such a great job. See, look at how he plays real tight. He's right off the butt of the guard, and see how he steps down? He's pinching in, he's compressing the gap. That leaves nowhere for the fullback to go. The quarterback struggles to make the read because he's like, what do I do here? He's just kind of here. He ran upfield, so I should give the dive, but he also played it tight. Give the nose guard credit. He's kind of messing things up in the middle. The linebacker does a great job filling. Look at him just fight off the guard here. Guard tries to get up to him. He's like, nah, I'm going to wrong arm you. I'm going to get up there and help make the play. Rosemount. Also, I think that's my buddy Eddie Belter right there. Shout out Eddie Belter. He's the outside backer coach. Very smart man. Yeah, was this on 71? Was this a tag that the Centennial coaches called? What went wrong on this play? This midline should have worked running this way. It's just whatever this weird tag was, I just don't think is what you were looking for. You should have just had simple read key, pitch key, double team, up to backer, tight end, go get our buddy. You do an arc block to get him, and then boom, boom, boom. And then you can block one of those two or whatever. Just have fun on the backside. Like, I don't know. Strange. It just seems a little bit off. And again, I'm comparing it to... Oh, there was a fumble there. All right, we'll get back to the fumble in a moment. But I was going to say, it just feels weird because, again, going back to that clip I showed of Centennial running outside veer against Lakeville South, like, I saw how it's supposed to be run. And sure, you could argue that we were doing an even front with 4 down linemen with 2 outside backers, so it's a little bit different than the odd front that Rosemount's giving him with this bear look. But the idea stays the same. You still need double teams at the point of attack, right? So that was definitely like kind of this is a little bit of a head scratcher for me. And again, I get that there are a lot of younger players starting on Centennial. They graduated a ton of seniors from 2023. So this 2024 team was nowhere near as experienced. I mean, I think like Maverick Harper was starting and Dalen Cummings started for 3 years on varsity. Same with Marcus Whiting. How do you replace a 3-year starter on varsity? Well, short answer is you don't necessarily. You just try and get next kids up and get them some experience. Yeah. And again, when you're doing a triple option play like that, if you are able to attack really fast, I think I was talking about that when I talked about how would I defend the triple option. I do my jam calls and my up calls like that. So say you just do a jam and put them in 2s and you match everybody up and you just have them all slant to the way of the motion. Because if they counter option the other way, they're not blocking those guys anyway. So what does it matter if you send them? It forces them to make the pitch faster. You're forcing the quarterback to try and make a decision before the play can develop, which is essentially what number 90 does here. He plays it so well. He just immediately gets up there right away, condenses the gap while attacking. The inside linebacker fills right behind him, wrong arms the guard. And look, he's attacking both the quarterback and the fullback. Quarterback has no idea what his read is supposed to be because he's like, what do I do? Do I give? Do I pull? And it's not like Centennial does not practice that. They rep the crap out of inside-outside veer. Yeah, this is a little bit weird to see Centennial have such a handoff miscue, I guess you can call it. Normally, I'd expect something like that out of Shakopee. But, yeah. Very strange to see that from Centennial. And the ball, I guess, was fumbled down there in the mesh somehow. I don't know how anyone saw that, but... Oh, what do we got going on there? It was weird. Whole screen flash screen. My GPU did not have a spike in temperature or anything. I don't know what that was, but... Interesting. So, alright, now Rosemount is in a 22 personnel eye. So we had 21 eye twins, 22 eye, we had 31 wing slot, 30 double slot. We've gotten quite the array of Rosemount formations already. Are they going to stick to a triple option play? No, they ran power. So again, you're doing triple option plays and you're doing power run plays. Two very different things. How do you set all that up? I know Osseo likes power, right? I saw Osseo doing a lot of power out of that gun single wing. Handoffs right there, follows the guard. So let's watch power closely. Do we have a double team at the point of attack? Ooh, no. So what I don't like about this and what makes this tough, remember, you're playing an odd front. Power would have worked much better going this way because then backside guard can pull. Center just has to take a one technique. He can pull around. You get... tight end. Well, I guess you don't have to block the edge defenders. So you can have tight end go to backer. You get a nice double team right here at the point of attack. And then guard comes around, takes inside man. You come around, get edge, and then he falls underneath. I just think Rosemount called it the wrong way. Also, Centennial cheating a safety down. See how they stacked safety into the box? What is Centennial's defense? Who's the corner? This is not a corner. That dude is way too big and thick. This has to be the corner here. You have your 4 down linemen, so corner. Obviously, that's a safety. So of these remaining 4, we have 1 safety and 2 backers. I'm going to assume this is probably the safety. This is the Sam backer, and then this is your Mike, and that's your Will. Which makes sense, because your nose guard is on this side. So that's probably the Will, Mike, and that's Sam. So this is probably the strong safety right there. Oh, sending a Will blitz. No, he's just making a read. Oh, the Will fills so nicely. Mike needs to read the guard pulling. See how guard pulls. Mike doesn't quite read it. And again, because you're calling it to the nose guard side... The guard has a tough time taking the nose on one-on-one. And see, look at that. Look at the penetration the nose guard gets right here against the backs or against the center because you don't have a double team. Or my bad, it's the play side guard, not the center. You don't have a double team here. The nose guard does a great job. He's taking half a man. He's driving him back. That forces the running back to now have to bounce outside. And again... You gotta maximize double teams at the point of attack. I feel like I'm saying that every week. That might be the biggest recurring problem amongst all teams in 6A Minnesota football on offense. Double teams at the point of attack on your run plays, whether it's triple option plays, gap plays, zone plays. Just there's not very many good double teams at the point of attack. Every 6A team should be repping double team drills this summer. Guaranteed they should be doing that. Yeah, because without the double team at the point of attack, the nose guard creates havoc. Your strong safety... Look, and again, strong safety feels nice and tight off the edge. We saw that earlier with Rosemount's outside backer. He's condensing that gap. That makes it tough for the fullback to get a kick-out block. Fullback can't get a good kick-out block. Nose guard's creating havoc right there. Will backer just fills in between them. 24 has nowhere to go. That's a great run play. I'm sorry, it's a great defensive stand against that run play. A lot of credit to the Will linebacker right there for Centennial. He's not blitzing. It's just a great anticipation, great read. Yeah. And again, when you don't have a double team at the point of attack, which they don't, how do you get up to backer? If you're doing the double team here, one of these two needs to get up to that backer. Neither of them do. And obviously the guard can't do it because he's stuck. So, I mean, the guard could have if these two had a double team at the point of attack. And if you're pulling him, have him do a fire block right there and cut him off so that the center doesn't have to jump across. And then you can go up to a backer. You've got, he's fire blocking. Then you have 2 double teams now. These 2 are double teaming here up to him. These 2 are double teaming here up to him. You can kick out the edge, and then your pulling backside guard will be able to run around and take the next man inside, whoever it might be. That's just my 2 cents about how I would run that power play. But as is, you know what's funny? The tackle actually gets over there and hits that 3 technique anyway. So the center is wasted on this play because he does the same thing the tackle does. Huh. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Rosemount. Well, either way, now it's 3rd and a mile, and now we're getting into triple option flex bone. We got 31 flex bone a la Egan High School here. Who's going to go in orbit motion? No, zip motion. And it's a pass. But again, remember when... Okay, they just threw it into the flat for no reason. Remember when Centennial ran veer pass? How many times did they run inside veer before they did a play action pass off of it? And then look at the execution of this by Rosemount. You don't snap the ball until this guy's already past you. He's doing a zip motion instead of an orbit motion, which Rosemount has not run yet out of a run play, so you haven't run a play that sets up whatever pass play this is you're doing. There's no play action off it. It's just a straight drop back pass. And if you're doing a straight drop back pass, why would you go into 31 personnel for that? I don't know. Strange. Also, weird that Sam Backer, bigger kid's over here now. Unless this is their safety and I'm stupid. I'm going to look at what number that kid is. I'm going to see if I can't find a Centennial roster. There ain't no way that Centennial Cougar football. Max Preps, maybe. Centennial 2024. I don't know how accurate this might be. 36. Okay, 36 is the Sam Backer. Okay. Then who was the... I can't see the small corners on the other side, but this is the Sam Backer. So I guess they just move him around? It's kind of weird that he's on the weak side. I don't know. Maybe he can't be the Will because he was on the strong side last play. You know, I don't know. Then again, I'm not too familiar with how Centennial exactly runs their 3-4 defense. 41's got to be an inside backer, right? 41. Also a quarterback, apparently. Okay. And then who are the other kids over here? You have a 42 and a 4. Okay, I'm assuming 4 is a corner and 42 is a linebacker. Yeah, 42 is a linebacker and then 4 is your corner. No, 4 is also an outside linebacker. So you're telling me Centennial is playing a 4-4 defense. I'm wrong. Centennial has been playing a 4-4 defense this whole time. So then 4, that means this has to be a corner safety. Okay. Now it's taking a little bit better shape. That's why you got to check rosters, man. So now this actually makes a little more sense for Rosemount. You have 8 men in the box. It makes sense to pass against a 4-4 front. And they just check down to the flat. What's the pass concept here? You have flat, deeper level, and then he just kind of hooks in between. A little bit too tight, too much going on. And Ford does a good job staying in between the two. If it's thrown in the flat, he can come up and fill. He's in the running lane. You can't throw the ball over him to get over there. That's actually a really well-designed scheme that Coach Diggins Jr.'s got going on there. I think this might be him back here. Actually, either that's him or this is him. I feel like one of those two has to be him. This might be him because he's pacing. Defensive coordinators have a tendency to pace. Football with hearts. Appreciate the comment. Yeah, I have no idea what the pass concept here was. Great coverage. Centennial's got it covered. Looks like they're playing cover 3 into this because you see drop back, deep safeties dropping back over there. Yeah, he's kicking back. He kind of takes a step inside. If you would have kept sending 81 vertical and done like more of a true flood, suppose 81 goes vertical, 3 goes there, and he takes the flat, kind of like a flood or a levels concept, backside post. 81 might still be running for a touchdown here, but yeah, I don't know what this pass concept is from Rosemount. Like, you threw it out into the flat, and you gain 2 yards on 2nd and 15. Well, now it's 3rd and 13, and we have shotgun spread offense. So we've seen it all already. We've seen gun spread offense. We've seen flexbone triple option. We saw I formation power plays. The only thing we haven't seen is their wishbone power T stuff. I'm sure that'll come into play if they get to the goal line at all. But again, that's a lot of different offenses that Rosemount's just tried to run, and we are only in the first quarter. We are only, look up here, 24 plays, and that's between Rosemount and Centennial. We're only 24 plays into this game, and Rosemount has done all those different offenses. How do you practice all of that? You're like the jack of all trades while being the master of none, which is why I'm so happy that Rosemount is just sticking with the flexbone. I think that is the perfect scheme for the kids they have there. They're big, they're physical, they're tough. It's a great complementary scheme to their heavy defense, their heavy attacking defense. Rosemount's going to love it, and it's just going to fit so well for them. And because it's much smaller of a scheme, you know, like I said, those other flexbone teams have like, 7 to 15 plays at most. Rosemount can just commit to those and practice the crap out of them. You're going to get 1,000 reps at inside veer as opposed to maybe like 20, because you have to do all this pistol spread stuff. You have to do your power stuff. This is so much better. Or it's going to be a lot better. So yeah, definitely excited for Rosemount in the next few years. And they got that good sophomore class coming up. Rosemount's lining up their pillars. I would have liked to play action better. Well, no, because again, it's 3rd and 13. You know, there's no play action. The H is pass protecting, so okay, it makes sense. You've got slide protection to the left. Running back fills backside. Weird that you're only calling a 3-man route, though. Also, great penetration by Centennial. Look at this. This is something I said Stillwater did not do. Look at the beautiful stunt. There's no blitz. They're still keeping 7 in coverage. Look at the stunts that Centennial's got going on right here to generate pressure. And look at how confused Rosemount's O-line is over it. That's fantastic. If it's an obvious passing down, like yeah, that's got to be Coach Diggins Jr. right there. You see the beard and everything. That's got to be him. This guy over here is a little bit too chunky to be Coach Diggins Jr. This man looks like a St. John's running back right there, fullback. Definitely. Look at the... Ooh, decent tries. I definitely got to hit me some incline bench with Coach Diggins Jr. But yeah, like I said, slide protection left. Running back fills the backside. When you just do straight up slide protection instead of drop back, so hard to tell. And it looks like the quarterback's bootlegging out this way. I wish I could see what the routes were that they were running. But again, if you're only sending 3 guys, but you're sending them vertical, like Centennial was playing a cover 3 against you with their 4-4 defense. Why? This looks a little bit more like man because, again, you're pressed up tight. You got a stump up front. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so there's 2 guys deep, so they're probably playing 2-man under because you have Sam out here matched up on him. It looks more like it's a 2-high safety with man underneath, which we saw Egan doing. So Egan, note, you can do it against Rosemount because Rosemount does not have some of the best wide receivers in the state, nor do they have Mason West playing quarterback. You cannot run that scheme into Edina because Edina does have Mason West and some of the best receivers in the state. Yeah, credit to Centennial for knowing their opponent and making a good play call against said opponent that fits. And I love the stunt up front. Look at the twist you get between the tackle and the end right here. And I think last week I talked about how North tried to do some of this out of their Prowl defense, but their D-line was so far off the ball that it didn't work. Look at how tight the defensive end comes off the tackle's butt. He literally comes right off the butt. And it's so fast, it's bang, bang. There's no time to pick it up. And they have trouble picking it up, and he gets penetration. The only problem is he's kind of running wildly upfield. He's got to break down better. He's getting too much right here. Once you get in front of the quarterback, break down, force him to make a play, and do not jump. Instead, you're just wildly running after him, get a foot on him. 57's there to attack. You're chasing him from behind. That's an H-back, so it's not grounding. His knee, he doesn't go down before he gets the ball out. That's impressive. What an effort by Rosemount's quarterback. Linebackers were there and waiting, though. Again, it's man coverage. Like, look at them spying. I don't like that the linebackers start to drop back so deep. That's not good. That probably should have been number 4 that stayed with his buddy there. But 41 realizes, oh crap, something ain't... Well, I guess 4's up here too. 4 just goes a little bit too wide. 41 makes a life-saving tackle there. Good job. And just like that, yep, 4th down, 4th and 8. Now you have to punt. I mean, that's a great effort by Centennial. Unbalanced punt formation, or is it? No, you got 3, 3, 1, 2, and then just random receiver out there. Huh. I think St. Louis Park used to do that in 5A back when I coached at Jefferson. Pretty odd. I want to say Farmington might have done something weird like that. No! You can't muff the punt return! Oh my goodness. But so, the hardest job on the football field, kick/punt returners. But I'd say punt returner more so than kick returner, because punt returner has one job: catch the football. And he puts his hand up. He looks like he's calling like somewhat of a fair catch here. But look at where his elbows are. That's why he drops the ball. Look at elbow placement. Elbows out there, out there. If you're going to catch it in your bread basket, elbows in. If elbows are out, ball falls in between. You basically open a hole in your bread basket. If you're trying to catch a loaf of bread, you got to keep it in here. Yep, that's exactly what happened. You can see right here. The ball goes clean through his elbows. Right there. See? Elbows are split, and the ball goes right in between the elbows. And then it takes a lucky Rosemount bounce, and now... I mean, this is probably one of the best ways to beat Centennial's a field position game. Ain't no way Centennial is going to drive 90-plus yards to score a touchdown. And that's not a knock on Centennial. They're just not designed to do that. And if they are, they're going to chew up like 11 minutes of play clock doing it and just like taking 4-yard chunks at a time. So I guess it's possible, but you're bound to make a mistake. What do we have? Was this jet or was this buck sweep? They call counter trey. I can't tell because the play was set up so fast. It looks like both guards pulled because this is our buddy the center. So I want to say, and it's going against the motion. Where'd the dive go though? Huh? Yeah, it's going against the motion. Or did this guy go in motion? Who went in motion here? I don't know. It's either buck sweep or counter tray. I want to say it could be countered. It's jet? Oh. I thought... Oh, you know what? Is that the guard? No, that's not the guard. I thought when Centennial did jet, they pulled the backside guard kind of does like a fake, and they pull both guards. I thought that was the 1-6A play where they do jet. Or I guess the 1-6A play where you have like essentially a fake guard pull. That's impressive though. Centennial does jet, man. They know how to stretch the field, get on the edge. Look, so remember Rosemount's outside backer? He loves to dip inside. They do a oh, look at this. I forget who it was that I've talked about recently that had issues setting the edge. I think it was Stillwater had issues blocking the edge. Oh no, it was St. Michael Albertville because they kept running stretch and they could not block the edge on stretch. But Centennial does a great job walling off the edge. Our buddy 11 makes a good read. This is a good receiver blocking out here. That's definitely not an Egan receiver. That's a Centennial receiver. He's getting good solid blocks. Now you're off to the races. That's beautiful. Hey, Centennial will take that, man. If you give him yards like that, I guess the only downside is he went out of bounds, so the clock doesn't keep chewing up. Okay, I'm assuming this is probably... I don't know if they call it belly. I want to say this is belly like the way Shakopee does it, because you got the motion orbit going around there. Play side guard is pulling around to kick. You get down blocks here, and then dive underneath belly. That's what we called it when I was still at Jefferson, and you get a kick out block from the play side guard. See how he kicks out outside backer. I don't know if there's the double team at the point of attack. Slot back comes across and block. Still a pretty solid gain. Chew up some yardage. Yeah, number 11 really likes to hit for Rosemount. I'm surprised that normally you don't really see that from safeties. I know like last week when I was going over Stillwater's safeties, they definitely wanted to play more pass coverage. They would like come up and then stop. Number 11's not afraid to get his nose dirty. The other safety's coming up. I think that's number 3. And obviously Rosemount's backers are flying around. They know how to play. Ooh. So 3 does a bit of a weird job here. He dives out a little bit wider. He was playing tighter before, kind of condense that edge there. Normally when he sees the tight end or tackle down block, he was like right here, filling it off the butt to kind of condense the gap. Ooh, that's a nice kickout block, though. So I think I talked about this with North, or maybe it was Edina with GH counter. When you're coming around, you get a kickout block. You aim for the inside half of the man, try and turn him outward. Great job by Centennial's guard coming around. Gets half the man, turns him around, and then there's your hole to run through. I can't tell because Rosemount's just snapping the ball, or not recording the film before the ball snap happens. It looks like they're in a bear front with the 0 and the 3 techniques from the defensive ends. They're just crushing it tight. And I'm surprised number 90 was able to get here. Again, kid sometimes plays good, but he's playing straight up there. 0 does a good job scraping over to fill in. And 90 just kind of does a good job block shedding there to make the play. Stands his ground at the very least. Yes, I mean, to me, I'd almost say that's a win for Rosemount because Centennial was held to just 2 yards. I mean, if you think about that, that makes 2nd and 8. You give him another 2, 3rd and 6, another 2, 4th and 4. And that generally that pace kind of favors the defense. And like we said, Centennial wants to chew up play clock. They love to do that, and they're masters of it. It's so frustrating that I'm gonna see if the Centennial film's any better out of the pool than the Rosemount one, because the Rosemount one is they're just snapping the ball too early. I prefer to be able to see like everything that's happening pre-snap. There we go. I know it's missing like 3 plays or 4 plays, but I'd rather have a better view so we can see what's actually happening as opposed to getting every single clip. I gotta refresh it now. Okay. HS. There we go. So we're on like 20 something, I think. Oh, this is much better. Zoomed in. Is this the same one I was just watching? No, I don't think it was. But yeah, see, because I can actually see the whole field now. Oh, yeah, see, you can see... So now we can see what actually happened on this jet sweep. Because I thought when Centennial does jet, they do a fake pull around there. And then they actually do a real pull there, and then jet comes across. They didn't do the pull, though. It looks like it's a scoop block. But, see, dive goes that way, and look what the backers do. Backers scraped over here. This one does a decent job because the guard pulls. 0 reads pull. He falls in the hip pocket, but jet sweeps too fast. It attacks the edge. Our buddy number 3 dives inside real hard. He makes that way too hard on himself. Tight end's got a decent or tough reach block. And the tight end the linebacker just dives inside for no reason. Well, I guess not for no reason. They probably told him to do that. But it just made it way easier for the tight end to get that reach block. Almost gets past him. Tackle gets a little piece of him too. That means you have so many guys there on the edge, and because number 3 dove inside, that jet's there. You have great receiver blocking at the point of attack. Receiver blocking makes big plays. And he's still blocking downfield. That's just a great effort, dude. I get so excited watching Centennial, man. They get a lot of stuff right. Okay, so this is the play that we were on. How we doing, Oscar? Now we can actually see what's going on. Jobs, bro, jobs. Hey, everyone's got to do their job on the football field, man. It's all about execution. Centennial's back at their classic unbalanced wing slot, though. You got Y over here, tight end out there, back. You know, do you think that Centennial calls... I'm trying to think of like flexbone terminology. Do you think they call fullback and then slot back the way Shakopee does? Or do they use A back and B back terminology? You know, I don't know. Maybe there's another way to do it. I don't know. I've never played in the flexbone offense. I've just had to study it because at Lakeville South, we just have to play a lot of them. Like, think for this upcoming season. We have Shakopee week 2, Egan week 5, and Rosemount week 8. We're guaranteed 3 flexbone games. So, yeah, kind of important to know the scheme for us this season, and next season for that matter. Ooh, is this another jet? No, it's a... See, look at how beautiful it is. They ran the jet sweep earlier this drive, and now they're doing a play action off of it. And remember the timing I talked about with Rosemount earlier? Rosemount didn't snap the ball till the motion man was all the way over here. Look at the beautiful timing right here. It's a perfect timing for a fake. Play action right off of it. It's just so well executed. Like, the timing of everything is there. Rosemount did do a decent job staying with the deep man. We kind of got beat, but our buddy number 11 back there. Actually, they subbed him out. I think it's number 5. That's the other deep safety, 5. Rosemount safeties stayed on guard. They play, yeah, so I'm assuming you can tell Rosemount's probably giving you a cover 3 here because they got their buddy stacked down. I've noticed they're doing that kind of Forest Lake thing. And you know what? I think I mentioned this when we were going over Forest Lake versus Prior Lake. My haircut is really cool, Lance. Well, thank you, but that has nothing to do with 6A football. So, Forest Lake had their Sam out a little bit wider and the strong safety stacked down, and they would both just kind of hover in that zone right there. And I'm like, well, it doesn't make sense for those two guys to be in the same zone. So, you have your safety just hovering in the flat here, and then he can blitz and bring some sauce, which he does. Looks like 11's more so playing man right here, though. He comes up, he hits him. Maybe he was playing man, or I think what's more likely happening is he thought this was another jet sweep. He comes up to play the jet and then realizes it's play action. And again, you call the play action after you call the run play. Like the play calling of Centennial, the order in which they do things is like clockwork. It's right up there with Shakopee. It's just so beautiful how they set their offense up. Whereas like we saw with Rosemount, or who's another team? I want to say Osseo messed that up a little bit. Centennial, or not Centennial, STMA. Stillwater for that matter. Whoa. Centennial in pistol. So I'm shocked by this because when we played Centennial in 2023, I didn't see like a single bit of pistol. It was all under center, and obviously that makes sense. You got Dalen Cummings, Josh Lee, Maverick Harper, Ty Bragoon, like Marcus Whiting. You're stacked, right? But I don't know. Then again, maybe I just never saw any of the scout film where they were in pistol. I guess it makes sense because you're 3rd and 8. And they're in double tight. When I see Centennial in double tight, I'm getting like flashbacks of Centennial running outside veer and just cooking us on it. You have double teams there for sure. You could run outside veer if you wanted to, and then just kind of roast these two out there. Have him go up and get safety. Ooh, yeah. But pass played. Ooh, covered. Was that post wheel or what was this? Was this like a smash or a China? It's more like a China concept. That's what we called it at Jefferson. When you have the hitch in the corner, you do that to beat like a cover 2. Then you make that defender decide, am I going to stay in the flat or am I going to go deep? And it looked like Rosemount was playing cover 4. The backer that's supposed to be... Actually, they shouldn't be because the safety's stacked down, but he goes deep. Are they playing man or what are they doing? If it was man, why did he get so far downfield? It looks like it was supposed to be more of a cover 4, but then why is there nobody in the flat back there? I don't know. Oh my, look at the reach. Look, oh my, that kid's got to be a basketball player. Ain't no way you're not playing Rosemount basketball with hops like that. That's incredible. Oof. Yeah, but hey, 3rd and 8 is definitely not a position Centennial wants to be in. I loved the play action call. Just Rosemount was on top of it, and they did bite. Some of their kids bit. Number 5 just happened to stay with his man. They defend that better than Lakeville South did. I know although it wasn't the same play, we got burned by the post and then the wheel. I think it was Josh Lee running that post over the middle, and that just completely cooked us. Oh, actually, I think this is the same play, right? Because you have the post, he's coming around doing the wheel, and there's your post. Yeah. I don't know if they call it post wheel over at Centennial, but oof. That's nightmare flashbacks right there to 2023, man. Oh, special teams mistake, and they still got it off. Where was the pressure from Rosemount? Look at all these defenders up here. Oh, they're playing it slow. Playing it, you know what? Respectable. Play it so slow and safe. It's been kind of a back and forth. Top 5 players in 6A next year. You know what? I don't know if I have it on this account. Let me see if I can't pull it up on my other Google Drive. I know that oh, my buddy Caleb shared it with me. I just don't know if I ever shared it with myself or with my all right. Now I sent it over. Pull a new tab over here. Let's see if I can't get that pulled up for you guys. Hello, Google Drive. Are we cooking? I don't want to open too many Chrome tabs because I know that Google Chrome likes to have issues, we'll say. You know what's funny? I actually have what is it? Like all kinds of other stuff. I even have like my 6A interactive schedule. I've got my scouting report on all the teams. I have my 2024 interactive schedule. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. I'm sharing to someone outside of my organization. So I was hung up on that message. Now I actually have it. All right. So I think this is based off of Prep Red Zone. And this is not my ranking. I did not choose any of this. Not Coach Lance's opinion. But supposedly this is, so these are all the 6A teams divided by section in alphabetical order by section. And then the inside number or the outside number is what they're ranked overall. And then inside number is what they're ranked at their position. So for example, Ethan Beckman from Prior Lake, big left tackle. He's the number 1 lineman, number 3 overall. Howie John, and this is only for the class of 2026. So the current, this year's incoming seniors. Howie Johnson's 1. I don't remember who number 2 was. Oh, Jaden Moore out of Hopkins. Yes, sir. And then, so I guess if you want to go by that, the top 5 would be Howie Johnson, Jaden Moore. Who was number? Ethan Beckman. I think number 4 was me. Mason West is number 4, and then number 5 I think was Stillwater's running back. No, he's number 25. Who's the number 5 overall? Am I just not seeing? Oh, Maple Grove's DB. J. Mel Glaze. J-Mel. There's our boy J-Mel. Yeah, I don't know about that. The 7th ranked D lineman. So, I mean, just based on this, according to Prep Red Zone, J-Mel would be above Skylar Warner from Prior Lake. And who's number 8 D line? I think it was a kid from Stillwater, wasn't it? Stillwater. Oh, that's number 4. He's a good kid. Just looking around the light green. Oh, there you go. Oh, Josh O'Shea from Centennial. Look at that. So, yeah, I guess those two are in between J-Mel and Mr. Bergen. So, Jay Hezzy a beast, though. I'm not saying one thing about our kids one way or the other. I'm a fan of all of our football kids. That's just the way it is. So, oh, let's get back to the game. But yeah, that's essentially, I guess, those would technically be the top 5 players. Howie Johnson, Ethan Beckman, that DB, Mr. Dozier from Maple Grove, Mason West, and whoever I said the other one was. Who's the number 2? I already forgot the number 2. All right, I'll open that back up some other time. Oh, nice bounce. No, get the ball, Rose. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Hunt 101. So, deep returner. If the ball's coming up short, come up and get it. Ball bounces here. If he would have caught it there, it's only 60 yards for Rosemount to go to score. We lost 5 yards. We lost 9 yards. 8 to 9 yards there. And then maybe he gets one, makes a man miss. Okay, so, I mean, either way, you figure boom to boom. Low key, that chart's super helpful for scouting. You know, it depends. Scheme-wise, like I know when I was talking with some of my buddies at Prior Lake, they definitely schemed against Howie Johnson. They either purposely ran away from him or like to the other side, and they would just kind of see where Howie Johnson lined up. I'm Forest Lake, maybe I'm thinking of putting Howie Johnson at nose guard against Prior Lake next year. So regardless of which way they want to run, you let him make a move. And since he's going to be at nose guard instead of end, he's not going to match up on Ethan Beckman. So he should get a nice open look. But, it all kind of depends. All right, so, there must have been a penalty. How did they get backed up to the 35? No, they were at the 35. That's right, because I said they could have been at the 40, but they weren't. I formation. All right, so they're in a 2 tight end I. As we saw, they only go into option plays when they're in 21 personnel out of the I. When they're in 22, my guess is they're going to go to power here. Don't fail me, Rosemount. Pull the guard. No, they didn't. Or did they? I can't tell. Looks like a pull. He's playing nose for sure. No, that is just a recommendation that I just made on the fly right now. And that's just based on the knowledge that Prior Lake does game plan for key players. And that is the week 1 matchup, actually. Prior Lake at Forest Lake. I know that there was talk of those teams trying to exchange that game with 2 others, but I don't think that's going to go through. You'd have to find 2 other schools and 2 other ADs that approve of it, and the State High School League would also have to approve of it. And I don't know if I necessarily see all those things falling into place. But they didn't run power. They just ran a straight up lead here. And even still, if you're running like a lead or a duo, is there a double team at the point of attack? Center's sort of getting your defensive tackle right here, your 3 technique. That means the tight end and the tackle should be double teaming the end. And the tight end just completely abandons the end, leaving the tackle one-on-one. And the tackle's not really pushing him out. Look at the hand fighting right here from Centennial's DN. Look, he's got arm extended, locked out. He's driving up. Oh, that's beautiful D-line play right there. You loved it. He's playing low. Look at his center of gravity. He's leaning forward. He's driving his feet. Oh, that is some nice D-line play. Look at across the board. Look at how low Centennial's D-line is. I mean, that's beautiful. Very well coached unit. No, the 3 technique gets a little bit high here. And I guess that could just be because he's double teamed. What I'd like to see is more working half a man of that guard right there. Try and work to get your right hip in between them so you can maintain control of your gap. I mean, these 2 do a pretty solid job, especially the defensive end here. See how he crashes the tackle down inside? It makes it way more difficult for the fullback to get a decent block. Other linebacker comes up here and meets the lead block, so it goes nowhere. And then, as we mentioned before, D-line makes it impossible for the running back to get a clean hole to run through. Nose guard fights through and trips him up here. Backer comes up to fill. And then, that's just culture right there. Look at all the Centennial Cougars coming in to fill. That's just fantastic culture right there. No 2 ways about it. Only 2-yard gain. 2nd and 8 Rosemount. Yeah, I think Centennial's still in their 4-4 defense. I had to actually look it up because I didn't know what positions the kids played, but I believe they're playing a 4-4 package here. They're a base 4-3, but this is a 4-4. You have safety, 2 corners, 4 linebackers, and then obviously 4 down linemen. I'd argue they do the 4-3 better than anyone in 6A. They definitely give up fewer points per game than Edina does. Who else does it? Champlin? Champlin's pretty solid at defense. I think they're a sub 20 point per game opponent average. Not Lakeville South's defense or a 4-3 defense from last year. We gave up almost 25 or 26 points a game. Definitely something we needed to get used to. Did they just call the same play again? It's got to be pass. Yeah, okay, it is. So the reason I was saying it has to be that, watch the tackle right here. What does he do? He steps backwards. I mean, that's kind of a dead giveaway right away. Yeah, our buddy, the right tackle over here, gave it away. The rest of the O-line does a pretty good job faking. Good. Ooh, nice read by number 4. I don't know if we had a stunt up front. I don't think we did. That's just great pressure. Oh, look at this. Oh, he tries to hit him with the swim or the knife hand, and then he rips underneath. Look. Oh, yes. Oh, look at the moves. So as a former defensive lineman myself, I love seeing this. 4-point stance, which actually I really like that all of Centennial's players are in 4-point stances. Funny enough, their offense is the same way. Downhill, flat back. And I don't know if their D-line does it, but I know their offense, they try to have the butt slightly above the shoulders, so you just have like a slight little tilt down. But I mean, it's beautiful. Look at how streamlined. I mean, it's funny enough. It's like a cougar about to pounce and go eat a little Irishman for dinner, which happens right here. He tries to go over, which I don't know that I would have gone to the swim move right away. I guess the other nice thing about it, it sort of is a knife hand. The only problem is the shoulder's coming up a little bit. If it's a true knife hand, the shoulder stays down and your hand just shoots over the shoulder, and it's a very limited motion. That way you don't expose your rib cage. But that probably wouldn't have been the first move I go to because, one, that tackle's playing really high, and two, the tackle's taller than me as a defensive end. If I'm going against someone that's taller than me and isn't playing lower than me, I don't go to a move that goes above him. My first instinct is dip underneath. Use the advantage that I have, because he's not going to get lower than me. If I can get lower, I'm dipping, which he eventually does, and then the kid just uses good speed, almost a block in the back. Oh, that was almost an INT by a defensive end. He's not going to get there, but look, he's just doing a great job containing the edge in the back side. Did he see the running back coming up? I don't know if he did. I think he just ended up in the right place at the right time. Oh, okay, that definitely has to be Coach Diggins Jr. That you get into football position like that after dropping a D lineman INT. He's on all fours. 100%, I think that's got to be Coach Diggins Jr. Okay, so either way, incompletion off of Rosemount at least. And see, this is the weird part. So yes, Rosemount did do a play action off the run play they just ran, but it's got to be a successful run play. Think about Centennial. They hit Rosemount with that nasty jet sweep and went off for 20 yards. Then after that, they call a play action off, and it's beautiful. You could see just how impacted Rosemount was by it because the play was successful. But Rosemount, you didn't have a successful run play. You got 2 yards off of a lead where your O-linemen were getting blown up. So it's a little bit risky to call play action off of that when you haven't quite sold it to the opposing defense yet. A very well-coached Centennial defense, I might add. And you can see they weren't fooled. Centennial's D-line was playing pass. They did a great job dropping back into pass coverage. Everything's covered. Oh, it's beautiful. There's another coach in football position there. Ooh, yeah. Okay, so now it's 3rd and 8 Rosemount. You're in wing slot. We have the wing there, slot back. Again, triple option formation, 31 personnel. I like classic Egan here. I don't know why I would go to this on 3rd and 8. Maybe they're trying to make Centennial think we're passing the ball. You are getting a 4-4 defense. Centennial might hit you with a cover 3 here. And I guess you're technically in a 2x2 set. If you wanted to hit him with some verts, you could theoretically split that cover 3. But are you going to have enough time to throw then if he fills there? You have 6 against their 4. A very good 4, I might add. I don't know. What do we get? Or they just run the ball. No. They ran... It's not even GH counter. It's like an H-back end around. But the fullback comes around and leads. I mean, it's essentially like an H-back count. This might be GR counter. I'm going to coin that as a new term. The only other team I've seen do something like this is Champlin Park when they're in wing twins. But they pull a tight end and a guard around, and then H-back gets the ball. And then backside tackle just kind of walls off, and then center blocks down. And then you get the running back and the quarterback going that way, so that, again, you have misdirection. Which I guess is the one nice thing about this play. You sort of have misdirection, but again, look at what the quarterback is doing here. Watch his fake. He's trying to pitch the ball. How many times has Rosemount run rocket toss up to this point? 0. Not to mention, you're faking rocket toss into the boundary, let alone Centennial's sideline. I don't know about that one. That's, yeah, a little bit too obvious to me. And again, talk about putting the cart before the horse. Shakopee's great with this. If they're going to run counter tray or waggle, then they have to, or belly, they run rocket toss first. You run rocket toss that way, then that sets up waggle going that way. But if you never set up rocket toss going that way, then who's going to expect rocket toss going that way? Especially into the boundary. Like, I don't know. To me, that's like an obvious giveaway. Well, then Also helps if you don't block. So think about, remember, I think I did this in the Edina versus Egan breakdown game. Centennial does a great job. Look at the defensive end. He closes the gap down. Now you have no ability to kick off. If this was Edina running counter, the guard would read that, say, okay, I can't get a kick out. I have to work outside shoulder instead of inside and turn him in. And then H-back goes off of the outside instead of going inside the kick out. And then running back follows off the edge. That's how Edina adjusts, and they're able to do that any given play on GH counter, just based on how the defensive end reacts. The guard, the H-back, and Chase Bjorgard are all able to make that read, and I mean, it's like clockwork. You can tell they practice it every day. Rosemount maybe practiced this twice in the entire 2024 summer and regular season. I mean, the running back didn't even block anybody. And see, you can tell that he's expecting to go upfield. I will give the guard some credit. He does realize, okay, I can't kick him out, but he just kind of holds him up, and you can tell right here. See how he grabs the whole man? I'd like to see, he's got one arm around. I'd like to see other arm inside. Half a man really work to turn that shoulder. Now, Centennial's not making it easy for him. This kid's got a nice square stance. Knees are bent. He's driving. He's fighting back. Forces it to bounce. And then again, if this was Edina, H-back would realize, okay, you don't have the kick out block. I keep going out to the edge and block the next man out there. Chase Bjorgard follows, blocking there, and then there's your touchdown. Rosemount does not know how to do that because they don't practice it as much. Oh, and that's just a great play. Linebacker does a good job. Look at how he plays. He's playing nice and low. He's chopping his feet so he doesn't plant his feet in the ground. Lowers the shoulder into the chest. Great wrap up, and then look at all the other Centennial Cougars coming into fill. Ooh. Dude, Centennial's defense is nutty. Oh boy. Well, I'm like, I cannot wait for that week 4 matchup this coming season between Andover and Centennial. You have Star Wars offense against like Godzilla defense. Like one of the two is gonna have to give. I am so hyped for that. I hope that game's like on a Thursday and we play on a Friday or vice versa, because we'll be down. I think we're at Farmington week 4, so go take care of business against Little Bro. Maybe if we finish early. Well, no, because Centennial runs the ball a lot. Their games are usually shorter. Oh, we have a special teams mistake here. High snap. And you can tell. Watch where the hands finish through. See how the hands finish up there more? Forces a high snap. Punter wasn't ready for it. Goes a little bit too high. I mean, you have to be like 8 feet tall to catch that. He's like, uh-oh, can I get it? Tries to run. Okay. I'm getting deja vu. We're going to pin that this is play 34. Oh, boy. Special teams mistake. One of the fastest ways to win or lose a football game. Special teams mistake, penalties, turnovers. So, we're going to go back into the dreaded film that haunts us right here. Lakeville South versus Centennial, 2023 playoffs. One of these punts by us. This one. Yep. This is it, I'm pretty sure. Almost verbatim what happened. Except we didn't get a high snap. We just dropped it. Oof. We try to pick it up. But remember, this isn't any defense you're going against. That's the Centennial Cougars. They're all over it. And right at about the 15-yard line. Oh, all right. I guess I hit F1 instead of escape. That's my B. Now going back to modern day, I said play 34. Is this the wrong film? Yeah, that's a Rosemount film. Might be. I want CHS. That's the Centennial film. Back to play 34. I mean, it's like deja vu, except it's a high snap. It's a little less of an excuse for Lakeville South because it literally hit our kid in the face, and he's like, oh. Whereas here, it was a high snap, so punter not as in control, but it's essentially the same thing that happened. I mean, like, so mistakes like this are just way more detrimental against like an Eden Prairie or Centennial that chews up play clock, because now instead of them having a long field, you're giving them a short field. And within the 10-yard line, if there's any team that is like guaranteed to score within the 10-yard line, Centennial. Every single time. I think they actually... I was watching that Circle Pines 2023 documentary that I think it was North Metro TV or QC TV. I think it was North Metro that put it together. fantastic. And they were talking about, I think it was the prior late game, how they always do like a goal line period in their practice, like from the 10-yard line and in. And I mean, it shows. It showed up in that game. I just don't think anyone in 6A is better at that than Centennial is. So I can almost guarantee Centennial will score on this drive. Does Centennial have zone dive in their playbook? I don't know. I want to say this is a zone dive. Just looking across the front line, there's no first level defender left unblocked, but the quarterback keeps. I don't think it's a midline because your first level B gap defender here is getting whacked. But then again, see how the guard steps outside? I don't know. But again, look at that. I mean, even though, like, you could argue maybe it's like a case of the Egan's on the first down where you can't tell if Egan's running inside V or zone dive and you get some, like, weird blend of the two. I mean, this almost looks like a zone dive. Quarterback decides to keep it, and he just makes something happen. But again, look at the pile. Look at how Centennial is just pile driving. Not pile driving. We'll say bulldozing. And again, look at the stances of their O-linemen. 4-point stance, butt above shoulders. They're ready to just launch out and attack. Even the center. Remember how, I think it was in the Egan Edina film, I was talking about how even though Egan, the rest of their O-line was all flat, their center's butt was down, his chest was up, and he wasn't ready to attack. This is what Egan's center needs to do, what Centennial's center does. And then watch the footwork off of it. See how he can just attack downhill out of that stance so seamlessly and quickly? I think that's going to make a world of difference for Egan if they have their center doing that. And they just keep pushing. Yeah, I don't know. It's obviously this is not inside or outside veer because there's nobody left unblocked. I want to say it's just a zone dive read maybe, but I did not know that Centennial has zone dive in their playbook. Maybe they do, and I just never saw them run it. I guess they really didn't need to run it against Lakeville South because we gave them inside and outside veer all day, so you don't really need zone dive against us. Is this outside veer? No. So again, everyone's blocked head for head. Oh, this is a quarterback lead. See how he just follows behind? Egan does that. That's really nice. Because you're expecting it to be a triple option play. You can see number one takes the pitch man. Ooh, that's really nice taking advantage of what Rosemount's rules are. Does the safety come up to fill in the run game or in the dive? Yes, so that is the only other thing. That's an interesting rule. If corner's taking the pitch right away, I mean, it's hard because Centennial doesn't have any wideouts. Like, suppose they were an unbalanced wing slot and you know that corner's taken there. You could do a switch tag like what Shakopee does. That'd be a decent way to get a body on that corner and take him out of the equation. 1 yard line. Ain't no way. I mean, this is like a rock in a hard place, or the unstoppable force, the immovable object. Rosemount, great goal line defense. Centennial, one of the best goal line offenses. And you're at the 1 yard line. You know what's interesting, though? Rosemount is still in their base 3-4 defense at the goal line. They have not adjusted. And now that I'm looking at it, I don't think they're in a bear front, which is really weird at the goal line. You'll run a 0-3-0 bear front in midfield, but at the goal line, you're going to run 0-4-0. I guess they have the backers creeped up to fill. And they run the same QB. I don't know if this is like a quarterback lead. It looks like it's designed like that. Egan does it, but Brooklyn Evans kind of got a little bit wider. It's a great short yardage play. You get behind all your big bodies. I think 71's a returning starter from last year. Look at that. You just get a whole world of push. Quarterback falls behind. Touchdown. And just like that, remember, this was a 0-0 game at the end of the first quarter. The teams were just kind of stalemating, throwing punches back and forth. Special teams mistake. One of the fastest ways to lose a football game. And because of it, Rosemount is now down 7-0. Yeah, this definitely is about to uncork things. I mean, like, Rosemount will play physical defense. Eventually, Centennial will start to grind them down and get to them because Centennial plays great complementary football. Rosemount did not have a very good offense last season, so they were not able to play complementary football. And speaking of complementary football, When you're able to kick a touchback, that's another part of complementary football. You grind down the play clock on offense. You play tough physical defense because your defense is so well rested from your offense. And you're forcing your opponent to drive 80 yards and flipping the field, making it even easier on your defense. There's just so much right with Centennial right now. All these little details they're thinking of. Also, he's checking in behind the line. We're in 22I. Are we going to do with the lead again? Are we going to go back to power? What are we thinking? Interesting that I think Centennial's calling the strengths to the wide side of the field in this, not to the wide receiver. Either that or they're playing in underfronts. The 3 techs here, the nose guards on the weak side, or on the boundary side. You do have a 5, so they're playing 5-1-3-5, which makes sense. You're in a 4-4. He's got the edge. I'm kind of surprised that they don't have this end. Maybe they have that end in a... is he in a 5? Yeah, if he's in a 5, he has the edge. If he's in a 5, he has the edge. And then these two are free to scrape. Solid. I like it. What did they... Is this trap? Oh, I'm getting Lakeville North flashbacks. What? You... What? Hello, on of the best kings of 6A Minnesota high school football. Well, that is a very kind word. I am no monarch of Minnesota 6A football. I'm just a nerd that enjoys watching this stuff. That's really all there is to it. I'm not that good. I'm really surprised that Rosemount pulled out fullback trap, and I meant one. There we go. One of the best kings. Again, I am just a nobody, but I appreciate the kind words. I'm really surprised that I just think Rosemount called this the wrong way. Because how are you supposed to trap a 1 technique? You're asking your guard to come all the way down here. He's in a 1. How is your backside guard going to trap that? And then you're going to tell me there's going to be a hole there for the fullback to go through? No, it's just called the wrong way. You go there, first man inside, which is your buddy up there. You come around and trap him. You go up to backer, and then boom. There's your trap. Tight end, go block safety. Tight end, go block safety. And then backside tackle, you fill there. Wow. Look. It's literally right there. Rosemount just called it the wrong way. And then you can have him go out there and distract the defensive end. Can we watch Lakeville South film? No, we will not be watching Lakeville South film. The only time I break out Lakeville South film is when I go to Centennial kicking our butt in the 2023 state semifinal game. It's the only time I break out the Lakeville South film. Yeah, and look, the Centennial nose guard does such a good job. The guard goes down. Look, he plays half a man. He stays low. He condenses the gap. The pulling guard has nowhere to go with it. They don't block the backside D end. He stays tight and scrapes across and helps wrap up. The nose guard causes havoc. Linebacker fills. Centennial did all the things right, run fitting here, and they run fit fast. And Rosemount literally just... I don't know if maybe they have a young and inexperienced quarterback. And again, this could also come down to you just practiced way too many plays. Like at Lakeville South, we'd be able to say, okay, we have a 1, like Farmington used to give us a 4 defensive look, and they'd play an over, so a 1 and a 3. We'd see, oh, the ones over here, we're doing trap the other way because we want to run trap at the 3 technique. It's easier to get a double team down here on him and then up to the first man inside than have the guard kick out a 3 technique, and then there's your hole right there. You can't trap a 1 technique. He's way too tight. Especially a nose guard as good as Centennial's. Look at how he launches out here. Flat back, launches out. Look at the hands shoot out here. Hand extension, beautiful, plays half a man. He realizes guard's blocking down. He controls his gap. And he's there and is able to help blow up the play. Yeah. Maybe if Rosemount shrunk their playbook like they're going to, they could keep trap in there and say, hey, when we run trap, if we get there, even if you didn't practice that like all summer, why would you not throw that in like this practice week against, I guess it's week 8, it's a short week, you play on Thursday. No, they played Wednesday night, I think. This is a Wednesday night game. So short week, I guess you can't really make that call. But then why run that play if you're not able to adjust off of it? If you can't say, hey, we need to flip it the other way based on how Centennial's aligning, then you're just taking a no gain, basically. Yeesh. And you know what? I will give them credit. Maybe the OC for Centennial or from Rosemount assumed, okay, they're calling strength to the wide receiver side, so we're going to put wide receiver here and then run trap to that strong side. But Centennial called strength to the wide side of the field. Nice job, Centennial. That's some Coach Diggins coaching right there. Coach Diggins Jr. coach. Oh no, we're breaking out the triple option plays. Is it inside veer? It's inside veer. We have a first level C-gap defender unblocked. Is the quarterback reading him? He didn't take the dive. So again, we're getting the whole thing, or I'm getting the vibes of Rosemount just has way too much stuff in their playbook, and they're not able to thoroughly practice everything to the point where it's like clockwork. Like, how many times has Centennial messed up any of their reads? Like, essentially none this entire time. I think maybe one early on in the game, and that was just because Rosemount had good penetration, and they had that fumble at the mesh. But here, what is he doing? He's staying there. When he stays there, you give dive 100% of the time. And also, quarterback makes the read way too early. And so the defensive end's like, okay, you're going to leave me unblocked. I wasn't in position to take the dive. I'm just going to take you instead. And then he creates havoc. He gets hands on him before he pitches the ball. Oh, look, there's somebody right there to play the pitch man. Plus, there's another backer chasing him. Or is that the nose guard? No, it's another inside backer. And then that's the outside backer over here. It's just, what was Rosemount thinking? And you're running inside veer against Centennial, a team that runs inside veer like 2,000 or 3,000 times a season. Like, between practice and games. Did you think this was going to fool them? I'm shocked. And, okay, this is actually really, like, nasty how Centennial's doing this. These guys are taking the dive. These two essentially are scraping to take quarterback, and then these two play the pitch man. So these three are all clear to just worry about pass coverage or making an emergency fill if they have to. Oh, dude, that's actually a really nutty scheme. I gotta give mad props to Coach Diggins Jr. But then again, like, what offense does he face every day in practice? You know, Coach Littlefield and Coach Diggins Sr.'s scheme of the triple option flex bone. He sees it every day, so of course he's going to get ideas from them about how to defend it. And there it is. And it also helps that Rosemount doesn't execute it. Oh, beautiful. Again, great defense from Centennial, and just, I don't want to say a lack of preparation, but yeah, definitely offensive playbook too big Rosemount. So what are we doing on 3rd and 13? It's got to be a pass, right? Yeah, okay. But again, they're passing out of 31 wing slot like they did earlier. What school is Diggins Jr. and Sr. at? So the coaches Diggins are coaches at Centennial High School. That is the team in the white and red, and I guess black pants. Centennial Cougars, and then Rosemount Irish are in the blue and gold up here. I guess navy and gold. All right, you know what? I was gonna make the joke earlier about how Rosemount looks like Michigan because they have the helmets like that, but if you look closely, look at the decal on the shoulder and on the side of the pants. They actually mirror themselves from Gustavus Adolphus College because Coach Erdman played a quarterback at Gustavus Adolphus. He was a Gusty. So we have pass play. I mean, that's a nice clean pocket. Instead of doing slide protection, running back fills up the middle this time. He's an edge defender. Tackles do a good job washing the Centennial ends way wide around. You get a double team on the nose here. Guard does a great job against the tackle right here, one-on-one. Kind of... Tackle doesn't really... Look, he's got his arms down. He's not really hand fighting that well. I'd like to see the center split the double team, but, you know, that's going to be tough for him. He's got his legs back. He should work to get one of his feet in between. Kind of hard on a pass play. I think the main thing, though... All right, you know what? This is the one time you can do a spin move. When you get past quarterback depth, you can swing elbow across into the rib cage and then swing back inside. That is the one time as a defensive end or a pass rusher you are allowed to do a spin move on the edge, is if you get above quarterback depth and then you spin back underneath. That only time I will ever let a kid do that. Otherwise, you do not use a spin move. You will get burned. So, not as good of a pass rush, but look, this is a, like, coverage. beauty right here. Again, they only rush 4. You got 7 in coverage. You probably have a cover 3 on deep. Or are they playing man? Ooh. 4, 4. 1, 2, 3. I should get Coach Littlefield on stream. I don't think Coach Littlefield has any idea that I exist. So, yeah, I don't know. I highly doubt any 6A coaches know I exist. I know the Centennial Cougars football account occasionally looks at some of my stuff on Insta, but that's about it. I think the only 2 that follow me are Andover and Hopkins. I did see Nick Johnson was looking. The Coach Littlefield is in chat. Oh. I guess he does know I exist then. Oh. Got like 6A football royalty up in here then. How we doing, Coach Littlefield? Huge fan of your flexbone offense. Huge fan. Especially that nasty post wheel you hit us with in that game. Josh Lee. Ooh. Yeah, I still have nightmares about that. And obviously the 2 outside veers to score on us. Ooh, that, yeah. Wait, okay, I gotta go back here. Rosemount was asking for a flag. What's the... Is this just verticals? No, they had like the China thing going on here. I'm surprised that they didn't call verticals again. Because, like, think back to the Prior Lake versus, who was it? Prior Lake versus Forest Lake game. Forest Lake would constantly stack their safety down to the boundary, or to the field side. Prior Lake saw that and was like, all right, you're going to give us cover 3. We're going to run verticals against that. I don't know if Rosemount just isn't seeing the cover 3 and not making the call, especially against a 4-4 defense. Like, you'd think you have the advantage in the passing game. But yeah, and then I don't know what they got. They almost have like a post wheel on the backside, and then you've got the corner and then the hitch here. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, because look what you have here. You've got a defender in the flat to take away the curl. If they're playing cover 3, you've got the corner covered, you have the post covered, and then backside corner has the wheel covered. I don't know that I would have called that into cover 3. And obviously, you've got guys that help underneath. Like, Centennial just has stout defense. I mean, they read right away that it's pass. And look at how the backers drop. Yeah, it's very well covered. Yeesh. And hey, great special teams play. Rosemount fumbled that ball all the way back there and had to start deep. Had the touchback, and now they're going 3 and out essentially off of that touchback. It's just great effort. And now you're kicking the ball right back to Centennial's offense with a short field, mind you. No, that's definitely, yeah, I was going to say that's Centennial ball. Ooh, they might be giving a bear front again. Unbalanced wing slot. He almost looks like he might be in a 3 technique. It's kind of hard to tell from this angle. The bear fronts when they jam into the 3 techniques there instead of 4s. Ooh, I am seeing outside veer to the tight end side here. What are they hitting us with? This is jet. Okay, hit him with the jet again. Receiver blocking. Look at the receiver blocking. It's like the antithesis of Egan. It's such good receiver blocking. Watch number 2 here. And he's fighting half a man. He's driving back. Look at the slot back. Or is this the guard? No, dude, that is a guard coming all the way out here to block. And he stays behind his guard. That's beautiful. Oh my goodness. That's just fantastic. I forget what team it was we were watching. Was it it was STMA when they ran toss. They pulled the backside guard and he just never got there to lead block. Because he would be like trailing back here and the ball would already be here. So there was no lead blocker for the running back to follow. But this is just so well executed. And again, now it sets up their play action off of it. Look at the beautiful block there to seal the edge. You get lead blocking out here from the receiver and the pulling guard. Oh. So what do you hit him with now? Do we give him another run and then go to play action? Oh, that's a high tackle. There's some physical Rosemounts. They must have blitzed into this, I'm assuming. So what was the blitz in the quarterback lead? We have a nice double team right here on the nose. I'm assuming the guard probably would have to get up to that backer essentially, or the tight end tackle. No, because the tight end goes out. Tackle's going down. He probably is supposed to take the next man inside, but backer leaps inside. Beautiful double team at the point of attack, though. Yeah, that's just sneaky Rosemount sending a blitz inside right here. Not sure who would have picked that up. Maybe the guard or the fullback might have been able to get that. No, because the fullback's leading. That's probably play side guard. If he sees that blitz coming, he's probably like, oh, I can't double team. I got to pick that guy up. I know we do that at South. If we see backers creep up, then we're like, hey, yeah, so about that double team, we make a little call there. But again, look at just the downfield blocking. So even though, sure, the blitz gets through and, Rosemount gambled correctly, look at all the pushes here. You just have amazing downfield blocking. If he did get past or if the guard did get a piece of that blitzing backer, you can see the line they wanted to run through there. And they do a great job opening it up. Tight end does a great job kicking out the outside backer there. Safety comes down. I know someone who is related to Coach Waldvogel. I don't know that name sounds familiar to me. I don't know that I've heard of a Coach Waldvogel. Really weird to see a Rosemount kid tackling so high. Kind of launches at him, then wraps up around the net. Yeah, you never want to seize. You don't do that to a kid. If you have a fill right like that, you got to drop low. Do what the Centennial kid did earlier. You get shoulder into the gut right there, wrap up around the hips, and drive back. That can't be tackling around the head like that. That's how you get kids hurt. All right, back in the classic Centennial unbalanced wing slot here. We've got an orbit motion. Buck sweep. Let's go. Oh, it's beautiful. He is the running back coach for Centennial. Dang, Mr. Rich, you've got some friends in high places then. This is the classic buck sweep. Both the guards pull. And look, see how the guard stays nice and tight off of the offensive line's down blocks? I think it was again, Prior Lake, when they tried to steal buck sweep. First of all, they don't have any plays that look like it, so there's nothing to set it up. Whereas if you look at this, inside veer perfectly sets up this play, and you just set it up underneath. Boom. Oh, so beautiful. And then let's see the kick out block here. Good kick out. Backside guard follows through, takes the next man inside. Oof, he just gets a little bit of a piece of the shoulder right here. We get a receiver block. He goes a little bit too wide. If you get a receiver block there, he takes inside shoulder there and turns it a little bit out. I mean, that's touchdown Centennial. Oh, it's so close. It's still a well-run play, though. And you see how all of Centennial's plays, set each other up? It's just such great play calling. And the order, again, it's not like Prior Lake where they're like, you know what, first play, let's just throw a buck sweep at him. But what sets up the buck sweep? I don't know. Did Coach Ladd respond to me about Tanner Morgan? No, Coach Ladd is focused on RDL, his son's baseball right now. He's playing some Apple Valley baseball. Once summer rolls around, he switches into football mode. He'll probably reach out to me again. We still have to go have some dinner at Lakeville Brewing Company, so. I'm trying to look. Is this midline? I don't think so because they block everyone at the point of attack. Oh, we do pick up the blitzing backer. Nice. Gold star to Centennial's playside guard. I think this is that zone dive or that lead again, and then the quarterback has the option to keep it on this. I don't know that it's like a true triple option play. I guess I don't know. When Egan runs zone dive, it's not a triple option. They just straight up, and you can see that when Brooklyn Evans does it, instead of reading that first level B, C, or D gap defender for midline, inside, or outside veer, he just is focused on the handoff, and you can watch his eyes track the handoff. So you're like, okay, it's zone dive. Whereas here, again, Centennial does such a great job, I cannot tell. I want to say it's not inside veer, outside veer, midline, because again, I guess we don't have a first level C gap defender. Maybe the defensive end there. He's in the D gap, but they're both blocked. And then the backer coming into B gap is also blocked, so I don't think it's any of those three. And most importantly, the slot back loops inside. So maybe that is a zone dive. Maybe they call it lead. I don't know, but it's a well-run play and well-designed. Downfield blocking. And again, the quarterback's option to keep it. Who has the quarterback on the edge? He's blocked. What about number 5? He gets to come up and make the play, but he takes too far inside of an angle, and that's a free 4 yards, 3 yards Centennial. I mean, they'll take that any day. 3 yards, another 40 seconds off the game clock. Beautiful. Unbalanced wing slot to the tight side. Are we going to get jet sweep going to the wide side? I don't think so. It looks like he's about to orbit. So who's unblocked this time? They don't block number 3. I want to say this is an inside veer, question mark. I think it is, just based on the eye contact here. It looks like inside veer. He's aiming off the butt of the guard. Outside hip of the guard right there, diving up. What does number 3 do? He comes upfield, so Dive should get the ball. And I think Dive gets the... Or does number 8 just keep it here and just follow him up? I don't know what exactly happened there, but either way, I think the correct read is the Dive gets the ball there. I have to watch how they get in their stances. Egan does this pretty well too. Shakopee not as much, but when you just see the 4-point stance, the butt up above you, like, you know you're about to get punched in the face. Buck sweep. Yes. Oh, nice. Look, see, outside backer pinched way too hard inside. Slot back is able to drive him in by himself. Guard pulls around to the outside. Running back reads it. I mean, that's almost like how adaptive Edina is with GH counter. And, I mean, this is bread and butter Centennial here. They love their buck sweep. Ooh, we just barely miss right here. You're able to get there. He blocks there. You get to the next man inside. Well, he has, you know, you got to take 21 because that's the first man inside. So that's a good read by the guard. Oh, if we just got a little bit more of a piece of him. I get, again, you're supposed to look inside, but, oh, so close. Get a little bit more piece of him. Either way, it's still a good run play. They're still getting, like, what? That was an 8-yard buck sweep, 9-yard buck sweep. And again, it's just methodical. Like, think about how long Centennials had the football here. They're just, like, chewing yardage, chewing play clock, keeping the defense on the field, grinding them down. Oh, we got the double wing now. We haven't seen the unbalanced double wing. We're just getting regular double wing. Outside veers on the menu now. I should start a podcast with Coach Carlson. You know, Coach Carlson does have a lot of time on his hands now that he is officially retired as a teacher. I wished him congratulations on his Facebook post. Really awesome for him. It's kind of weird to think because he's been working for 33 years, and I'm like, hey, I'm only 29 years old. You worked longer than I've been alive. But, yeah, it's wild. That quarterback follow. I really like this quarterback follow play. I think Egan does this too. You don't need to kick out the guy in the corner because he's just so far out. By the time he does get inside to make the play, I mean, look at how far downfield Centennial's gotten. And you know, another thing I forgot to mention thus far about Centennial, they play with wide splits. It's hard to tell from this angle, but I'm pretty sure that they have like 3-foot, maybe even 4-foot splits. They're very wide. And I think that's the same deal with Egan and Shakopee. Flexbone teams love the wide splits. I think it's just a hallmark of Flexbone teams. And you know what? Speaking of hallmark of the Flexbone teams, I mentioned this in the Egan stream, and now I want to reference it because we're watching Centennial. So I talked about how Egan always has bigger guards than tackles, and I think Shakopee sort of does the same thing, but not as much, because what does Egan do? What does Egan not do? They don't pull their guards, so they're fine having bigger guards. I think that's pretty common in Flexbone teams, but if you look at Centennial, the guards are smaller than the tackles, and I think they're the one Flexbone team in 6A that does that. Shakopee, sort of debatable. Egan, obviously not. Rosemount, to be determined, I guess, this upcoming season, depending on what they took away from Harding University. I guess we'll find out. Forest Lake, not really, but that's because they're gun Flexbone. They do way more off of it. I guess White Bear technically is going to be a gun Flexbone. We'll see how that plays out. Oh, look, I mean, you just have such beautiful down blocking here. Look at this. You completely wash the outside backer inside. Slot back dives inside to lead. And just look at how they all just lean forward and keep driving the legs. I mean, every time you squat in the weight room or hit trap bar deadlift, you can see that coming up. What do I mean from Harding University? Let's go to YouTube. We'll get the Centennial training videos out of there. Get back to main YouTube. I don't think I have footage of it anymore. We did look at it a little bit after we lost to Centennial in 2023, but so Harding University is a D2 football school, and they are a... Let's mute this. They're a triple option flex bone team. So if we go like here, Harding's in the white. Okay, they're on defense. I want them to get on offense. This isn't Tyson Bagent, is it? I'm a Chicago Bears fan, so I think it was Pennsylvania School of Mines, not Colorado. I don't remember. Something or another. All right. They score here. I don't know. I want to see Harding's offense or I will cry. Oh, all this passing. All right, touchdown. Now they're going to get on offense here. Ooh. Ooh, that's looking pretty tasty. All right. Beside the point, let's get to Harding's offense here. So, flexbone triple option team. See, it looks pretty similar here, doesn't it? You've got motion. I think they're in unbalanced wing slot. They just have the receiver tucked in tight. It's very similar to Centennial, but this is what Rosemount's going to look like next year. Oh, that's volume. Space bar. And again, what are they running? Here's your option plays. And there you go. Oh, dang. Very first play of the game. Is this just a zone dive? Because, again, everyone's blocked at the point of attack. Boom. Makes a man miss. Gotta have receiver blocking. I'll just outrun him. If he cut back and let his receiver block that guy, that would have been touchdown Harding. I want to say it's just a zone dive. Because, again, you cut back here. All of that at the point of attack. You're blocking the first level D gap defender. But that's going to be Rosemount next year, basically. Because I've talked about it a bunch on the stream thus far, Mr. Rich. Rosemount just has way too big of an offensive playbook. And I was talking with, I think it was Coach Dr. Convoy, because he's their Olympic weightlifting coach in the winter. And, we were talking back and forth about how, because we did the same thing at Lakeville South. We tried to expand our offense last year, and ironically, it made us a little easier to prepare for, because it's like, oh, Lakeville South's in that formation, they're passing. Well, can't really do that if we're only in Power T, but once we started to expand out of that, we got a little bit more predictable. But we were talking about how in our game against each other, like, there were a ton of burn timeouts and penalties that Rosemount took because they just had so, much on offense. They did Power T stuff, as you saw on film thus far that we've watched them. They did Power I stuff out of 21 personnel. They did Flexbone stuff out of an I form, or triple option out of an I formation. They've done triple option Flexbone stuff with both 30 and 31 personnel. They did 11 spread stuff with passing the football. I don't want closed captioning. How do you practice all that, either over the summer or during the season? It's just way too big of a playbook, and not just too big of a playbook, but things that are just schematically way different. Like, the only other team I can think of in 6A that kind of struggles with that, at least as of now, is probably Prior Lake. And that's more so because Prior Lake's just like, what plays do we think work? Regardless of the scheme, just kind of pluck those. And I do know that Prior Lake was visiting Iowa State this offseason. I doubt they're going to go to an RPO spread offense. That's just not Prior Lake's identity. But how do I know the strength and conditioning coach for Rosemount? Because I also coach Olympic weightlifting for Lakeville South, and so we see each other at meets all the time. Same thing with Coach Casey at Egan. We're all pretty tight. That's the beautiful thing about Olympic weightlifting. We don't compete against each other. We all have a common opponent, gravity. So you just kind of get to mingle and talk with the coaches. Like Coach Lovitz up at Moorhead. I got to connect and meet him this past off season. And we were talking about how Moorhead potentially could get moved up to 6A. And mind you, this was in when was this? This would have been January. And then, funny enough, we get to end of February, and boom, Moorhead gets put up to 6A. Oh, is this bug? No, this has to be counter tray, right? They pull. I don't know about that one. That looked like it was supposed to be a counter tray, like Shaco does. Excuse me if they didn't pull anybody. The head strength and conditioning coach at Lakeville South is Scott Solly, arguably the best strength and conditioning coach in America. We are very blessed to have him, and I am so fortunate to be his understudy. Ooh, 30 double slot tight. We need a rocket toss out of this. Oh! Okay. The only reason I was able to correctly predict that is because that's exactly what Shakopee does. If they want a rocket toss, they go tight. Oh my goodness. Yes, sir. That's going to be Rosemount next year. They're going to run inside-outside veer, zone dive, rocket toss, which a lot of that they do have in their playbook. I know they love midline. That's like bread and butter Rosemount. They're just like committing to it, and it's going to be like their exclusive offense, which I think is a good move for them. Counter option off the fake toss. So again, see how the play calling sets each other up? They just ran rocket toss. You do a fake rocket toss with counter option off it. See how the defense all goes over there. This is why it's okay to slant into a counter option and not play it slow on the backside. Or to slant with the orbit motion. Because if they do run counter option the way, just attack it right away and that forces the pitch earlier. That's now more time your safeties have to get up and attack the pitch man. See, they played it slow, and look at how long it took that deep safety up. And see how the safety went with the orbit motion? Now the backside safety's got to come all the way across, try and take an angle. Corner fights off the block to get there. Yeah, I mean, it's 4th and an inch. Obviously, Harding's going to be able to pick up that inch. Well, there you go. Is he an older guy? Yes, Coach Solly is an older gentleman. Interesting question there, Mr. Rich. Normally, it's not polite to ask about someone's age. Let's get back to the Centennial Rosemount game, though. That is what Rosemount's going to look like next year. Ironically, they're going to look very similar to Centennial. I don't know if they're going to run buck sweep, but I do know they're going to hit us with midline, inside veer, outside veer, and rocket toss. Maybe zone dive, and they're probably going to throw waggle in there as well. It'd be kind of stupid if they didn't throw waggle in there. That's like the classic pass play out of flex bone. Going with that. Now, was this an outside veer and I missed it? I don't think so, because slot back blocks the outside backer here. There's no handoff. It looks like it's that quarterback lead play again. Rosemount's just wisening up to a little bit, but he's still. Centennial got 3 yards off of it, so 2 yards. Now it's 3rd and 2 Centennial. I'm going to take Centennial every single time in this. Like, sure, Rosemount has a great defense. But again, where's Centennial on the field? They're at or within the 10-yard line, on the 9-yard line here. You never bet against Centennial when they're within the 10-yard line. Ooh, did they stop? It's 4th and 1. Did they just hit him with a quarterback sneak? All right, you know what? Actually, really big difference right here. Rosemount not jammed. No bear front. Now on 4th and 1. What do they call? Bear front. Wouldn't it be funny if Centennial just hit him with jet right now when they walked in for a touchdown over there? Ooh, discipline. They didn't jump. Okay, I think this is outside veer because first level D-gap defender's unblocked. And what does he do? First level D-gap defender runs upfield to take the quarterback. Quarterback makes the perfect read. And see, this is like, I think I was talking with Hopkins' DC about this when, because I was watching their game against Shakopee. His whole thing was like, oh, I got to stop the dive. I got to blitz the A gaps. Watch where outside veer dives to. It goes off the butt to D gap. So like, you can't just say, oh, I'm going to load up A and B gaps against these triple option teams, because most of the time, inside veer goes to C gap, outside veer goes to D gap with their dive. So, yeah, that's why it's kind of important to learn how other teams function, because then you get to details like that. I mean, like at Lakeville South, we struggled against Egan this last year because we put in a 4-4, but we pinched A and B gaps. And I think I was the only coach that was like, I don't know about it, because inside veer's there all day. If we're just having our guy come down inside, like they could just, yeah, we gave him a lot of inside veer. And sure enough, kind of got burned by inside veer that game. And the quarterback trap. We don't need to talk about the quarterback trap anymore. That was filthy. Actually, yeah, we'll go back to that later. I want to get through this game. But this is a great outside veer. Quarterback makes a great read. And look at the double teams, the point of attack. Beautiful. And we get up to backer off the double team. Center guard double team. This is the guard tackle. Oh, beautiful. Centennial's great at getting double teams the point of attack. If I'm Blaine, well, funny enough, Blaine's Centennial's rival. You'd think a team that plays Centennial so much would figure out, hey, we need to have good double teams the point of attack. But yeah, for some reason, Blaine does not have good double teams in their inside zone. Centennial on outside veer, good double teams. They should have listened to me. Well, hey, okay. I'm not some kind of super know-it-all nerd, and obviously you can't just be like, no, that's wrong, I disagree. Like, I voiced my concern, and that was about it. You don't necessarily want to just like keep pushing hard. Yeah. And like I think kind of a tangent off earlier, remember, we lost to Centennial in the 2023 state semifinals, and the whole offseason, our defensive staff was, at least those guys were all focused on, we got to stop the flex bone. Everything in the world revolves around the flex bone. We have to stop the flex bone. I'm like, we're only playing Egan, though. That's it. And then, yeah, so that scheme that we drew up all off season, we're like, oh, we're going to redefine how, or I didn't say this, but, you know, some others like, we're going to redefine how teams defend the flex bone. And, it did not quite go that way. I'm just going to put it that way. And besides, you got to remember, like, where you stand in the food chain, Mr. Rich. In order to necessarily, I guess, have your concern be heard, you have to make sure you work hard and work your way up before you just start challenging people. Otherwise, you're seen as a problem, and maybe you're out of a job at that point. You never know. All right. So either way, it's 1st and goal, Centennial from the 4-yard line. Centennial's getting a touchdown here. There's zero doubt in my mind. Quarterback follow again. Did he get in? Okay. 1-yard line. And Rosemount is not going into a bear front. They're in a 4-0-4. You can't be serious. Why? This is the same thing I talked about on their last goal line stand. On 4th and 1 here, they'll go into a bear front. But 2nd and 1 from the 1-yard line, you're not going to go. And look at I mean, if he would, the quarterback could have picked either way because the linebacker's stacked in the 40, linebacker stacked in the 40. He could have snuck other way, and he's got essentially a triple team with the guards against the center. Or the guard in the center against the nose guard. I don't know about that one, Rosemount. I think we might need to switch when we call bear front versus base 404. Do I help with other sports? So in the winter, winter and summer, I can't talk. Summer and fall, obviously I do football. Winter, I do Olympic weightlifting, and then in the spring, I do some strength and conditioning. So I guess technically I'm coaching year round. It's just those are the only 2 things that I do. 3 if you count strength and conditioning. It's pretty much identical to Olympic weightlifting. Because during our Olympic weightlifting season, we have all of our other teams, you know, boys and girls basketball, gymnastics comes into lift, all those other teams come in. And wrestling, that's another one. So we just make sure that we coach all of them, obviously, because you're not just the strength program for football or Olympic weightlifting. You're the strength program for Lakeville South High School. You have to train up all the student athletes. Hockey's another big one. We got to do a lot of fun rotational work with our hockey boys, and they got hot at the right time with all the lifting. They managed to actually make it to state this year, and they gave Moorhead a run for their money. Now, we did eventually get burned out because we only had 2 lines. Moorhead hockey had 3 lines. So, you know, by the time we got into the 3rd period, you could tell we were just a little bit gassed relative to Moorhead. And I mean, they were just the better team. They won state that year, but we definitely made a difference. So, yeah, definitely excited to see South hockey in the future, especially if they commit to lifting the way they did this past year. It's going to be nutty. I still can't get over this Rosemount. It's not even that they're not in a bear front, but remember how I said earlier their linebackers are in 40s? So you have a 4 technique, a 40 technique. I mean, think about it. If you look, the only person from a 4-eye and in on either side is the nose guard. This entire box I'm drawing right here, 1 Rosemount defender with 3 Centennial O linemen and a quarterback. Like, what? It just seems like Rosemount was like, okay, it's 2nd down. Like, Centennial has to attack the edge. But it's like, that's... Triple option teams take what you give them. Like, I think it was in the Egan film. Like, I was talking about how, like, the play calling from Coach Johnson was, like, perfect against Edina's overfront. They're like, okay, we have a 3 technique this side. We can do midline here. We have a 1 and a 5 over here. We're doing inside veer to the weak side. And it was, like, flawless every single time. And I think I drew it up play by play. Like, okay, here are the options that they can choose from. That's what Edina is giving them. And they always took one of those. So again, it's like the same thing. Like, Centennial knows they're going to take what you give them. If you're only going to put one nose guard at the goal line inside this little box here, they're just quarterback sneak it and you're going to score. Like, there's nobody that's going to get over there in time. In 1 yard? Yeah, that... Like, if you're going to put your defensive ends out here in 40s, then shouldn't you creep the backers up inside of them? I don't know. There's a lot that could have been done different on this play. I'm not a fan. And if you were like first or second and goal at the 7-yard line, you had a little more space to work with, I could understand because inside and outside's a threat. But from the 1-yard line against Centennial and you're not defending the middle? Interesting. Speaking of interesting, it's going to be an interesting week 1 matchup between Centennial and Rosemount. If Rosemount is running that Harding flexbone offense, we might actually have a sub 100 play varsity football game in Minnesota if that's the case. Also, now that I'm thinking about it, like personnel wise, it fits Rosemount's like culture and their attitude and everything. The flexbone. It's just unfortunate that you have to play Centennial week 1, who is obviously like very well experienced against the flexbone, and they know that you got it from Harding University, so they're prepared. And then you also have to play Egan and Shakopee, who you lost to in the last 2 seasons as well. And obviously you lost to Centennial 3 games in a row. So it's like, Rosemount hasn't done too good against triple option teams recently. Maybe they think we keep losing to the triple option, so we have to put in a flexbone triple option offense. It's clearly the meta. I don't know about that. You got to choose a scheme that works right for the kids that you have, that highlights their strengths while also covering some of their weaknesses. Like at Lakeville South, we don't have very good wide receivers, and we're not very good at passing the ball down the field vertically. So why would we run a spread offense? That'd be not smart. So we chose a scheme that fits with the kids that we have enrolled at our school. We have big linemen. We have good running backs. Boom. Power T. This is just that lead again. I don't know if this is a lead or a dive. It looks like it's almost like a duo or a dive, because you have a double team here, you have a double team here, and then he leads up to take backer. I want to say that's more of like a duo, like what you see at the NFL. But then that'd be another play. So you're telling me they have power, they have duo, they have veer, midline, both inside and outside veer, they have rocket toss, they have GH counter. Right? Rosemount, how do you practice all of this? Well, again, they're not going to in this coming season, but, oh, and that was the last play of the half, too. Interesting. And see, Centennial's mixing up the looks. This time they called the strength to the one wide receiver side. Boom. That's what you got to do. Again, Coach Diggins Jr. smart. You give the offensive line a different look each time, you're going to mess with their blocking rules. That's beautiful. I don't know. I don't think Centennial has to play Stillwater this season, but if they did, that'd be a great thing to do. I know that White Bear did that to Stillwater, North did that to Stillwater, and it just completely messed up their blocking. Heck, even when Stillwater did it to North, it messed up North's blocking. And I mean, North doesn't have very many plays. Dive, stretch, toss, power, blast. I don't know if they have anything else besides that. Pretty much their playbook. I guess they did try and run trap, but that's just because, well, Lakeville South runs trap. We can run trap too. I don't know about that. Maybe just be yourselves, Lakeville North. You're darn good at what you do. Ooh, cut back away from our block. Look at the running lane. Look at the lane that opens up out here. Oh, we made a mistake. Look at all the white jerseys this way. Look at none of the white jerseys out here. And you're behind the 30. All right, I don't know, 73 yards to go to score. I'm probably going to favor Centennial in that. I guarantee Centennial's going to get a stop before they let you march 73 yards down the field. Okay. Oh, so this time they called the strength away from the wide receiver into the short side of the field. Looks like maybe they're giving him an underfront here, because both the backers are stacked over that way. Toss. There's yet another play. Oh, why did he cut it inside? Why? It's like the anti-Prior Lake. Remember how in the Prior Lake game, Levi Eider, like, regardless of whether it was like lead, line, counter, they didn't do that much counter, buck sweep, instead of taking it up the hole where he's supposed to, he's a fast kid. Everything bounced to the outside. And not because the defense forced him. He's like, no, I'm just going to run to the edge. This is like the anti of that. This is supposed to go to the edge, and the Rosemount running. And look, there's a lane here. You go out and take there. Receiver blocking here. You go through there. There's your running lane. You get yardage. I don't know why, but for some reason the running back's like, you know what? I'm going to cut into all these white jerseys. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4 right there. Why would you go there? Would you rather go out here where there's no white jerseys, or would you want to go in here where there's 4 of them? And again, it's tossed. It's an outside run play. Go outside. Especially what we've seen. Number 41's a pretty good inside linebacker for Centennial. I wouldn't want to cut back into him. You cut back into him, he makes the play. And again, look at the safety coming up and helping Phil too. Safety comes up and fits. He and the linebacker both pile on. You got a lot of things they're doing right at Centennial, man. That's good culture right there. Back in the 4-4 defense. So Rosemount tried to do toss out of the power I. Now they're back in flex bone triple option stuff. And there's the counter. Now this time, I'm on the fence. Like, sure, you just ran toss, but again, how many rocket tosses has Centennial, or has Rosemount run to set this play up? 0. This is now the second time they've put the cart before the horse in this formation. And look, Centennial's not fooled. They all get over there. Number 4 attacks again. It is just beautiful. How do I like working with... I don't know if I saw this earlier. I must have missed that comment. Might be. How do you like working with all student athletes from other sports besides football? I actually really enjoy it because we don't just do blanket workouts for every single student athlete. We specifically tailor our lifts to the movements that student athletes do. So for like basketball, for example, we really focus on strengthening both the ankles and the knees. Because if you think about how many times a basketball player jumps up in the season, whether you're shooting, going for a block, there's a lot of pressure when you land on your knees and ankles. That's why you see so many like NBA players get lower body injuries these days. If you play basketball year round, doing like AAU, fall ball, spring ball, and you never lift, like look at Chet Holmgren. Like, sure, he's big. And think about that. Every time he lands, you're getting like 6 to 8 times your body weight landing on your joints. So suppose like Joel Embiid, he's like what, 270-ish pounds? You have 270 pounds landing on your joints. Multiply that by 6 at the minimum every time you land. Like, his doctors literally told him he has to land sideways, like on his body. Because if he lands on his legs, he's going to hurt his legs because it's just too much force on them. So that's like an example of what we do with our basketball kids. And then with hockey and softball, baseball, obviously slap shot, swinging a bat, throwing a ball. It's a lot more rotational work because that's just the movements they do. So we really focus on that core strength and rotational work with them, and we pick exercises that strengthen that. Then obviously football is more explosive. We a lot of squats, cleans, and bench press with football. And snatches. We love snatches. Again, look at the great penetration from Centennial's defensive line here. I'm loving the defensive end on this play. Anytime he sees that tackle block down, just look at how tight he is to the butt. He just does such a great job blowing things up. He gets a little bit too washed here, controlling his gap. Guard pulls around. I think play side tackle actually does a solid job. That's actually a decent veer block right there if that was their goal. What does the backside guard do, though? We actually get a good wash down. He gets washed. He should be looking for the kick out. He should be looking to pull up field. And then there's your counter. But we don't do that. We run wide again. Who's this? 81 misses the block on an outside backer. Number 4 is just playing like a stud, man. I think I highlighted this in the last time they ran this counter. Look, he sheds a block with hands right away. He's chopping the feet. They never stop moving. He aims inside hip, and he makes a great hip tackle. I mean, that's just beautiful technique right there. And just like that, it's now 3rd and 6 Rosemount. I wonder if they're going to pass or not. And that frees up Coach Diggins Jr. to make... He's making some kind of play call up here. He's probably calling a stunt. Whatever it is, he looks like he called it on this side, so maybe expect a stunt over here. You're going to see a pass. Ooh, solid pass rush. No, there was no stunt. I'm actually kind of surprised there was no stunt. Ends ran upfield. Right there is where you could have his spin move, but he does a good job fighting back inside. Backside end gets underneath, hits him with a rip move, just has to stay a little bit tighter, maybe do a run the hoop drill. You know what? It's not even necessarily run the hoop. If you look, his right shoulder is a little bit high. He does a rip move, but his shoulder stays in place as he rips. You got to dip the shoulder and take a tight angle around inside. Oh, that was just a lucky catch. Centennial was right there. The backer just dropped a little bit too. Look, he's literally standing in between 3 Centennial defenders. And they just keep dropping back, and he bobbles it too. He's like, oh, I drop it. Nope, I catch. That's just bad luck, man. Again, kind of surprised there was no stunt up front from the Cougar D. I would have thought they would have done that to generate some pressure there. Because obvious passing situation. You don't need to blitz. You've been getting pressure with 4. So we're back with the eye. Are we doing lead? No, don't be... What did we call? Is this midline? I was talking about how Rosemount loves midline. They'll do it out of any formation. Again, they'll do power stuff. They'll do trap stuff. Here's midline. Oh, look at the backside guard getting blown off the ball there. Oh, the nose guard's just driving right into him. Fighting half a man. Why did the center not get the double team? Why did the center not get the double team? He can... I mean, are they expecting him to scoop so he can just go up to backer? It didn't work. It hasn't worked all game. Centennial's nose guard, look at how good of a job he does staying low. Stays low, drives forward, fights half a man. Look, he's got head to shoulder, half a man. His arms are extended. Beautiful defensive line play. Tackles a great job attacking the dive. Look at the nose guard almost tackles the quarterback on this play. Oh, you get a piece of him. But again, there's just nowhere to go. Look at how... the linebacker fits. Linebacker's like, all right, you already made your decision. I just have to take the quarterback. The pitch man is long gone. The pitch man actually went to lead block on midline. I guess they don't want to pitch on midline. Who did the running back block? He ended up taking the defensive end that the tackle lost the battle to. Oh, look at the defensive end play right here. Tackles off balance, fights half a man, uses his own weight against him, throws him down, rips and then clubs over. Dude. Centennial defensive line play is elite. Oh, boy. Dang. And a nice linebacker fill. Is that a safety coming up again? Look, he comes all the way... Or is that... No, that's number 10 here. He's the backside outside linebacker. He tracks the play, comes up and helps fill. And see, the minor details. Other teams would just catch right here and let the running back keep falling forward. Centennial purposely fills and stops that. I mean, that's a minor detail that saves 1 to 2 yards every play, and those yards add up. I mean, that's clutch. You only need 10 to go there. You take away 1 or 2 yards. I mean, that's what? That's 20% of a first down right there they're saving. That's really nice detail. Is it third down again? No, this is second down. So second down and 8. Rosemount could run here. Their midline did not work earlier. Again, I don't know why they don't have the center double team at the point of attack on a midline. That a little bit strange. They just had him try and scoop out, and then guard couldn't get the scoop by himself. Oh, we're doing toss again. STMA, look, play side guard pull. Play side guard pull, good. Backside guard pull on toss, not so good. If you're running inside like powered, you can pull backside guard, but if you're trying to toss out there, play side guard. Hit him with a toss, and okay. This is like deja vu. What did we say last time? Toss is an outside run. You get a block there, you get a block there. If he aims outside shoulder, turns number 4 that way, run off the edge, you get a receiver block there. You're basically just in a foot race against that safety to come hit you. And by then, you're going to get 5 yards. Well, I guess the line of scrimmage is there. You'll get 3 yards, I guess. Maybe more, but either way, you're one-on-one with the safety. But no, we cut it back inside. And look at the ball right here. Yes, there's a lane, but there's no blockers. How many Navy jerseys are between here and here? 0. How many Cougar jerseys are there ready to attack you? 1, 2, 3. With 2 more filling from behind. And again, watch the guys from behind. See how they come up and fill, and they push and try and stop the pile from falling forward. Great little detail, and because of that, think about that. Centennial saved 3 yards on this. How many games am I doing? I'm only doing this 1 game today, so I should get to bed before 4 o'clock in the morning this time. But yeah, I mean, that was just great play. So I was saying that, think about that. That's 3 yards Centennial saved. If you add that 3 yards up right there, that's the difference between 3rd and 5 and 3rd and, well, 3rd and 4 versus 3rd and 7. So, no, not 4 games. I'm only doing 1 game tonight. I said I should get to bed before 4 o'clock in the morning. I think it was last week when I did the Stillwater doubleheader. I did not get to bed until 4 in the morning. Of course, it didn't help that my computer kept crashing, but, yeah. Thankfully, PC's running good. I got the sensor up here. Nothing's even remotely close to overheating, so... Yes, 4 a.m. Oops. Dedicated to the grind. Gotta watch football. Gotta study. And... Interesting. It's obvious passing situation. No stunt Centennial. Oh my goodness, it's Prior Lake syndrome. We're hitting the swing pass out of the backfield on 3rd and long. Oh, but he makes a man miss. Uh-oh. I think this is just a case of bad luck. If you watch is this 12 here? I think he's aiming outside hip instead of inside hip right there. If he tracks inside hip, I don't think yeah, you can see he ends up outside hip. If he tracks inside hip there, he doesn't over pursue, and he makes a tackle. It's stopped right there. Ooh, that's a tough break for Centennial, but another look. Haven't both the first downs by what's it called? The 2 first downs from Rosemount on this drive have both been lucky. The first one was that bobbled catch that the H-back then tight end fell forward for, and then this last one happened to be a swing pass. Centennial's backer just over pursued outside hip instead of inside hip. And then the running back just happened to break free and dive up for a few more yards for a first down. So, ooh. Speaking of Centennial, talk about copycat right here. Rosemount is in unbalanced wing slot. You got slot to the backside, unbalanced to the short side. What if they ran their own jet sweep going that way? There's no way. No, they did another counter without running a toss. Well, again, they did the toss, but it was out of I formation. Oh my goodness, they actually had good blocking this play. It worked. How did it work this time? How did it work? Oh, look at Centennial's backers. They cheated over with the orbit motion. This really shocks me because they've played this so well. I don't know why they wouldn't read this earlier. Yeah, I don't know. This one's more of a head scratcher Centennial. 79 does a good job closing down the backside again. But again, this mostly gets off because these 2 backers way over pursued before the snap, and I don't know why they did that, because this is the 3rd time that Rosemount's run this play, and Centennial hasn't fallen for it either the first 2 times. Same thing with another number 4, the one that's made the tackle. They all rotated down with the orbit motion. Well, not as much. He just drops back, and then all the backers rotate over. I think the logic there is that Rosemount does not run like counter tray or buck sweep or counter option for that matter, coming back the other way. But they've already run that counter play twice. So yeah, this one's a little bit more confusing, but I guess that's why you don't give up on a play. And they actually block it pretty well. Number 4 isn't as tight as he was last time. Just the tight end actually does a better job blocking. Yep, see how the tight end actually takes inside shoulder and drives him out? Much better job. Is this the guard that pulls? That's the running back. Fullback that pulls through actually manages to... He hits the wrong side. He's taking in outside shoulder. You want to work this shoulder and get out there. But he gets just enough of a piece of him. And then, I always say, receiver blocking makes big plays. Receiver blocking is the difference between a 20-yard run play here and a touchdown. Or I guess 25-yard run play. Or is he? Amazing effort by Centennial to save the touchdown. Is that the backside safety? That's a linebacker that got him. The middle linebacker chased him down. That's impressive. Okay. So now what's Rosemount going to do at the goal line? They're in unbalanced. No. Am I miscounting? Does Rosemount have 12 men on the field? 1, 2, 3, center. 1, 2, 3. So that's 7 men on the line here. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, this is a legal play Rosemount. They have 12 men on the field. They're playing double wing with a wide receiver. And they still got stuffed. But I think that was playing into what I was talking about earlier about how Rosemount had penalties like this against us because you just have way too many different personnel packages. You don't know what kids need to come in and come out. And oh, they just give them the business. Look at this. And funny enough, so remember how Rosemount at the goal line earlier played like 4-0-4 and then linebackers are in 40s and they had nobody in the middle? Okay, and it made sense. Centennial calls a play. You're going to give us the middle. We're going to QB sneak up the middle or QB wedge up the middle. Well, now, look at all the Centennial defenders in the middle. You don't want to run in the middle, Rosemount. And what do? Run. I mean, look at how fast the Centennial linebackers fill. Look at the defensive tackle goes right over and dives and wraps up. The linebacker fills over as well. Look at the linebacker. They're not even like jumping. See, this is another great point. They're not jumping and leaving their feet. Look at this. They stay on their feet and keep their legs churning. It's like mad science. It's so well executed. I guess it didn't matter that they had a 12th defender. Does Centennial have 12 defenders if Rosemount has 12? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. I guess both teams have 12 players. Maybe there was something special on this play. Both teams got to play with 12 players. I must be missing something. Because, yeah, you've got a 4-3 defense here with 4 DBs. And then these two are just kind of standing over here doing nothing. And these are 12th men for both teams. That is the first time I have ever seen that. Interesting. Hey, like I said, fantastic technique, Centennial. It saved. Oh, here we go. The power tee has been uncorked. The all 4 corners of the Rosemount offense are here. We've had the spread. We've had the flex bone. We have the I formation stuff. Now we've got the power tee stuff. If I have to guess, I mean, I guess I kind of saw a clip already of it, but I mean, a lot of teams do this. Champlin's done it. YZ's done it. I think Eastridge tried to do it. Everyone just runs 36 sweep. 3 back over here, 6 hole off the edge, sweep. Yeah, that's pretty typical. All right, get my lines out of here. How is Centennial lined up? 1, 2, 3, 4. They have 5 down linemen. Why aren't they playing the vampire front like they did against us? Because when they played against us, they only had 4 down linemen, and then instead of another guy over here, you had outside backer, 2 deep safeties, and then you had 3 linebackers here, and they put good old Maverick Harper as the vampire middle linebacker right there, and he gave us all kind of fits. We did not know how to adjust to that. That's actually another thing I predicted. When we were preparing for Centennial, they let me run the scout defense for our starting offense, and I kept trying to do more vampire stuff, and Coach Burke's like, no, Lance, today we're not doing vampire. I'm like, yes, sir. You always obey the boss. And then funny enough, the first drive, Centennial did not do vampire, and we scored on them with I think it was trap. And then literally the very next drive, they're back in their vampire defense, and they did not budge out of it the entire rest of the game. And it worked. So, yeah, pays to think ahead a little bit. But I am kind of shocked that Centennial didn't pull out the vampire, because if they did, all 3 of those linebackers would be flowing that way. A really good J block right here by the fullback. Other one doesn't really do much. He just kind of dives forward. And then number 3 just gets the edge. Also, number 3 playing both ways. Is that number 0? He also plays both ways then. It's a linebacker. Yeah. School of 2,300 kids and you have kids playing both ways. Okay. Must just be that specific package. But again, if you've got the best players, you might as well have them play both plays. Like, we had packages where we would bring in some of our best players on the other side of the ball. Rosemount. Why are we doing a squib kick? Beautiful job by Centennial right here. Calls for the fair catch. secures the ball, and now Centennial has a relatively short field. They have less than 70 yards to go to score. That plays right into Centennial's hand. I'd almost argue that's another special teams mistake for Rosemount. Unbalanced wing slot. Ooh. It's got to be belly, right? Only the play side guard pulled. They're going to fake like it's going wide outside, hand off underneath. No. I have not seen this before. I was thinking belly. But again, beautiful setup because it makes you think of belly. And they've ran belly before this game, so it sets it up perfectly. Rosemount just happened to get a lot of penetration. But either way, still get yards out of it. 2-yard gain. Beautiful. Back to 31 unbalanced wing slot. What are they giving us this time? This almost looks like he's crashed down into a 3 technique. No, it looks like 4-0-4 now that I'm looking at it. And keep in mind, the backers are playing up tight. The backers are within 3 yards of the ball right here. Buck sweep. Yes, sir. Ooh, kick out wasn't quite there. Oh, yeah, it's hard to say. It looks like the edge backer, that's our buddy number 3 again. He plays like a Stillwater backer. He crashes down hard inside, but he gets enough of a piece of the play side guard where he can't get out and get his kick out block. I'm not sure. I want to say that if outside backer ducks inside, I don't know much about Buck sweep, but I'm assuming he probably has a kick out block and then he pulls underneath and then looks inside. I'm assuming it's probably like counter or GH counter. If that's how it's supposed to be run, I think he just gets confused here because he assumed that was the edge defender. And then it doesn't help that number 0 makes a great fill right here. That's just a great play by Rosemount. You got 2 very good defenses going at it. So now it's 3rd and 8 Centennial. Not a play, the situation they like to be in. We got post wheel. How does Prior Lake and Rosemount have so many plays in the playbooks? I honestly could not tell you. So I figured you meant for the offense. I don't claim to know anything. I just have my theories. My theory with Rosemount is, I think when Coach Erdman took over, they were like very strictly the flexbone triple option. And then I had a running joke, and actually going back to another thing I told Coach Burke. So after we lost to Rosemount in 2023, I had a running joke. Whatever Rosemount loses to, like offensively, they copy that offense the next season. In 2021, they lost to Lakeville South for the first time in forever. All of a sudden in 2022, they're running the power T. Then in 2023, they lost to all 3 flexbone teams in 1 year. Egan, Shakopee, Centennial twice with Centennial. And so in spring 2024, I was trying to convince Coach Burke in the weight room, like, boss, I swear that is Rosemount's pattern. They're going to do flexbone stuff in 2024. He's like, I get where you're coming from, Lance, but with the quarterback they have, they're going to do pistol spread. And sure enough, what did Rosemount do? They went to all the flexbone stuff. So again, it's just a theory. It's not confirmed, but there's mounting evidence that supports my Rosemount theory. And then my Prior Lake theory, working over in Prior Lake, I know those guys, and I just joke that Prior Lake's the caveman offense because they have some of the biggest linemen around, and they always have fast athletes, one of the best track programs in state. Their whole offense is just big kid go push, fast kid run behind big kid. Doesn't matter how their playbook is set up, they just kind of pull different plays that work. Like, for example, in 2023, who was the team that eliminated Prior Lake from the playoffs? Centennial Cougars. And then all of a sudden, week 1 against Forest Lake in 2024, what play is Prior Lake running up and down the field like half the game? Buck sweep. Like, it's just, who would have thought? Yeah, I do not know why those 2 teams have that mentality. I'm assuming it's just the coaches there probably, or whoever chooses the plays. I could not answer that question, not being from those programs. But my philosophy is you have to choose a scheme that works for your kids and commit to that scheme. Because I think I've harped on this a ton in my last few streams, like with STMA, I know I touched on it, and I think with Osseo too. And sort of, I think with Stillwater was another one. When you have such a big playbook, you only have like X amount of time to practice during the week. How are you going to practice all of this stuff? And the more stuff you have to practice, the less time you have on any given thing to practice. So you get less reps on any specific play, even if you're getting the, like, it's like, say I do 24 divided by 4 plays, right? I got 24 minutes to run 4 plays. That gives you 6 minutes of play. Well, now suppose I want to run 8 plays. That gives me 3 minutes or 3 reps of each play. See what I mean there? I'd much rather have 6 reps on a play than 3 reps. You're cutting your reps in half just because you're adding more plays. And as you can see, when you don't, like with Rosemount on this game, when you don't practice those things as much, you're way more prone to mistakes. Whereas look at Centennial. They don't have a lot of plays in their playbook, and they run them like clockwork. Oh, they hit him with a screen. Oh, okay. So, what do I like about this? Downfield blocking, good. Screen setup, good. 57, good job turning downfield to block. Number 60, is that the left guard? Or is that the center? Who is 60? 60 is the center. I want to see the center turn. On the screen, you're supposed to turn up field and go block somebody. First of all, he almost blocks his own guard. His guard's got to push him out of the way. And he's looking at these 3 guys that are, you know, if you want to use the Pythagorean theorem over there, go for it. But they're very far away, and there's a 0% chance any of them are chasing down the... is that a slot back over there, or is that the fullback? That's a fullback. 0% chance they're chasing him down. So get up there and go block that way. No need to mess with these guys in the back. Oh, 57 gets a nice... Look at this pop right here. Boom. And that's number 0. That's a great linebacker for Rosemount. Oh, that's beautiful. Would have liked to see him take outside there. Still a good play. Oh, did he fumble? Oh my goodness, he fumbled. It looks like he might have got hurt on this play. Like his ankle got twisted up, or he landed on that ankle awkwardly. And then it looks like his own knee knocked the ball out. And then Rosemount got it. Dang, that's a tough break. I love the play call, especially against I think I joked about this with like Hopkins tunnel screens, how they would call a tunnel screen, but they would do it right back into the wall, or like into the teeth of Shakope's defense that was flowing that way. And I'm like, probably not the best. But now look at how this is more like the Edina screen. When Edina runs tunnel, they have motion over that way, and then they tunnel back this way. Defense goes that way, screens over here, and there you go. It's against the motion. Whereas, and it's the same concept here with Centennial. Motion goes this way, defense goes this way, aggressive defense within 3 yards of the ball, screen goes back to this side. Fantastic, love it. Like I said, just a little bit of the execution from our buddy the center here would have helped. If you get number 60 turning around and helping, and these 2 guys both can take 0, or even 60 could have taken this guy coming inside. The other, I think that's the nose guard, chased him down, 62. Could have blocked somebody downfield that mattered. Oh, wait. Centennial kept the ball. Did they rule him down? They must have ruled him down. Right? Ooh. Ooh. You can see right here, the ball's out, neither knee is down. In fact, the kid's airborne, so the ball's out, and obviously no part of him is touching the ground. That's a tough break. Maybe he got it back at the bottom of the pile? Because there's no other Centennial kid anywhere near the pile down there. I don't know. Either way, Centennial retains possession of the football. Way to keep fighting for it in the bottom of the pile. We'd love to see it. Double wing. So, 4th and 1. What has Centennial done thus far? I'm thinking that they are going to do an ice count again. Like, just try and get him to jump off sides. Then once they do that, they're going to hit him with outside veer. Again, that's going to be my guess. And you can tell Rosemount's a little bit more prepared for it. Outside backer is swapped. You've got a bear call here. He's stacked into 40. What do I do for Prior Lake? So I do not do school counseling anymore. I do not recommend going to the school counseling field these days. Mental health positions are being cut in many school districts across the state of Minnesota, just because so many districts are going through budget cuts, and it's like impossible to earn tenure in it now because you have to make it through a full 3 years and then be brought on for a 4th. I think of like my 12 cohort mate or 11 cohort mates plus myself out of the University of Minnesota. I think only 2 of them are still school counselors, and one of them's in Wisconsin. So yeah, out of 12 of us, one of us is still a school counselor in the state of Minnesota. That's wild. Most of them became realtors. Obviously, I made the switch over to IT, which is way better. Feel like I get paid more to not do as strenuous of work, and I have a lot better job security because I'm not on like teacher probationary contracts, which is pretty cool. Yeah, highly recommend. Love the world of IT. And it can make good connections. Coach Burke put me in charge of all the Lakeville South technology this season for varsity, so lucky me, I guess. Ooh, quarterback lead again. I don't know what the exact name of this play is. I definitely know it's in. Okay, you know what? I remember because I used the triple option playbook in College Football 25. Yippee, 25 option. I don't remember if it's called quarterback lead in that game or what it's called. No, I don't want AI. I form Flexbone. Yes. We'll do Flexbone normal because I'm pretty sure it's in here. Not the counter option. It's not load option. That's Mounds View right there. It's not quarterback counter. Although I guess it's similar to quarterback counter. Zone dive, fullback zone, fullback toss. All go. That's a meme. Maybe it was out of a different. No, it definitely wasn't Wishbone. Might have been the tackle over. QB power. I guess it was technically a QB power type thing. It's basically that, but yeah, funny. Air Force, Army, and Navy all have that play. It's not really a true power because you don't have like the power action of backside guard pulling inside and then like a fullback doing a kick out block. Also, I gotta go back on that play. What happened there? This was 4th and 1. I missed it. Did they do it? No, they didn't do outside view. That's right. They did the quarterback power type thing. But nobody pulls, do they? No. So I don't know. Would you call that quarterback power? Would you consider that a quarterback lead? I know what I would call it. Effective. And how many times does Centennial hit Rosemount with that this game? A lot. Which is weird because like normally Rosemount's corners were up a little bit more, but now they're playing off. So they're essentially just, again, great play calling from Centennial. You're gonna have your corner play off and give us that quarterback lead to the edge. We're gonna take it. Do I work? I do IT work during the summer. So yes, that is, I guess, one of the differences is that unlike teachers or anyone on a teacher contract, I do work 12 months of the year. Which is kind of nice, but yeah. You know, I guess it has its ups and downs. It's nice because it's kind of a different atmosphere. Like during the school year, it's a lot of maintenance, repairing things, keeping the schools up and running. Whereas summertime, students and staff are not in the buildings, so it's more of like bigger projects, renovations, things like that. Like, for example, the MinCaps building that we had out here in the city of Lakeville off Kenwood. We decided that our lease was up this year as a cost-saving measure. We're not going to pay to lease the building anymore. We're going to relocate the program back to Prior Lake High School. So my job this past week was I had to go out to the location here in Lakeville. We had to get every single bit of our technology. So TVs, wall mounts, projectors, speaker systems, wall plates, HDMI wall plates, wall control panels, all of that. Pull it all out, and then drive it back to Prior Lake. So, yeah, like, fun change of pace, as opposed to just, like, doing tickets or anything. Do we have belly here? Do we have belly? We have belly. I don't know if Centennial calls it belly. This is what we called it at Jefferson. When you have all the down blocks, play side guard as a kick out. Lakeville North calls it blast. I don't know what Shaco calls it. But at Jefferson, we call this belly. Ooh, who makes the play here? Rosemount defensive end manages to get a piece of him. And again, great technique. He's fighting half the man. Was there supposed to be a double team here? Question mark. Is the tight end supposed to double that backer, or do they just take them one-on-one? Then who did the slot back get? I guess the slot back didn't get anybody. Great kick-out block by on 17 there, though. I don't know if there's supposed to be a double team here on 43 up to the backer, if 28 was supposed to get up to the backer. Feels like something might have gone awry right there at the point of attack. And like I always say, what is the most important part in the run game? A double team at the point of attack? Wasn't quite there that specific play. But, I mean, think about it. If you do have the double team at the point of attack right here, he gets driven back. He comes through and fills for the linebacker. He's got a great kick-out block. Now you're off to the races. The safety's jumping wide to take the pitch, man. There's your running lane. Other safeties may be able to come over and tackle it, but it's a foot race at that point. And actually, your backside tight end is making a run for that safety, so he'll be accounted for. Again, I love the design. I just think the play side tackle, tight end, and slot back here didn't quite get the blocking assignment down. I should go coach at IMG or in Texas. No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm technically this is my first season as a varsity coach for football, so yeah, definitely nowhere near experienced enough to take on any of that stuff. I've never even been a coordinator, let alone a head coach, at least not at the varsity level. So yeah, Isom, good. All right, do you call something left or right? Obviously, there's some kind of verbiage that they have there that tells you what play and which way it's going. Like, I know Elk River has, like, a higher or lower call for their plays, and that like, they'll have a play call, they'll put it in, then they'll call higher or lower, and that determines which way the play goes. I don't know if Centennial... It's probably not the same verbiage, but it's something similar. It looks like they all scoop block here. Might be a scoop. Ooh. Fumbled the ball a little bit there. What position am I coaching for varsity? That is a secret until we get into the regular season. Who's left unblocked? Okay, I want to say this is a midline because your first level B-gap defender is unblocked. And based on how the guard and the tackle step, guard steps inside, tackle steps outside. And he's unblocked. So I want to say this is midline. Quarterback's looking right at him. We get a double team on the nose guard. Does the guard double team the nose? Yeah, oh, beautiful double team on the nose guard. We love to see double teams at the point of attack. Tackle gets up to backer. Ooh, not quite. That's the one little piece that's missing right there. And again, I got to give a lot of credit to Rosemount number 0. That kid's playing like a stud this game. He's making great reads. But I guess technically, he just kind of sits there, so the dive should get the ball. But again, Rosemount's just playing so aggressive and so tough. Is it secret what I'm doing for varsity still? Yes, technically it is. When the end of summer comes around and they do like the coach, whatever, they take all our pictures and whatnot and then put descriptions of us on the Lakeville South football website, then you'll find out. Ooh. Jet pass. It's a beautiful play because, again, they've burned Rosemount on jet pass. Look at what he does there. Stacked safety comes right up to the jet and is like, oh, run play? Oh, no, it's play action. Uh-oh. Boom. Again, beautiful play calling. Look at how each play sets up the another play. Like, it... For anyone aspiring to be an offensive coordinator... highly recommend watching not just Centennial film, but the order of Centennial's play calling. I'll throw Shakopee in there for that matter too. If you really want to know like what order to call plays in and how to set up your offensive scheme, these two teams are the best example for how to do that. And I guess if you want to know how not to do that, watch Rosemount. At least Rosemount 2024 season. Because yeah, this year they're going to be a lot better with that. Into that flex bone. I'm expecting big... Oh, no way. Did he make a miss? He stayed in bounds. Oh, but he fell. Oh, nutty move, though. Unbalanced wing slot? Yes, sir. Classic Centennial unbalanced wing slot. A lot of guys tight here. My guess is they're probably going to run to the top side. Yes. Oh! And what do we have? Is it inside veer? Outside veer. What does he do? Oh! Sneaky. He ran upfield. Give the dive. He ran upfield, and you can see quarterback pulls. Give the dive. He's looking right at you. Give the dive. There's a beautiful running lane right there. Oof. Yeah. Again, great play call. I'd say this is probably just on the quarterback's read. If you look at that first level D-gap defender right there, he should be diving through. You were coaching varsity, not JV or sophomores, right? So, Coach Burke gave me a choice. We did need a 10th grade defensive line coach. And I was like, yeah, it'll be a step up. And they, Coach Dean, since I already do all the scouting and analytics for varsity, I draw up all the scout offense and everything now for them. He's like, I need Lance at varsity practice. So sophomores and varsity practice together, ninth grade doesn't. So I guess they need me to run the technology for varsity practice. I have to get moved up. But then they had another position that opened, and they're like, Coach Burke came to me and said, Lance, we think you'd be very good at this. It fits your skill set. And he essentially gave me the choice. I could be 10th grade D-line, or I could be this new position. And I took the new position. In fact, if I go to Lakeville area schools jobs, I think we might still have a posting. If anyone, frontline, view internal positions, co-curricular. Yep, we have a 10th grade defensive line coach right here. If anyone would like to be Lakeville South's 10th grade defensive line coach, feel free to apply. We would love to see somebody come and join this team. It'd be an absolute blast. Portions of Eureka, Credit River, and Newmarket. That is true. We do have some Credit River stuff. That's right on the border of Lakeville and Prior Lake. 3 middle schools, 2 high schools. Yeah, I don't know how much longer it's gonna be just 3 middle schools. Lakeville's growing, man. I know we just opened a 9th elementary school. We're probably gonna need either expansions to the high schools, or new middle schools, because I think it's our current 3rd or 4th grade class is enormous. Yeah, so Lakeville's got some big stuff coming down the pipeline. But if anyone does want to be Lakeville South defensive line coaching, feel free to apply at lakevillepublicschools.org. I'm sorry, LakevilleAreaSchool.org. Going back, yeah, this is the outside veer. And again, how am I able to tell it's outside veer? Who's unblocked? Your first level D-gap defender. I'm like 90% certain this is outside veer. All right, second behind the sticks. Oh, we're in 12 personnel. Ooh, this could be outside veer to the top of the screen. They burned us with that. And see, we were really dumb against this when Centennial gave us this in the prep bowl. We actually had our backer stacked out here and our safety stayed up there, other safety over there. And normally we don't do that, but our kids were a little misaligned. And they ran outside veer, and Dalen didn't even need to make a read. He's like, oh, there's nobody out there, Marcus. Or that wasn't Marcus, that was Maverick Harper. Just go run off the D-gap. And they got like 15, 16 yards out of it. What do we run here? I think it's supposed to be outside veer. Yeah, because see how his wide step here. 1, 2, and then he shifts his feet out instead of just the pivot. See how he's stepping instead of pivoting here with the quarterback's footwork? Taking multiple steps outside. What made me decide to the varsity position and not D-line for sophomores? I've never coached on varsity before, and I think my ultimate goal, at least short-term goal, is to become become ready enough to be a varsity head coach in Minnesota. I still have a lot of work to do and a long way to go before I'm, even close to relatively ready for something like that, or I guess as ready as I can get. But after talking with Coach Burke, I think this position sets me up better for that than a 10th grade D-line position does. And our 10th grade teams play at like 7 p.m. on Wednesday and Thursday night. I have to get up for work every morning at 5:30 a.m. So like suppose like week 1, our sophomore team has to play up at Mounds View. That's a good 35 minutes, 40 minutes away from us. Well, that's a 40-minute bus ride back. I'm not getting home till like 11:30, and then I got to wake up in 6 hours, less than 6 hours to go to work. And then after that, you're going to have a varsity game later that night where I have to do a lot of other varsity duties. It's just a lot, and I figured I'd rather just focus on the varsity stuff. It's better for my future long term. I feel it's where my skill set is the best utilized for the program and where I can best serve the kids. So that's where I'm going to be. Speaking of best serving the kids, we got protein shakes for all of our kids after every lift this summer. It was an idea I bounced off of Coach Burke and Coach Dean this past winter at one of the clinics we went to. I'm like, is this a thing we can do for the kids? Just give them protein after a workout, maximize the gains. And they both love the idea. They're like, it's something we can get a bulk order on. The moms will see it, and it's like, hey, they're immediately giving my kids something to have after working out. They care about my kid, and it's something, the parents can see right away. It's not the most expensive, and it does a lot to help strengthen the kids and allow their muscles to rebuild. So that was a big win for Coach Lance. Outside veer, quarterback. Oh! Okay, this is kind of interesting to me. It looked like he was expecting an outside veer. Remember, this is an inexperienced quarterback. That's not Dalen Cummings. I want to say that might be a junior at quarterback. He looks like he was expecting there to be outside veer. If they call plays the same way Shakopee does, it's down. And then... or they do something where they all get down. When the quarterback says down, H-back goes in motion, and then it's set hut right away. And then that's how they time everything. If Centennial does it the same way Shakopee does. I do not know. But yeah, it looked like he was expecting a pitch man here. And then he's like, oh, wait, we're in 12 personnel. I don't have a slot back to pitch to. He held on to the football, though. Yeah, isn't that funny that, like, I was like, oh, they're in this formation. It's going to be outside veer. That because I have those nightmares of them running outside veer against us. Oof, so close. That was Dalen Cummings. That's a big touchdown. I guess you must have been, yeah. Because I was out in Red Wing in that year. I didn't coach at Red Wing, but I was out there. And, you know, I think we were talking about, like, the counseling thing earlier and how tough it is to get a job. I had to take a job all the way out in Red Wing. And I think I later found out that I was the only one that had applied for the job. And I was like, oh, cool. And then they ran out of the funding for the... because it was one of those positions that was like when the state passed a bunch of relief funding in, like, mid-2021 for school counseling positions, and a whole bunch opened up. Yeah, that state funding ran out within a year. State didn't renew the funding, and the district's like, yeah, we can't afford your job anymore. So, that's when I was like, okay, maybe I'm just done with school counseling at that point. Made the switch to IT and never looked back. Also, beautiful play action right here. Actually, it's not even a play action. It's just a straight up pass. Okay, Rosemount. Rosemount. It is 3rd and 11. Centennial is in 12 personnel. They're going to be passing. Why do we have 7 men all tight in here as if they're about to hit us with outside veer? There is a 0% chance Centennial is calling outside veer on 3rd and 11. It's just, there's no way that is being called. And sure enough, it's not. Are they doing like a flood concept? They did call like a levels or a flood, I think. No, I think it's a post wheel. They had the post here, wheel coming around, and then the flat underneath. Yeah, I think that's what they called. There's that post wheel. Took the flat underneath. Ooh, they almost got there. But again, 4 down territory when you're here. You don't need to get all the way down there. Yes, I did apply. I was applying for positions everywhere, and I had a ton of... once I stopped filling out EEO forms, I started getting more interviews, but I always came up short. Where did I have interviews at? Andover, White Bear Lake, Coon Rapids, Anoka, obviously Red Wing. I had one all the way down in New Prague, Shakopee, Minnetonka I had an interview with. I did get offered a sub position at Maple Grove, which I took before I took the job out in Red Wing, and I think that was just because I'd my internship was done over in Maple Grove. Like to get my school counseling license when I was in grad school, I interned at Maple Grove Middle School and Basswood Elementary out there. Loved working in the Maple Grove School District. I don't know if I ever bumped into Coach Spurrell while I was over there, because I think he works at the high school, and I was never at Maple Grove High School, but yeah, still have some fun connections over there. Love that area. And obviously Maple Grove is a bit of a powerhouse right now. They might even be a future dynasty. And you know what's, now that I'm thinking about that, the last 3 state champions have all come out of Section 5. Because you had Centennial in 2023. You had Maple Grove in 2022 and 2024. Also, another beautifully set up screen on 4th and 3. Again, where is the entire Rosemount Irish defense? They're all playing in tight. They're bringing the sauce. And you hit them with another screen. Oh, but it's dropped. Was it the tight end screen? Yeah, it's tight end this time, not fullback. Oh, it's so beautifully set up. The corner's bailing for no reason. He's playing like zone coverage. Oh, it's there. It's not even that it's like thrown low. Oh, he just dropped it. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Oh, and there's a blocker out there that could have... Oh. That is a tough break. Oh, poor Centennial, man. Dang. Again, love the play call. Well designed. Rosemount fell for it. Just a little bit of the execution there, and that would have been a first down. If I had to, like, list the best play calling I've seen, at least offensively, in all these film reviews I've done, definitely Anoka, Centennial are up there. And then I want to say Egan and Edina were both up there as well. Very adaptive and took advantage. And then Forest Lake is another one that was up there. Like, even though Forest Lake didn't win that game against Prior Lake, their offensive play calling, you know, there was that one drive in the third quarter where they started to dip, and that allowed Prior Lake to get back into it. Then they got back to their bread and butter, and they're like, okay, we still have a pulse. Oh, no, they did the counter again. And the hole is there. Yeesh. Again, there's no rocket toss. What do the linebackers do? They're starting to cheat over again. Yep, see? Oh, no. Don't cheat over that way. Can we watch EP film next week? So, I don't think next week is going to be EP film. If I look at my most recent post, next week is actually the big one. We're doing a doubleheader with Maple Grove and Minnetonka. But EP is one of the games that I have not watched yet. Or one of the teams. I think I really want to do the Eden Prairie versus Wyzetta game, because I feel like I've talked about Wyzetta, or I've referenced Wyzetta a ton, but we haven't actually watched film on them. So I think after, and actually I got to check like my, dates on the calendar and everything, because oh, where's my calendar here? Check on the phone, that's where I keep it. I know that I'm going on vacation soon. Yeah, so the 21st, I will not be on vacation. I could probably do EP versus Wyzetta on the 21st, but then the 28th and the 5th, I'm going to be out of town. So I'm going to have a nice little 2-week break from streaming. But I definitely think next week will be Maple Grove, Minnetonka, and then week after that, we'll hit up Eden Prairie and Wyzetta. And then that'll just leave... Who does that leave after that? I guess Champlin, Coon Rapids, Eastview, Roseville, Woodbury, and Farmington. There is a Roseville Eastview game. It was 9-6. That one would be curious. Champlin, Coon Rapids played. Obviously, EP played Woodbury twice, so that's not much of a game. Farmington and Woodbury didn't play. Otherwise, that would have been perfect. But and I think Farmington did play Coon Rapids week 8. How much more of this game do I have left? I'm on play 83 of 122, so I have 39 plays left. The game's almost over. I should get to bed, or we should finish up before midnight here. 79 crashes down again. Yeah, I think my only critique with this is I don't get why... Ford did a better job. He's staying home, but the other 3 backers are all still flowing with the motion, which I don't get. Every single time Rosemount has been in a balanced wing slot into the boundary here, they've only run the counter. And again, there is no rocket toss. They have run 0 rocket toss out of this formation that way. So I don't know why. That must just be the rules they have against defending the triple option, is they have the linebackers cheat over with that motion. But then again, this is just a good counter by Rosemount. Okay, your linebackers are going to cheat over against our... even though we haven't set it up, you're going to do that. That's what you're reading. Then we're just going to counter back the other way. This is the 4th time they've run this, too. The first 2 times got blown up by number 4. But, he's getting blown up there. No, I don't think I'll be having my girlfriend on a football stream. She's very busy. She's working on school and work at the same time. I do not want to bother her with something she is not interested in, which is football. Very proud of all the hard work she puts in. And then plans for later this summer or fall, like as far as live streams go, I do have a list of ideas I wanted to get to. Like I said, there are those other teams I wanted to look at. So these are the teams that we still have to cover. These are some other ideas I had. Eventually, I want to finish Road to the Prep Bowl, but viewership's been a little bit down. So I think what I might actually do is have AI predict the 2025 season. And this is a video I really want to do, probably the most prominent or possible out of these ideas. I want to talk about Rogers, Andover, and Moorhead because I don't think any of them have ever technically been 6A. Andover used to play some 6A teams when they played the rest of the Anoka Hennepin schools, like before, I want to say 2016 and prior. They used to do that. So yeah, that's probably the one I really want to do. And just because I don't think anyone really knows much about any of those teams in 6A. Like, obviously at Lakeville South, we never played any of them. We don't know what any of them are like. I assume a kid from Stillwater probably doesn't even know what Rogers or Moorhead is. You never know. Oh, no, they would know what Moorhead is, because didn't Stillwater play Moorhead in the state hockey final? Or was that Edina? I think Edina might have been the semis. I don't remember. I want to say Moorhead Edina was the semis, and then Moorhead Stillwater was the final. But yeah, look, definitely, we'll see about that. And I guess I'll get sort of more busy and less busy. Rogers and Moorhead, more like Rogers and Forehead. I thought you were going to say Andover, more like Landover, because the Washington Commanders' tenure in Landover is over. Yeesh, no comment there. Anyway, let's finish getting through this film. So this is the counter again. It worked. Let's get on to the next play. I do eventually need to go to bed tonight. Whoa, now we're back in our... So again, we're switching formations and personnel groups. 31 wing slot, 22 eye, 22 jump mount, 22 power eye, whatever you want to call it. Toss. Cuts it up in... So, we are 3 for 3 on tosses being cut inside. If you're going to run like Sean Toss out of like the Madden 07 playbook, it's got to go around the edge. You can't cut it up in the middle, especially when... Look, he does a good job attacking half the man. Also, is this the outside backer for Centennial? Look at the technique here. He pushes off, he extends the arms to keep the blocker off of him, and he blocks sheds and he makes the tackle. It's just good technique. That's awesome. Did they even gain a yard? They might have gained 1 or 2 yards in that play. They gave him 3. All right, 3rd and 3. Now we're back in 31 flex bones. So flipping formations, flipping personnel groups, flipping plays. Can you give us midline to the top of to the bottom of the screen here? Based on what Centennial's giving you, you could do inside veer here. You have a tight end here, so outside veer, midline is over here. Yeah. Huh? What did they run? Is this midline? Okay, it is midline, but why is the motion going that way? Because see, look, I called it, didn't I? This guy came off unblocked. Your first level B-gap defender comes off unblocked. You can watch. Playside guard here steps down inside and avoids him. And the center whiffs on the nose guard. Nose guard gets immediate penetration and messes it up. And number 70 attacks the dive right away. Why? Okay. And again, this... Look, you know it's midline. Where's the quarterback's eyes? He is staring down your first level B-gap defender. Look at it. You see him diving inside. Why did the quarterback not keep here? Again, Centennial made all the right reads on any of their triple option plays because it's pretty much all they do. That's the bread and butter of their offense. That is their offense. Meanwhile, here, you've got Rosemount, who does just way too much in their playbook, and you can tell that they have not practiced making those reads at the point of attack. You have to commit time into being able to make those reads. Dalen Cummings is great at it. Rosemount QB, not so much. Also doesn't help that you missed on the double team at the point of attack. Both the center and the guard are supposed to get him, and neither of them get him. In fact, the guard's actually looking inside at his own man for some reason. And then he steps backwards. That doesn't help. The center at least gets up to backer, I think. Okay, good job, but you gotta worry about the man at the point of attack before you get up to the next level. Am I going to coach girls flag football? Funny enough, when Coach Burke first sent that email out, because Coach Erdman was like, hey, we're looking to put together the girls flag football league. And Ben sent out an email to all of us saying, hey, is anyone interested in doing this? And I think I asked him in the weight room when Coach Gene was in there. I'm like, hey, do you guys think I should do flag football? And like it immediately at the same time, they were both no. So yeah, they wanted me to focus on the stuff that I do in the off season for them and all the scouting and all that fun stuff. So definitely not going to be coaching girls flag football. I think our girls flag football team did pretty good. I got to watch their playoff game versus Hopkins last week Sunday. It was a pretty fun time there. Funny enough, I think it's our 10th grade tight ends coach is the head girls football coach, and he was showing me his play calling sheet. He's running like RPOs and everything, and I was like, wait a minute. So our girls flag football team at Lakeville South High School is able to do second level defender reads. But I mean, just look in the 6A bubble, right? There's 3 teams that do post snap RPOs: Wyzetta, Edina, Moorhead. 3 out of 32. There's 29 teams that don't, because it's so tough to get. Again, it's just like with the triple option here. You essentially have to read a defender and make the correct choice in a split second. But instead of whether do I hand it off or do I keep it, it's, am I running the ball? Am I giving the ball to a running back? Or am I making a pass over the top? And that all happens within 2 seconds, if even. So yeah, RPO is very difficult to run. And again, you have to have the quarterback to run it. Edina has Mason West. Moorhead has Jet Feeney. You can get away with doing an RPO offense when you have studs like that. I think that's why Wyzetta maybe has struggled. 2 reasons I think Wyzetta maybe has struggled recently. They haven't had the quarterback that like has been spot on with those RPO reads. And then the big thing, I don't think they've had a standout running back for a while. If you think back to when they won it in 2019, Christian Vassar literally carried that team. I mean, I think he still has the record for the most carries in the state title prep bowl of all time. And didn't he score 5 touchdowns? I think he scored all 5 of Wyzetta's touchdowns against Champlain Park. Yeah, and I mean, can you name a single Wyzetta running back since Christian Vassar? I haven't been in 6A that long, so I don't know any. But especially after having played Wyzetta these last 2 seasons, I think that's just the one big thing that's kind of holding them back is their run game. And I think they block inside zone well. They've got some of the best inside zone blocking rules in 6A. I just don't think they've had that stud at running back. Do I think Caleb from Minnetonka could do RPO? That I don't know. So going back to the whole... Remember how earlier I said you want to choose an offensive scheme that utilizes your player's skill set the best? Mr. Francois is not like a pocket passing type quarterback. He's definitely more of a mobile run the ball guy, which I think this is like the worst kept secret in 6A, that they're moving, Minnetonka is moving Francois to running back, and they're putting the junior, whatever his name is, at quarterback. Both kids can run, both kids can pass. You have the quarterback that's a bit more of a passing threat, but you can also hand the ball off to Caleb, and then after you hand off to him, you might be able to pass. But I don't believe Minnetonka does post-snap RPOs. I think the closest thing they might do is like a GH counter midline bash, which essentially, it's funny enough, I've got midline pulled up here. It would essentially be like a midline play out of shotgun, but they'd have a GH counter going that way. Who's the D-gap? This is the B-gap defender left unblocked. You would have a GH counter going that way, running back handoff going that way, and then the quarterback is just reading the defender here. If the defender goes with the GH counter, the quarterback would keep it as if it was midline. So that might be the closest thing to an RPO that they do, but that's more of just like an option play, basically. And it's not a triple option because you're just making that one read at the point of attack. And that's why it's going to be so difficult. Because do you take Caleb Francois running GH counter, or you take the athletic quarterback going that way? If you're a defensive tackle 3 technique, or even a defensive end pinching into B gap, what do you do there? So yeah, Minnetonka's offense is going to be scary this next season. Oh, Coach Diggins is saying something to the official here. I want to say that's Coach Diggins. He's got the red coat. Is he taking a timeout? He might have taken a timeout there. I couldn't see. No! Okay, so what have we had on this drive? Do we have I formation? We had flex bone. I. All right, we're acting up here. We had flex bone. I. Flex bone. Power T. Within 4 plays, we've had 3 different offensive sets. Like, oh, that's just not good for offensive longevity. Also, not a fan of the stances here. You're not all at even splits. It hurts seeing the power T look like that, but I digress. Also, it looks like they're gonna do a sweep this way with him pulling. That's what Rosemount does. I'm just gonna play the clip. I guarantee that's what's gonna happen here. Oh! 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 Yes, sir, Rosemount. I Why is he so far back? Why is he so far back? I mean, this is like the only play they run out of this. I mean, they get it and everything, but Yeesh. Am I in charge of scouting for South? You know, I don't know if I really am yet or not. I guess I'll find out. Also, I am so jealous that Centennial is playing a 5-man front. Well, I guess 7-man front here against the Power T. If they'd done that against us in the state semifinal, I would have loved that. But no, they gave us that troublesome vampire look instead. Take one of these guys out, put Maverick Harper back here. That was a real doozy to try and handle that. Which is weird, like, because every team, excuse me, in the 2024 season, almost every team we played watched the Centennial game against us, and they all started, like, trying to run vampire fronts against us, like Wyzetta did. Farmington did not. They stuck with their base defense. Rosemount did. Mayo sort of did. They kind of just stuck with their base 4-3. They're not really known as a defensive team. I don't remember what Egan did. Egan might have gone to the vampire. They've always kind of run a 4-5 against us. But, yeah, would have helped definitely here to kind of have that. I mean, Centennial's still filling fast. They only got 2 yards, but, you know, that's all they needed. Also, we just got to the 4th quarter. See, this game goes by fast, man. Only 87 plays in it's 4th quarter. Also, we're back to Flexbone now. Offense is changing again. And it's... Oh, no. Are they still... They all shifted over. Guys, there's no threat of a toss. There's no threat of a toss. They have not run it. Gotta read the pulling guard. Where's pulling guard going? It's count. I mean, they've kept going back. A little bit better scrapes this time with the linebackers to get back, and he actually got back in position to play. Why did number 12... Okay, this is more of a fault on Rosemount's part. I'm in charge of scouting or something. Yeah, I guess I did kind of give that away. I do do a lot of the film stuff, which, you know, that's why I kind of have access to the 6A pool and everything. I do get to do a lot of fun stuff like that. What is Farmington watching? Farmington added their game against Burnsville? Okay, but, you know, if I go to this season, I guess I played Egan a few times. That's weird. You know, once we're done, if you want to take a quick preview of Farmington's offense, now that I was just looking at that, I can show you some Farmington future offense, because I talked about how Rosemount is doing the Harding University, and I don't want to pick on just one team from Section 3. We're gonna look at some Tiger stuff here, what they're gonna do next year on offense. Much better job. See how Centennial's like, oh, they might be doing that. Never mind. Pull. Get back to our spots. And look, both backers scrape over. Defensive line of Centennial. Fantastic job. Look at that. No double teams at the point of attack. They're staying low, fighting half a man, driving back. Pull doesn't open up. And then linebacker fills. I'm so enthralled by Centennial's defensive line play. That's really what makes that defense click. You can tell. They've got great defensive line play. 4-point stances. They're fast off the ball. They play low. They drive with their legs. For the most part, they're keeping their legs moving. 95 got a little bit high on this play, but he's in the backside. They're maintaining their gap. They're fighting half a man. They're physical. That's just really fun to watch that. Wow. Okay, 2nd and 7 for Rosemount here. Now they're in a 30 double slot flex bone. So if they do run rocket toss, they could run rocket toss. Do I like drawing up scout for practice? Yes, I have an absolute blast doing it. So as you see, I'm kind of a nerd just looking at all the teams in 6A. So it doesn't matter who we play in the playoffs. I'd hope that I kind of know some of their tendencies and watch what they do and everything. And it's just really cool to see like how they function. It's kind of like taking something apart to see how it works. Like, you know, take a computer apart, figure out what all the parts do and everything, or just something like that. pretty much identical to what I do for football. Very technical, and it's a lot of fun. And you also see like what differentiates the teams. Like I think at this point I've covered the 3 main flexbone teams in 6-8, Egan, Shakopee, and Centennial now. And just seeing how like the little tweaks between the 3 of the teams. Like Shakopee likes to do switch blocks, and they run rocket toss a ton. And then they also do counter tray. Whereas, funny enough, Centennial, known for their buck sweep, is one of their main things off of their veers, and they have veer pass, and they do a lot of jet sweep and some belly. Whereas Egan, very heavy zone dive and a ton of inside veer, and they rarely get outside of those 2 plays. They just want to punch you in the face. So even though they all are triple option flexbone teams, little nuances that they do that kind of differentiate between the 3 are really cool. Counter they hit him with a true counter option. So when Shakopee and Egan run this play, they do a motion like that, but he doubles back. The dive still goes play side. This is interesting. The dive goes backside, and then the quarterback runs like a load option. He makes the pitch right away. The only problem is, what do we have for receiver blocking? Yeah, there was none. So normally when you run a counter option like this, what I'd rather see is a switch block like what Shakopee does. You go inside there, and then you come around and take him, and then there's your running lane. That'd be just what I'd probably recommend doing so. Instead, is that the outside back? Yeah, that's the outside backer. So again, counter options and outside run play. Who is the most important player to block? Well, the outside backer. Oh, poor slot back just has no shot. He's like, oh, can I block him? And the Centennial kid's like, nope, I'm going to stiff arm you. Look at this. He gets beautiful arm extensions. Little details that Centennial does. Extend the arm to get off. And look at how he fills. He comes up. This is what I'm talking about when I said, like, in our 9B game, Centennial's kids would fly around and you would still hear pops. Look at that. He stands him straight up at the point of attack, and he doesn't lose yardage or anything. Little details like that really get Shakopee going. Do we do weekly coaching meetings at South? Yes, we do. Every Sunday night, and sometimes we have multiple times a week, depending on stuff that's going on. And we've had a ton of meetings in the off season too. How do I draw up scout? So I do it a few different ways. I mostly just use practice scripts and Huddle, which, if there's any other coaches out there that have used Huddle practice scripts, it can be buggy. I feel like I have to hit the refresh button like 100 times every time I draw something up to the tools freeze. And then I upload it all into our Go Route stuff, and I split it into different practice scripts, upload that into Go Route based on what Coach Dean wants, and then I just get to run that all in practice. And I just essentially, it's almost like play calling in Madden. I got my whole play calling sheet for a team that I got to throw in there, and I just like type stuff in. The kids get them on their Go Routes, and it buzzes, and it just tells them what play to run. So it's very seamless, and we get a ton of reps because of it. I absolutely love doing it. Because essentially, like, I get to pretend to be the other team's offensive coordinator or a play caller. So, assuming I have a good feeling of what their team does, or if they let me do that. Like when we played Wyzetta, obviously I was not allowed, well, I wouldn't say obviously, but they're like, we don't want the scout team quarterback having to make RPO reads, Ryan. Just tell them each play what to do. Or like it's automatic run or an automatic pass. I'm like, but it's... okay, like, I get it. Obviously, like, a Lakeville South quarterback is not going to be like a Matthew Berkland and be able to make those reads after playing for 3 years in a Wyzetta offense. Our kid just doesn't have that experience. So I get that, but, the nerd in me is like, but I want to be as accurate as possible for our kids so they get the best look. But, yeah, I see both sides there. And then you get teams like Rosemount that just do everything, and you're like, how do I even approach this? But then at the same time, you're like, well, I know they're going to trip over themselves like Prior Lake does. They just run way too much as well. And it's like, okay, do I need to prepare for everything? Or just look at the plays that they try to go back to when they're desperate, focus on taking those away because that's their bread and butter. And then once they start to get into all their other stuff, well, they haven't practiced it that much. Like if you get Prior Lake into like 10 or 11 personnel into a spread offense and they have to try and pass the ball, as far as I'm concerned, you're winning that game because that's not what Prior Lake wants to do. Wyzetta told me, no, our coaching staff at South told me not to because they didn't think that, they just wanted to have our defense have a good look and just for Scout O to run smoothly. I wanted our Scout O quarterback to like actually make the reads like, okay, We're gonna have, like, say we have inside zone right with an RPO slant on the backside of a 3x1 here. What you would do is you would read that backside outside linebacker, your second level D gap defender, and if he attacks, it's a pass play. If he sits back there, it's a run play. So basically just have the quarterback read, run, or pass. But they're like, no, that's too difficult for a quarterback. Just draw it up. You can draw up like the pass route and the run play, but just tell the kid whether it's a run or pass before they do the play. So a bit of, and you know what? I think I actually have to do that same thing again this season for Edina, because we play them week 6, and I'm like, but I want to do RPOs. And they're like, no, Lance. So obviously I obey. Coach Lance does as he's told. Anyways, is this third down now? That was second. This was first. No, what are we on now? Is this fourth? This can't be 4th and 8 Rosemount. And they're in 31 on Flexbone? Really? Wing slot? Passing. It's obviously a clean pop. It's okay. You're doing a tight end pop pass. Well, look at the zone. You've got a cover 3 with 4 men at the second level. You're throwing your tight end over the middle at the 2 inside backers, and they're right there to attack. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then 4 at the second level. I don't know about that one. I would have probably looked out here at the wide flat a little bit more, because it's hard for that backer to get all the way out there. To me, this is the gap in Centennial's coverage out of your wing slot. No, I do not host coaching meetings at my crib. I do not have a crib. We used to do all of our meetings virtually, but starting this season, we are having all of our Lakeville South coaching meetings in person. And I think Coach Burke is trying to bribe me with food, because I know in the last email he sent out, he's like, hey, we're going to have a staff meeting on this date. There will be food. And I'm like, oh, I wonder who that's directed at. You know my reputation with eating amongst the football coaches, so yeah. Anyways, Rosemount has to punt. Centennial's up, 14-7 at this point, I think. I'm surprised it's such a close game. I feel like Centennial's been just dominating, pretty much. Nice long drive, burn some play clock here, maybe get in the end zone, and that puts it away. I think that's actually what happens, because this is the 4th quarter. There's not a whole lot of game left. There's Jet. Yes, sir. Hit him with the Jet. Ooh. Okay. Maybe this is just me. I see that there's a hole here, and there's a double team there. Would you rather get outside there and hit the edge? Or do you want the kid following the... Well, I guess the double team didn't matter because we didn't quite get on number 5 here. What made us decide to go to in-person meetings? I do not know. You'd have to ask the higher-ups. That was not my decision. Belly? Oh, beautiful belly. Oh, number 0 missed. Oh, he timed his blitz. He shot right through the gap where the pulling guard came from. The tackle didn't get him. The center didn't get him. Nice double team here at the point of attack on the defensive end. Oh, beautiful. Just got outside of him. Oh, but the kick-out block. Got a piece of him. Yeah, kick-out block wasn't quite there. So 56. If kick-out's not there, you see your buddy right here is hitting him. Tight end eventually turn inside. Work back to get him. Or just go up to the next guy inside. Yeah, that was a tough one. Oh, we have an audible. What are we calling, coach? 3rd and short, outside veer. I don't think it's outside veer right, but it's something to... No, it can't be outside veer to the right because there's no tight end here. He is pointing inside, and then maybe that's V. Inside veer right. Inside veer right, maybe. What were the coaches' meetings like for Jefferson? What was some stuff you guys talked about behind closed doors? So that's coaching talk. We just talked about, it was more so how to prepare for the next week and what kids should play where on like special teams, offense, or defense. But it was more so game planning for each opponent. So for Jefferson, we'd always meet at Coach Carlson's house. He lived like 2 blocks away from Jefferson. Defense met downstairs, offense met upstairs. And because we always had to have one coach from each level in each meeting. So since our head coach, Coach Ladd, was in defense, I was the other 9th grade coach at the time that showed up, so I got put up with the offensive coaches. Yeah, and I remember the one thing that I suggested that they actually put in and worked a whole lot was it was 2022 week 7 versus Hastings. The week before that, week 6 against South St. Paul, Smitty put in the free jag package, the Wildcat with Daniel Freetag. Worked wonders against South St. Paul. But by the third time we went into it, we only had one play. It was fake jet, and then Daniel essentially ran power underneath the jet. And by the third time we ran it, what's it called? South St. Paul bid on it. So I'm like, okay, Hastings is going to see that on film. They're only going to see that we run to the strong side. We need a counter back to the other way. So let's run. It was essentially a form of GH counter. Just instead of the H back, we moved the running back, which was Jackson Donnelly, up so that he was more of a sniffer back. Pulled backside guard to do a kick out like a trap type block. Jackson Donnelly led inside. Fake jet with Tevin Exey going that way. And then Daniel Freetag ran against the motion to the backside. Funny enough, I don't know if it might still be on the Hastings YouTube channel. We ran it 3 times in a row. We had like a 40-yard touchdown run on it, got called back for holding. So Schmitty called the same play again, had a 50-yard touchdown run on it, called back for holding. Third time in a row we ran it, 60-yard touchdown run, no holding call, and it counted. Or I don't know if it was a full touchdown. It might have just been like a 58-yard, and we got all the way down to the red zone. But yeah, it was actually pretty funny because I'm like, hey, I made that. Yeah, I guess that might be like my only, I guess, regret or biggest regret at Jefferson. I probably should have pushed harder for a GH counter in our playbook since we were a spread offense and we had the kids for it. But if you think about it, GH counter is like the most commonly run play in or just not even six, just high school football in Minnesota. I mean, all the 5A spread teams do it. How many teams have we talked about here on my film review that have done it? Osseo did it. I think maybe STMA tried to do it. Rosemount has done a variation of it here. Park Cottage Grove did it. Eastridge did it. Edina did it. Even at Lakeville South, we've done it a few times. Still, I don't remember if Stillwater did it. I don't think they did. Lakeville North even tried it. It's obviously Blaine did it. Anoka did it. Forest Lake did it. Prior Lake did not. Prior Lake is yeah. I've given my 2 cents on Prior Lake, but it's like the meta right now. So many teams run Minnetonka. I mean, that was their bread and butter. They literally ran GH counter with Caleb Francois, quarterback GH counter, all the way to the state title game last season. It's just a super common play. I remember, like, just thinking back to 5A, Waconia did it, Chanhassen did it. I don't think Chaska did. Chaska was more triple option stuff. They were like power read. Do I know what Coach Woody likes to do for offense? I don't know if Coach Woody does the offense. I think he's defense. But I know that the one Jefferson game I was able to watch last season was Jefferson at Hastings, and there was a lot of speed option or like load option for some reason. I'm like, that's an interesting play choice that Jefferson did not used to do. It wasn't very effective, but hey, it was in there. And again, when you do make like key changes to your playbook like that, it usually takes like, I'd say 2 years for it to set in, maybe 3. Anyways, let's see what Centennial calls on third down. I think I said I was expecting a play to the right, and it's not. Oh, it's the fake belly quarterback lead. I love the design of this play, but the 2 times they've called it, it hasn't gone right. I don't know if that's because Rosemount's just aggressive. I think it's just bad luck on here. Look where Rosemount's inside linebacker's stacked. They moved him from a 30 technique. Now he's out here like in a 50. So, which is right where they want to run. I think that's just bad luck right there. Maybe Rosemount knew that play was coming. Who knows? Oh, okay. I gotta go back and watch the punt. How did Rosemount get a short field? Actually, you know what? I want to go back and look at this play again, because if it is, it's designed to be like belly. But then the quarterback still runs through the same hole where belly goes through. I guess that's my only curiosity about this play, is that it becomes more of a lead, but there's not really much of a fake, because you see, he just kind of follows behind him. I thought Coach Woody would technically decide what type of offense to run. I guess as the head coach, he does get like the final say of what he wants or what he doesn't want. But yeah, you know what? It's funny. Actually, I did meet with Coach Bachman in, I want to say it was late winter, maybe early spring of 2024 when he took over as head coach, because he said he wanted me back on staff over there, and I'm like, you know, I have a much bigger chance to move up at Lakeville South. I'm in the big league now. It's Big Boy 6A, and I'm working my way up. I think he offered for me to be the varsity cornerbacks coach, which I'm like, it's not really my wheelhouse. I don't know anything about corner. And I mean, look at what I mean. This is what, a year later, and I guess from my perspective, what would I rather be, on the varsity staff at Lakeville South or on the varsity staff at Bloomington Jefferson? Me personally, I think Lakeville South has better opportunities for me, and just outside of that scope. Not just the fact that you're in 6A football, there's the physicality and the all the whatever that comes with that, but just being able to see other schemes and learn them. Because like at Jefferson, it's like, okay, the only thing I know is a spread offense, and the only thing I know is sort of our 4-2 flex defense, but the 3-3 stack. You go over to Lakeville South, now you learn all about the power T and how that works. You learn about 3-4 defenses, and as soon as I started learning about like what we did for the 3-4, I'm like, I could have sworn Chaska did a lot of this stuff. And so I found an old Chaska live stream on YouTube, and one of their 9th grade coaches was talking at the varsity game about, oh yeah, when we get into a 3x1, we do this. And I'm like, oh, so it looks a little familiar there, Chaska. But yeah, so it's just, I definitely recommend not only coaching at one school, because you get stuck in a little bubble. Like, we've had coaches here at Lakeville that have only coached at Lakeville High School before the North and South split, and then either only North or South after that. And you don't know anything outside of that bubble. Like, I don't know if Coach Littlefield or any of the Centennial coaches or players are still watching. I'm on 94. I'm going to comment that really fast. But I think this might... I don't know if this would upset them, but this definitely that might make them cringe a little bit. So I'm going to go to the Scout game versus Prior Lake. We watched this leading up to our state semifinal. So, yeah, you might have interesting naming conventions against schemes you've never seen. So, for example, this is called 23 Belly. I don't think Centennial calls anything 23 Belly. And if you look, yeah, this isn't Belly. This is actually midline left. Because see, look who's coming through untouched. Guards trying to block inside, leaving the first level B-gap defender unblocked. That would be midline. Now, 24 Belly. You'd think this would be the same play the other way, right? Well, no, this is outside veer right. So, yeah, definitely helps to kind of learn other teams' schemes. Because, I mean, think about that from a scouting perspective. Obviously, this is not my work. This is before I got to take things over. But you essentially have two plays that you think are the same, but from Centennial's perspective, they're not. You have midline left and outside veer right, but you think they're the same play. And then I think there was actually another one in here called, like, QB lead follow. And if you look closely, I think this is outside veer left. Oh no, that's actually the lead. I think it was 13 QB follow. It's not actually a QB follow. If you look closely, who's left unblocked? It's another outside veer. So think about that. You have outside veer that's called 24 Belly, and an outside veer called 13 QB follow. Yeah, it's hard to scout a team or know like how frequently they run plays if you don't know how they run plays. Or oh, you're gonna love this one. I hope Coach Littlefield isn't still in here. This might make him cry. 36 power. Something tells me that this is not a 36 power play by Centennial. I do believe that is buck sweep going to the right. Oh boy. Yeah, and that's Jay Abasiri right there. Defensive end, went to USC. That's just a big boy being a big boy. Prior Lake's got mountains for kids. Always have some of the most physical kids. That's buck sweep. Yeah, I figured that was buck sweep. Ignore the 36 power naming convention there. As I said, we weren't really well, I wouldn't say I wasn't really sure, but yeah, the guys at the time, like I think, like I was saying earlier, I'm pretty sure this was midline because you see that B gap is left unblocked there. That's the read key. And then this other one that's labeled Belly, which someone on our staff thought it was the same play. I'm like 90% certain this is an outside veer. D gap comes unblocked. You know, two different plays in your perspective, but I guess our guys thought it was the same play, so it definitely pays to just kind of study what other teams do. How many powers are in? Yeah, there's a lot of things that are called Belly that aren't actually Belly. There's another power. I think this is supposed to be a buck sweep. I can't tell. It was a little bit late, but I'm like 90% certain that was another Buck sweep. Oh, here's another one. Yep, that's Buck sweep. That's a nice one, too. I think that was Ty Burgoon right there. That kid absolutely gashed us. Ooh, look at the Prior Lake safety coming down and hitting hard. You and Coach Littlefield should start a podcast. Coach Littlefield is definitely way above my pay grade. I'm not sure he'd be interested in teaming up with some nerd from Lakeville South. I mean, if he is open to it, that'd be kind of cool. But yeah, I'm not quite with the big wigs yet. I'm still just little nerd Coach Lance. I've got a long way to go in terms of like thinking about it from like a Pokemon perspective. I'm like a level 6 Kakuna right now. I know Harden and I don't know Tackle, and then all these other guys are like the level like 65 Gyarados and all that stuff. So Coach Lance has a long way to go. Anyways, back to the punt. I want to see how... Just fun to watch. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's always good to just kind of get a look out and see other teams. I don't know if I have it in my Google Drive really fast. I want to see if I still have... Where did I hide that at? I did like it wasn't a breakdown. It was just like how often Lakeville South has played every team in 6A since our school's inception in 2025. And I want to say, I'm sorry, 2005. I got off by 20 years there. And yeah, I mean, there's teams that we just have not played. We played Mounds View once in 2019, like as of the 2020, or I think it was 2022. It was the first time and only time we ever played Stillwater and White Bear Lake. Obviously, we've only played Centennial once in the 2023 state semifinal. Never played Coon Rapids, never played Andover, never played Rogers, Osteo, or Moorhead. Maybe that'll change in the playoffs, but we'll see. Definitely played Lakeville North a few times. Same with Egan and our buddies at Rosemount down there. So, yeah, it's just kind of cool to get outside your bubble, see teams outside of the Metro South. Definitely fun. Oh, just that was unfortunate. Punt just went a little bit short. I thought there was like something that went wrong there, but hey, Rosemount's got good field position now. Oh, it's the counter again. Again, Rosemount hitting the counter yet again. Do the linebackers go over this time? It's not as big of a cheat. Guard pulls. This linebacker got fooled. The Mike, or I think that's the Will backer because that's on the weak side. Yeah, because it looks like they called strength this way. You have your 3 here, 1 there. So that's probably the Mike down here. Mike backer's locked in. He's like, nope, guard's pulling around. It's counter. I come fill. And he gets right in the hole. And again, look at the defensive line play. See how he pinches down inside. Okay, you're not going to block me. I'm going to condense the gap. I'm going to play low. Takes on the lead block and takes out... He takes out both the lead blockers. Forces it to bounce inside. Wraps him up. Linebacker fills. Other D-line comes over. Ooh. Centennial's dangerous, man. They got good schemes. They know how to get it done over there. Ooh, nice discipline. Didn't jump. All right, what's Coach Erdman checking to? Are they finally going to run toss or is it counter again? Huh? I guess it's just a lead? But then he bounced it outside into the linebacker that was waiting for him. I mean, I guess they still got 3 yards out of it. It looks like number 4 was a little bit tighter down here. Maybe he could have gotten through and 24 wouldn't have gotten through there as much. Either way, it's still pretty solid. It's 3rd and 3. You can get an easy stop here. Rosemount. Okay, we know that Rosemount does not run rocket toss. They're not going to throw that in there at all. Passing on 3rd and 3. He's going to scramble. He's got to scramble. Nobody's open. Yeah, okay, I figured. It's just a bummer. No one was spying the quarterback. Well, who's supposed to? You got... Okay, you can tell it's zone because you got a crossing pattern here. They don't fall for the mesh. Zone... Okay, Rosemount. Remember how, I think it was the Egan Edina stream that I did? Edina knew that Egan was only playing either cover 1 or 2 high safety with man coverage underneath. So they did a lot of crossing patterns to take advantage of that man coverage. So I don't think Centennial has run man, well, they did sort of with the 2 high safeties and man underneath. I think they're expecting that here. It looks like the corners played man, and then you have a single high safety deep, but the linebackers are all sitting in their hook to curl fits. None of them... Yeah, not a single one of them was playing man there. And, I mean, it's great because, look, they picked up the mesh perfectly. Beautiful. Ooh! We love them coming up to fill and hit. Look at this. Well, I don't know why the quarterback jumps here. You really think you're going to leap a Centennial defender? They just want to hit you. They're not going low on you. They just want to absolutely knock your teeth in. Ooh, get that green out of here. That was a fun one. All right. Either way, first down for Rosemount, wing slot. Do not counter back to the left. It's going to be counter left, isn't it? No. Is this trap again? Okay, I will give them some credit. They at least called trap to the correct side this time. Remember earlier I said they needed to call trap to the 3 technique side so you can get a double team down here and he can kick out the 3 technique? Let's see how good the trap is. Get up to backer, get up to backer. Can you get the kick out block? Yeah, it wasn't quite there. Give the nose guard credit. Yeah, so nose guard gets a million times credit here, and this is why the play does not work. Where's the double team at the point of attack? It is not there. See how the nose guard does a great job fighting half a man. I don't want to give too much away about Lakeville South, but a lot of havoc is created when the center gets blown up. And that kind of goes for Lakeville North and any of those power, like gap teams, Stillwater, other I formation. If you blow up the center, get in the way of the pulling guard, problems occur. We'll just put it that way. And that's what happens here. This nose guard does such a good job, drives the center back. Hole never opens up. If you look, defensive tackle plays it tight as well, does a good job. He kind of gets blown back a little bit by the pulling guard, but he still stays in the hole. I will give the play side guard and tackle some credit for Rosemount here. They do get up to backer, but again, you gotta also... Why did the guard leave? Or, I'm sorry, why did the tackle leave? Your guard's pulling. You can't abandon ship. You have a guy trying to chase your butt. You got... Okay, yeah, that's a miscalculation. There should be a double team here, up to there. You go there, trap here, contain him, and then you go block deep. That's how it should be. And then you do a fake motion there to hopefully get him and them to go that way. And then you can just fill up there. Block there. Actually, you know what? Undo that, because I forgot. I got an H-back over here. Don't worry about the outside guy. He's going to get fooled by him going there. You go block him. You block him. And there's your touchdown. Yeah. I don't know. It's just so painful for me to watch other teams try and run trap. Like last week, Lakeville North tried to do it, and I'm like, ugh. And now here's Rosemount trying to do it, and I'm like, ooh. Oh boy, and again, you can't just be like, well, Lakeville South runs trap, I'm gonna run trap too. Or like Prior Lake is. Well, Centennial runs buck sweep, Lakers must run buck sweep too. You gotta understand how it fits into the offensive scheme, what sets it up, and how the team executes. That's the important part. Oh, I missed this comment. Would Mason, I'm assuming that means Mason West, make more money in the NHL or the NFL? You know, I don't know. If he played college football, that's probably where he'd make the most money, honestly. College football right now is very hot. But I don't know what to make of Mason West. From the contact that I have with the Minnesota High School Football Network, the last they heard, Mason is planning on playing football this fall. I assume that means he'd finish his senior year of high school, and then he's probably going to be a first-round NHL draft pick next spring, whenever that is, 2026. Which easily is going to be a first-round draft pick in the NHL. But, you know, it all depends on what the kid wants to do for his future. He's got the world wide open. He could go to the NHL. He could probably go play college football. He's got D1 offers. It's all about what makes Mr. West happy and what he will enjoy doing in his life. It's really all it comes down to. More about happy. And if you are going to college, you got to think about classes first. You can pick any football team, but if you can't get it done in the classroom, you're going to have a miserable time playing college football. Is this the trap play or is this a different play? The trap was the last play, right? Oh, it's a pass. It's a straight drop back pass, but there's only... Oh, it's just a fade. There's only one route. Also, Centennial, he did not catch that. Okay, I was about to say. I I'm very curious. If you had man pressed up, I could see that, but they're not pressed. He's playing off, and it's just and what is his first step? He's playing outside. He plays a beautiful inside technique. Quarterback throws the ball inside instead of outside shoulder, and that's just a great high point by Centennial's defender. Beautiful interception. That's just a backbreaker right there for Rosemount. Again, kind of an odd play call. Like, okay, thinking here. Who likes to do fades out of flexbone formations when they get about to the 30 to 20 yard line? Shakopee. Who did Rosemount play week 7 right before they played Centennial? Shakopee. I have not watched the Rosemount versus Shakopee game, but I'm willing to bet there is a Shakopee fade touchdown in that game film from Rosemount's 30 to 25 yard line. We should watch Prior Lake when Greg played. I assume you mean Greg Johnson. If I am able to find... Oh, what was the game that I watched live that was a ton of fun? It was the second round playoff game, Prior Lake versus Eastridge. That was Tanner Zolonsky's junior year. That was a fun game to watch. And Eastridge pulled off the upset. I could definitely see that. And you know what? Speaking of teams that don't adapt, Coach Fritzy just completely took advantage of Prior Lake's cover 4. They kept lining up in 3-by-1, leaving that backside corner isolated in the one-on-one, and they just kept throwing it up to one of their best receivers out there, and Prior Lake would not adjust at all. I'm like, you're not going to switch to like a 2-man high safety or like cover or have the safety come over and help over the top. You're just going to leave him on an island when you keep getting burned? I don't know. Do I think DK will start for Nebraska? I do not know. I have not watched any Nebraska football, so I couldn't tell you. Obviously, wishing Danny King the best. Great kid. Isn't he playing tight end at Nebraska? I find that very funny because when I visited the weight room at Jefferson in I want to say it was early 2023, I saw Danny King and I'm like, hey, how do you feel about playing tight end? And he's like, huh? Or maybe it was H-back. He's like, no, I'm a wide receiver. No. And funny enough, what's he playing in college? Tight end / H-back. Kid's got the body type for it. It's, again, you want to try and put your kids where they can be successful. Any team that runs a spread offense, and I ran into this at Jefferson being the receivers coach, once you run a spread offense, every kid wants to be a wide receiver. They go to their 7-on-7 stuff. They do all this flashy passing crap, and it doesn't always translate onto the football field. Like, think about Edina. Mason West, one of the best quarterbacks in the state. They run the ball like 65 to 70% of the time. You got like Chase Bjorgard, super underrated. I think I went over it on stream. His ball vision, his like running vision and the ability of the guard to adjust whether, okay, do I have a kick out block? Good. Inside shoulder kick out. I don't. Outside shoulder, turn him in. H-back reads behind it. Like, fantastic job in Edina's run game. Super underrated. If you have to play Edina like a certain Cougars team does this season, definitely look at their run game and stopping that first. RPOs really aren't too hard to stop. All you have to do is figure out what defender they're reading, have them just sit there, and it's going to be a run play. And if you can stop the run play while that defender's sitting there, well, their offense kind of stalls at that point. But yeah, going back to this fade, again, that just, once again, it reinforces my idea of, what's it called? Rosemount just kind of taking plays that have worked against them. Well, Shakopee ran a fade against us out of a flex bone. We can run a fade out of a flex bone too. Yeah, that worked real well right here, didn't it? Do I think Daniel could have played quarterback at Jefferson? Mr. Freetag could have been successful at anything he did on a football field. He is just such a talented athlete. I don't know, because you had Tyson Schultz there, and Tyson was a great quarterback. I guess this wasn't Mr. Schultz's fault. The one thing I would have rather done differently, because Tyson was one of the fastest kids we had on the team. How many quarterback runs did we do with Tyson? Like, if we did with Tyson what Minnetonka did with Caleb Francois and ran quarterback GH counter, which, again, we didn't do because we didn't have GH counter or any counter for that matter in the Jefferson playbook. It didn't quite... I guess we didn't take advantage of the student athlete's skill set. You always want to choose a scheme that works best for your student athletes. Like if you look at Anoka, they ran a spread, but they don't run the quarterback that much because Peyton Podani was more of a pocket passer. That's utilizing his skill set. You use Zach Welch, your run-heavy running back, to bring the sauce, and that's a complimentary football right there. And I think I made the comparison to Lakeville South earlier. Like we don't have wide receiver type kids, so why bother putting wide receivers out on the field? Run the ball. We got big kids. We got fast kids. Fast kids run behind big kids. I think it's more the same deal at Prior Lake. I can't remember the last time Prior Lake had a quarterback that could accurately get the ball downfield. So why bother doing spread stuff if you can't do spread stuff? If you don't have the kids to run the spread stuff effectively, I should say. Ooh, there's that quarterback power lead again. That's a deadly play. Look at this. So this time the play side guard doesn't pull. It's not the fake belly. It's just that straight up follow they were gashing him with. I really like this little, I don't know if this is a tag. At South, we have a tag like this where we have a back come inside and the tight end kicks out on some of our plays. Just because we like a bigger body matched up. Normally teams put a really big outside linebacker against us. You have tight end go there. He comes inside. Your fullback leads through. And it just opens up such a nice hole. And again, Centennial just always pushes forward. Look at how they're all pushing forward, laying out down. Laying out down. That made no sense. They're just driving forward. And if they fall forward, great. That means they're getting great pushes. And look, they're flattening all these Rosemount defenders. It's a 7-yard quarterback run on first down. That's awesome. Tyson played tight end back in the day. Cormac might have played QB. I definitely don't remember that. I think when I first met them, when they were playing BAA football in 8th grade, Tyson was definitely the quarterback. Cormac was a wide receiver. That was back when Manny Ledesma was a nose guard. He was great at it, too. Shame he didn't play football his whole year. This has to be counter Trey, right? Because both the guard and the tackle are pulling. To me, this looks like Shakopee counter Trey right here. You have guard tackle pulling. Orbit motion goes that way. The dive is going opposite of the pulls. Because with Bucks, I'm pretty sure with Bucks sweep, the guy getting the motion gets the ball, and then guard pull, or he kicks out, or the guard pulls around and goes up. This is more like Shakopee counter Trey, where you get motion going that way. You see, safeties are sort of reading that, and then guard and tackle pull around. Tackle get upfield. Ooh! I mean, that wasn't the running lane where it was supposed to go, but dang. Way to find a running lane and hit it. That kid's got wheels right there. I actually give some credit right here to the outside linebacker of Rosemount. He's standing up pretty tall, but he takes the tight end out. He takes both the guard and the tackle. He's holding up 3 blockers here. But again, this is why Shakopee's counter Trey is so deadly. Look at what the linebacker does. This linebacker, who we've seen is very good, is getting completely confused. He's like, oh, is it coming back this way? Oh, no, I see it's going that way. I got to run over here because he sees a quarterback open that way. He's going that way. The dive went that way. It looks like inside veer, right? As far as they're concerned, it looks like inside veer. And how many times has Centennial run veer, whether inside or outside, or even a few midlines? A whole lot this game. So it perfectly sets this play up. And then boom, there's counter Trey going back the other way. The corner over pursues by going too far upfield. Safety bites going this way and has to double back. The whole defense is out of position. Beautifully set up. And Centennial kid makes a great run. That's got to be the nail in the coffin right there. I think that puts it up to 20-7. Soon to be 21-7. Oh, yeah. Dang, dude. Like I said, Centennial knows how to call plays, man. The order is so important in those flexbone offenses, and it's just done so well. That's what makes it so hard to defend. If you, like, suppose you're a high school kid defending that system, and you're just getting hit by inside veer, you start cheating over to counter or to attack veer to go with the orbit motion, and then it goes back the other way. Right. Speaking of that, I will show a Lakeville South clip really fast. It's definitely a Lakeville South low light, and then we'll come back. We're on play 104. We've got 18 plays left in this game. So this is last year. I think I've showed this one before when we played Egan. This is like how not to defend the flexbone offense. So no, not O. I want D. And then result, touchdown. So this is an 83-yard, 82-yard quarterback trap. So basically how our defense worked, and Edina, Coach Johnson's really smart. He was kind of probing us halfway through the third quarter. I noticed they started doing weird motions, like orbit motions that went against some of their plays. And I'm like, it's kind of weird that they threw like an opposite orbit motion against a zone dive. That's uncharacteristic. But what they were doing was seeing which way our defense was going. They saw quarterback, pinch. They saw that he went with the fullback, and these two always flowed over with the orbit motion. So when you say, okay, you're going with the fullback, these two go with the orbit motion, we're going to throw this at you. And we like debated whether this was a real play in Egan's playbook for a while until I finally looked at some of their lower level film and found the play again. So I'm like, okay, it is actually something they call. Look at Brooklyn Evans here. So orbit motion goes that way. What do our safeties do? Safeties go that way. Fullback goes this way. Where does our inside linebacker go? Goes with the fullback. Where does the football actually go? It looks like it's going to be an outside veer, right? Your D-gap defender's left unblocked. Fullback's diving off that way. Orbit's going out that way for the pitch man. And you have two cut blocks on the back side. So it looks like it's going to be outside veer. And Brooklyn Evans is like, aight, let me go to town. And again, it's the same thing we saw with the Centennial film. You're catching defenders out of position. And it's all just because Egan found a hole in our scheme. And oh boy, is that a big hole right there. Boom. And obviously, that's Brooklyn Evans. Ain't nobody in the state catching up to Brooklyn Evans. Oh, is that... Yeah. I cannot tell you how many times I've had to watch this clip back. Just... And you see, cut blocks. It literally looks like outside veer right. But, well, okay, I know it can't be outside veer right. I guess technically it'd be inside veer because there's no tight end over here. They're in unbalanced trips. So, you know, no tight end, therefore no outside veer. I think technically it's an inside veer just with a bob block. Either way, they called quarterback trap. And, oh boy, did we get trapped. Funny enough, we got beaten at our own game. We at Lakeville South love trap, and here we are getting cooked by trap. Look at our stands and all of our kids in the sideline. I want to say that, let me find them. Yeah, our offense is actually sitting on the bench over here because they just scored against Egan, and we're like, hey, we're back on top. And then they all of a sudden, and we just got a sack the previous play before that. So they're all fired up. They're like, hey, we got control of this game again. And then, yeah. And then that happened to hear, like, Egan fans just screaming and going nuts. I think I remember, like, during this play, I just had my jaw open. Like, I could not believe what just happened. Oh, yeah. So, definitely be careful when you start sending guys in preemptive motion again, or, preemptively with orbit motion. Definitely advise against that in a lot of scenarios. All right, we're on play 104. It's a good thing I put that in chat. Mr. Rich, you were a kicker back in the day? That is very impressive. Should have stuck with that. Kickers are in pretty high demand. I guess the Chicago Bears, we finally have a decent kicker, question mark. I don't want to jinx it, knock on wood, but yeah, after the whole Cody Parkey incident. Okay. Why are we going back to the mesh play, Rosemount? We tried this on the last drive. We established that Rosemount's linebackers are not playing man, they're playing zone. You call mesh against man coverage because the twisting motion messes with the linebacker. All right, you know what? I'm going to get distracted again. We're going to go to another time when mesh worked. We're going to go to our Lakeville South football game versus Lakeville North last year. Battle of Lakeville. Defense, I want to say it was at the very end of the game. It's this one, the final play. So, when do you call mesh? When you know your opponent. This is 12 personnel, I think. Yeah, because they have tight end over here. They have tight end there. They put Sebastian Fry. Yeah, Sebastian Fries is up there. Fries. Ripplinger's there. Forsgren's there. I don't think Reese Hunt's on the... Yeah, Reese Hunt's right there at tight end. I should have known. So, you call mesh when your opponent does man coverage. Watch our outside linebackers here. They're in man coverage, and they twist. That's how you run mesh against man coverage, and then you have an absolutely killer blow against Lakeville South. And that's really embarrassing watching all the North kids get happy. Yeah, see, I know right there. I don't know. That's not Coach Dean. I don't know who that is on the sideline. But he's like, hey, pass interference. And again, I'm not one to argue for or against penalties. My whole ordeal is you control the controllables, right? Regardless of what's called or what happens, you focus on your assignment and performing it to the best of your abilities. And if you're supposed to stay with your man, well, then you got to stay with your man. You don't walk into Sebastian Fries right here, or Fries, however you say his name. I think it's Fries. You got to stay with Reese Hunt if Reese Hunt is your man, because if you don't, I mean, that's arguably the best player on Lakeville North. But that's, bottom line, that's when you run mesh, when it's against man coverage, so that you get the men to twist. Going back to play 104 for Rosemount versus Centennial, this is not man coverage, right? Watch the linebackers. See how they don't twist and get mixed up? They're playing their zone. They stick with it. Sure, you complete it underneath, but you're down by 14 points with next to no time left, and you're just doing a little 4-yard, like, dink right there. That's not going to get you anything. Sure, you got out of bounds, I guess. Who do I think will be the fastest wide receiver in 6A this year? I do not know. I don't think who has fast kids. What's his name? Probably Jaden Moore over at Hopkins. He's an absolute stud. And, alright, I'm forgetting. Jaden Moore's the older one, and there's a younger one that plays quarterback. Younger Moore brother. I'm forgetting his first name. But, Hopkins is going to be fun this year, man. I was doing, what was it? This new podcast I was doing with Caleb over at Minnesota High School Football Network. He hasn't dropped it yet. He's still editing it. But we were kind of doing a fun little thing for 6A teams. We were just kind of talking about all of them. And one of the things we talked about with, who was it? Hopkins. He told me that he is so bought into Hop versus the World that he was actually buying merchandise from their team store. And I'm like, ooh, it's a little bit dangerous to be investing this early. We haven't even really started summer practice yet. I don't know if any teams have practiced already. I take that back. I do know because I had a buddy down at Faribault. Faribault has already had their first summer practice out of the 11 that you're allowed. There is at least one team I know that's practiced. But obviously Faribault's 4A. Oh, now we're in gun flex bone. We're in the Forest Lake offense. So we've done like Egan, Shakopee, Centennial stuff. We've done Forest Lake offense. We've done Lakeville South offense. We did some Lakeville North offense or slash Stillwater, running power out of the I formation and lead. Like, it's 4 different offenses. Ooh, that's a little bit dangerous. Ooh, hit him with a fake snap. Is that the 3 tech? Oh no, I don't know if they got him with a fake snap. Did he jump? No, he's just stemming right there. Okay. Switch to a gap. So if I'm the 3 technique right here, he does a good job. His arms are extended. You're just playing. See how he's playing a whole man? Hands are right there. What I would have liked to see is one hand right here on the shoulder plate, and then that hand outside on the edge right here. Kind of like what 95's doing. 95's just a little bit tall, but he does a great job fighting half a man, turns his player in. Nose guard pursues. Wait, what happened? Hello? Where'd the rest of the play go? Okay, quarterback scrambles, and he takes a big hit, I'm going to assume. Number 6 is still... Oh. Now we're running a tunnel screen. What in the Edina, Wyzetta, and Hopkins is this? And it's weird, too, because so when do you run tunnel? You run it against aggressive teams. Like we saw, or you do it when you send guys way out wide to the other side. Like Edina, very effective tunnel screens when they took advantage of Egan. Whereas here... Centennial's only sent their 4 D linemen this entire game. I don't think they've done a single blitz on a pass set. And obviously you're going to be passing. So, again, it's just a strange play call. I get when you need big yardage, you're like, oh, we need a screen, call tunnel. But it's got to be against a defense where it works. If Centennial's not giving you that based on what their defense is, and again, their defense hasn't been changing. They're sticking with this. So... It's just kind of a strange play call. I think the logic is, oh, well, Centennial is, they're so hard hitting and physical, they're just going to come up and fill right away, and we can take advantage of that. Well, they're definitely hard hitting, but they don't just blindly fill. They are very well coached, and they make smart reads. I'd say they're very disciplined. That's probably a good word to put, good way to word it. Get a hand up. That's pretty solid. Also, this might be kicking a dead horse at this point, but again, how many times do we think Rosemount has probably practiced a tunnel screen? Tunnel, power T stuff, your triple option stuff, your triple option out of I formation, power I formation, your flexbone triple option stuff, like your spread stuff and your mesh stuff that you... Like, how do we practice all this during the week? If I'm like Rosemount's OC and I'm trying to figure out how to put together my practice plan for installs on a weekly basis... I'd be like ripping my hair out. Like, how do I make all this fit? How do we practice all this? Like, They must get only like 1 rep at each play. I can't figure that out. Ugh. I'm just happy Rosemount's committing to the flex bone in 2025. It's gonna do leaps and bounds to help them. They're gonna be able to play complementary football. They're already a physical team. It just works a lot better with the kids that they have. And they've got a really fast quarterback coming up. Their running back that's going to be a sophomore. That kid has quads like Saquon Barkley. He's going to be dangerous. I would not be surprised if he started this year on varsity. Trey started at quarterback for Hopkins as an 8th grader and is about to be... Trey Moore, I thought he was going to be a sophomore. Trey Moore's only going to be a freshman? That would be wild. He is a stud. I did watch some of the later Hopkins. I think I watched, there was a YouTube stream of Hopkins versus Burnsville, and I saw that, and I'm like, dang, Hopkins is balling out here. Can't drop a tunnel screen. What is it? It's 3rd and a mile now? Oh my god. Now, again, what did I say we were in? We're in double slot flex bone. We're in gun flex bone. Now we're in 11 spread. I mean, this looks like Mounds View or Edina right here. That doesn't look like Rosemount. And they run a tunnel. I mean, this literally looks like Edina football right here. I swear we looked at the same play, except Edina did it where they moved Beauregard here, had him run out there, backers go with him, and then they ran tunnel back this way underneath, behind the lineman. Might have been a little bit of a smarter way to call that against Centennial, but kind of hard to call plays against that Centennial Cougars defense. Oh, there's the stunts. Yes, sir. We generated a little bit more pressure that time, and it was enough to throw the ball off. I was just about to say, I'm like, we haven't seen a Centennial stunt in a while. Obviously, they're not going to blitz backers. They do just enough, or they do just fine getting pressure with 4. It's 3rd and 7, obvious passing down, and sure enough, we're bringing the sauce here. Ooh, pressed up, might have man coverage up here, really. Man with 2 high safety, question mark? Never mind, he was a freshman. Okay, yeah. I was about to say, I could have sworn he was a freshman last year. Either way, it's still impressive. What, are we just running slants? Oh, yeah, slants. Okay, why do we drop the ball? Watch the hands. Hands are out here, not there. Minor little bit of technique that could be cleaned up. When you clap the ball, see, clapping the ball puts pressure. Hands are apart. Right there, you can see glove here, glove here. Trying to clap the ball instead of making a spider web. Fast ball doinks right off it. You got to have the spider web and let the ball just slowly come in and then fingertips grab it. Not palms. If your palms grab the football, it's going to make a slap and it's going to doink right off of you. 4th and 8. Last stand for Rosemount. Got to get 8 yards here. Oop, bobbled the snap. Protection's solid, though. I do like that there's no stunt. Whenever it's like 4th and whatever, just stick with the base defensive call. I think that's very smart on Centennial's part. Has there ever been a 7th or 8th grader to start on a varsity football team? I want to say Hopkins has definitely started 8th graders in the past. I don't know about all the other teams. I guess it depends. I imagine that's pretty rare that you see that, though. Maybe in like a smaller town school, like Single A or some even 9. Well, I doubt 9-man, but maybe down in those smaller schools. I want to say the only one off the top of my head that I think has done it is Hopkins, and that was a few years ago. Yeah, but I think the kid was a freshman, so no. You know what? Brain blast here. I don't know if it was 8th grade. I was going to say Jackson Howard from Robbinsdale Cooper. I know he started on varsity as a freshman. I don't know if he played as a varsity player as an 8th grader. For basketball, yeah, for basketball, it's fairly common because basketball is just not as physical as a sport. You're more mobile, moving around. If you look at the size of some of these Centennial and Rosemount kids as an 8th grader playing against like an 18-year-old left tackle of Rosemount or the giant Centennial lineman, it's probably just safety. You don't want to go against kids that big. They've got, because they're essentially almost adults, whereas you're just starting your teenage years. So I would not recommend that. Unless the kid's just an absolute mammoth. Like Ethan Beckman, when he was a 9th grader, I mean, the kid weighed like, what, 320, 350? And he can deadlift like 600 or 700 pounds. So if you have a build like that, yeah, totally go for it. But otherwise, probably not. Oh, hit him with the move. Wait, the quarterback scrambled. Did we call mesh again? What do we call here? It's the same play. It's the slants with a shallow crossing underneath and a post over the middle. I mean, we're playing cover 3 here, essentially, so I do like the post. It's more cover 1. Yeah, Cassie stays with him. Stays with him. I'd say it's more of a cover 1. Then we spy the quarterback here. This is a really good job spying the quarterback / running back. See, he goes, he attacks. I don't know, Rosemount. What school is Ethan at? Ethan who? Oh, Ethan Beckman? I'm sorry. Ethan Beckman is the starting left tackle of Prior Lake. I think he's actually, when I went back to that sheet I was looking at earlier, the top players, I guess the prep red zone ranked players of 6A for the class of 2026, I want to say Ethan Beckman was the #1 overall offensive lineman, and he was number 3 overall behind Jaden Moore and Howie Johnson. Also, look at the pocket right here. Centennial's doing a great job containing the quarterback. Great block shed right over here by the, I think that's the tackle. Yeah, great block shed by the tackle. Nose guard does a great job block shedding as well, getting to the other side. He flips him, but they stay on their feet. Defensive end crashes from all the way up here. Look at him, he fights off that. Oh, you're going to escape? Well, I'm going to chase you down. Boom. And obviously that linebacker that was spying him came up to Phil. Stick with your base defense on 4th down. It works. And they had earlier, they didn't have the linebacker spying the quarterback. Coach Diggins Jr. probably made that change. He's like, hey, we got to spy the quarterback, and we're going to have good things happen. Spies the quarterback, good things happen, turnover on downs. Now you're down 14 against Centennial, against that offense that already is like the masterclass next to Eden Prairie at running the play clock down and burning game time. Oh, yeah. Counter tray right away. Oh, Rosemount penetration killed it, though. Number 0 got a lucky blitz. The guard had his head down and misses the inside backer here. I think if he gets him, might be able to get that off. And yeah, see, that just completely blows up the pulling guard. It holds up the pulling tackle, so neither of your blockers are able to get over there now. And then the 2 guys that are supposed to get blocked now have a free reign to go hit it. And, okay, number 0 fought off. Look at all the blockers number 0 fights off here when he blitzes. He gets by the guard. Guard's got his head down, didn't quite see him. He takes on the pulling guard, pushes him into the pulling tackle, gets off of both of them, and then goes up there and helps make the tackle. Rosemount defense, man. You don't mess with Rosemount defense. Their offense may have struggled a lot last season. Their defense was still as sturdy as ever. Ooh, okay, jet sweep this time. That jet sweep is lethal. Oh, but Rosemount got it this time. Okay, you know what'd be funny? We did this at Jefferson against Chaska. We did jet sweep and then pass because we found that the safety came up so hard against jet sweep. That'd be really funny if Centennial had a jet sweep tight end pop. Be absolutely nutty to watch. So who's the edge defender? Do we get the outside backer? Yes, outside backer is taken care of when we bring the sauce against him. That's a really good reach block on the edge there. STMA, that's how we reach block. Watch Centennial film on their jet. Fantastic. Oh, only downside is the guard doesn't quite get to the corner. I think this is just the cornerback playing uptight and makes a good read. He gets around the guard and makes the tackle. I guess it's just kind of bad luck at that point. How else would you block that? Because if you have the slot back go out there to reach him, then you're really trying to get the tight end to reach an outside backer and have the guard double him. That's a little bit tricky, and then I guess the guard can, or backside or playside guard can pull around and help. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. Dang, well, I guess Rosemount might get the ball back, as Centennial has burned a lot of play clock here. But at the same time... Ooh. 13 personnel. double tight, so outside veer is definitely something I'm thinking of, but now we have an extra slot back in. What is about to happen? Belly. Yes, sir. Hit him with belly. Ooh. So why did belly not quite go off here? Because our buddy number 3 crashed down so hard inside. That's why. There's a pretty solid double team here at the point of attack against number 90. I don't know. My buddy 71 here probably gets off the double team a little bit early. Keep driving 90 back into the backer. Our buddy number, is that 0? We know number 0. He makes a pretty solid read here. Because 3 kind of crashes down the back, there's really no room to run. And that's just kind of good defense, Rosemount. Now, all of a sudden, Rosemount's going to really iron out their defense at the end of the 4th quarter. Yay. That's right. Remember, this is all part of Centennial's game plan, though. Their defense has been very well rested up to this point. They can easily handle situations like this. Easily. Especially when you give them an 80-yard field to work with. Oh, you're not scoring against the Centennial defense on an 80-yard field. Is this still the same game? Yes, this is. There are 8 plays left in this game. I went on a few tangents, so I apologize. That's why it's gone a little bit longer than I thought. I had to show some fun Lakeville South stuff. I had to watch, what was the other stuff? Oh, the Lakeville North thing, because I had to show Rosemount when to actually run a mesh pass pattern. So, all just kind of depends. This isn't a post wheel, is it? No, what? So it's that same weird route that they did earlier, where they have in the flat, they do the China thing there, and then they have kind of like an X spot coming into the middle here. I guess that'd be the Y. Yeah, he just kind of sits in there. He takes the flat, and then you have a corner there. Again, kind of a strange passing pattern, because look at where the defenders are. You're sending a defender here. You're sending a player there. You're sending a guy deep into this player's zone. And you're sending the flat out here into that player's zone. Like, I don't know. From my perspective, you're sending them right to where the defenders are going to be. Like, Centennial's just dialed in. Quarterback escapes. Do we have the quarterback spy? Ooh, dip shoulder, dip shoulder, dip shoulder, dip shoulder. Oh, got to dip shoulder a little bit more and get vertical right there. 57 shed the block. I was like, how come 57's not shedding the block? Yeah, I'm not going to say anything more about that. That's definitely not the young man's fault. As you can see, he's trying. If you're able to, try and get that arm and rip as hard as you can underneath, because at the very least, you may not break free, but you're gonna get your shoulders turned sideways, and it's gonna make some things a little bit obvious for some others on the field. We're gonna put it that way. Very nice wording. That's actually a decent job by number 3 holding up the defensive end, because that doesn't qualify or constitute holding. Nice little tactic right there. Jackson did not start as an 8th grader. Okay, I didn't think so. I couldn't remember for sure, because I know that Robbinsdale Cooper, the few years that I coached against them, they did like bring up a bunch of 8th graders to play on their 9th grade team when I was at Jefferson, but I didn't know if they had any of those kids actually like move up to varsity or not. That'd be kind of wild. And the only one I could think of that they would do that with is Jackson Howard, just obviously enormous kid, coach's son. But yeah. Oh, number 41, we aimed outside hip. No, he's so close. Look, if he aims inside hip right here, he doesn't get juked, but he aimed outside hip. The only thing that's good about that is his buddy, number 70, and that's a great effort, because I think that's their defensive tackle, right? I think 70 is the 3 technique. He's coming all the way over to make the tackle from here all the way to there. Amazing effort. You're going to chase the play down that far? That's beautiful. Wow. And, most importantly, I don't think I noted this, where did we make the tackle? Rosemount's, the kid that's going to be a sophomore that was a freshman last year is very good, yes. I expect them to start their sophomore at running back, definitely. He's tackled in bounds. What does that mean? Clock keeps running. Oh, no, we're going back to the tunnel. Why are we going back to the tunnel? Look at how well the stacked state... Are they in a nickel package? We might be in a Centennial nickel package. I think all 5 of these guys are DBs. I think these are the only 2 backers they have in the game. Ooh. Let's see if we bring the sauce here. They're actually running a tunnel screen. Yeah, I don't know. The way the safety plays this is fantastic. And he comes right up and makes the... Again, why are you calling a tunnel when you have a safety stacked right there where you want to run the tunnel? Okay, they're not in a full nickel package. I think they're just... Oh, yeah, they are, because that's number 4. He's a backer. And you know what else is... So remember when I said... What team was it? It was Osseo that ran a halfback screen, and for some reason, they had their wideouts come inside to where they were running the halfback screen, and I was losing my mind. I was like, why would you do that? That makes it so much harder for your own team. Rosemount does the same thing here. I think it was when I was doing the Hopkins film, when they would do the jet, and then obviously there was no threat of the jet because running back's on the wrong side, and they'd run underneath it. And I was confused by that because the jet motion gets the linebackers going that way, and you're just leading them to the spot you're running the football. Well, essentially the same thing's happening here with Rosemount. Watch what they do with their H-back. They arc the H-back out here that causes the inside linebacker to go with him and leads him right into the play with the nickels, or with the safety stack down. Like, Rosemount, if you wanted this play to get off better, have him stay up here, he blocks there, and then you have these guys come up like that. Or have him kick back and then come up to get number 4, so that number 4 doesn't bail all the way out there. I guess you sort of get a block on him, but... Who do I think will be the fastest RB, QB, safety, and cornerback? I have no idea. I have seen 0 kids run this summer, so I could not tell you. I've seen 0 outage or 0 footage of 2025 football teams. Well, we're in empty set. We have, what is it? Oh my, 0. Would you even call this like 0-2 empty personnel? You have 2 tight ends that are H-backs, 0 running backs, then 3 wide receivers. I guess this is 0-2 personnel technically. Oh, at least this is classic Rosemount. Oh, well, the ball was snapped, but rest of the O-line? Dude, I don't know what happened here, but Centennial's D-line got the absolute best possible scenario, getting a clean release like that. Chase him down, big boy. Dude, look at 79 hauling to get there. Ooh, and that hit was inbounds. Nice. There were a lot of fast kids last season. Oh, what are the names from... Levi Eider from Prior Lake was fast. Obviously, Chuck Langam was very fast. Zach Welch from Anoka was fast. We had a ton of fast kids at Lakeville South. Farmington had, wasn't it, Brock Wyant, number 4, was a fast guy. I think their quarterback, Jonah Ask, was pretty fast, too. Oh, I'm like blanking. Who else was fast? Oh, Sam Shaughnessy, Blaine, duh. Those are Brooklyn Evans from Egan. He was really fast. I'm just like thinking of teams we played because I'm like, those are all the fast kids. I don't think there was anybody too fast from Champlin. I guess Sam Boo from YZ was pretty fast. He hit us with a few nice posts. Tony Lay was also pretty fast. Is this the same empty play we just saw where they snapped the ball early? No, this is a different one. Okay, now Rosemount actually has their pass protection dialed up this time. And we run another tunnel screen. Okay, another thing that's confusing me about the tunnel screens, you need big yardage with next to no time left in this game. So why are we running a tunnel screen inside? If you get tackled in here, the clock keeps running. I mean, this is like the perfect time to be doing a bubble, because then you get the ball outside, you get into space, chance for a big play, and you can get out of bounds to stop the clock. And I guess you don't have to worry about stopping the play clock, because if you the clock keep running, because if you don't catch the ball, play clock stops anyway. So yeah. And again, how often do you think Rosemount practices this along with everything else they run? Hard to say, but you're not going to get quality reps when you have so many different things to get reps at. Could I make a prediction based off of the film for this season? What do you mean? You mean like, can I make a prediction for like which of these two teams are I think are gonna win the week 1 matchup this coming season? That I could not tell you. I know Centennial's going to be good. I think they have a lot of kids returning that are going to be starting. Rosemount's going to be very young. They're going to probably play a lot of sophomores. You want to see a little Farmington? We got like 6 plays left, and then I might show you. It's not like true Farmington. Oh, that's tough. Quarterback scrambled. Wait a minute. Where's... Okay, big question mark. On that 4th down on the previous drive, there definitely was it our buddy 41 here, was spying the quarterback? We're not spying the quarterback this time. Oh my... Centennial ran man coverage. Look, the mesh worked. Well, he came across, but he's running upfield. If he just kept running that way, that's a big... Oh, get that box out of here. That's a big play. I mean, he scrambles and he gets out of bounds and everything, but you could have had a big mesh going that way. I'm really surprised that the Centennial backers stopped playing their zone drops and started playing man here. Interesting. Especially this late in the game. Like, it's not like Rosemount's trying a lot of different things, and they're not necessarily looking at what your defense is running. They're just like, nope, keep going back to tunnel. Nope, keep going back to mesh. Oh boy, was this a direct snap? Oh my... I'll get to your question in a minute, Mr. Rich. I gotta watch this. So the man coming in motion, I don't know if the quarterback did the cadence or if the center snapped the ball early or what happened, but the ball actually doinks off of the motion man here. Watch very slowly. Ball doink, and then hits right off the ground and fumbles. What was the play supposed to be here? No, dude, wait, no way. He tries to grab it and he actually knocks it away from himself into the Centennial players. No, ain't no way. Oh, that would have been absolutely perfect if Centennial got that ball. I mean, that would have just summed up the whole game for Rosemount right there. This singular play, basically, on offense. I mean, you know, honestly, this play kind of is the epitome of the 2024 Rosemount offense. Their defense was pretty stout, but yeah, they definitely had issues on the offensive end. But as I've said, I talked with some of their guys. They're definitely, or I should say they have addressed it this offseason. And definitely eager to see what direction they go with the flex bone. They're going to go 30 personnel like Shaco and hit rocket toss. They're going to do buck sweep like Centennial, or are they just not going to pull anybody like Egan and go heavy zone dive and inside veer? I guess we'll see. No, another tunnel. Choo-choo! The train's going in the tunnel. If it's man coverage... Yeah, oh, poor Nickel. The Nickel dropped back deep this time. Number 4 is still going with the H-back, but he's playing it safe. It's weird. Like, this is something I've noticed with Centennial. There have been plays they've shut down earlier in the game. Like, we saw them blow up this tunnel play a few plays ago. When the safety... I guess the safety was stacked down tighter. And then they're getting beat. I don't want to say beat necessarily, but they're giving up... Or they're letting the plays be more successful in hindsight, which is kind of strange. Normally it's the other way around. That's why we practice the scoop and score / fetal position in practice. You were absolutely right. We do that same thing in Jefferson. Going back to your question, Mr. Rich, do any teams in 6A call a player a rover or a ghost in the defense like Jefferson does? Yes, because there is, as far as I know, I think there's only one team in 6A that runs like a true 4-2 flex defense. That would be Hopkins, and they do, in fact, have a rover and a ghost. Well, I don't know about the ghost, but the safety is the rover. I want to say that outside backer / safety type kid is the ghost. That's the only other team I know of, though. 6A is pretty dominated by 3-4 defenses. Eastview and Roseville are 4-4s. Edina, Champlin, and Centennial are 4-3s. I think Osseo technically is a 4-3. Hopkins is a 4-2 flex. And then literally everybody else, I'm pretty sure, is a 3-4. And a lot of teams have made the switch recently. Like, I think in 2023, EP and Lakeville North switched to 3-4s. 2024, STMA and Farmington switched to 3-4s. And Minnetonka. That's another team. When Coach Lombardi came in, they switched from 4-3 to 3-4. So it's everywhere now in 6A. And the 2-4 nickel is another one that I've talked about a little bit that's kind of taking over. Did Coach F coach at Farmington last year? No. Coach Fearing coaches at Prior Lake. I bump into him at Prior Lake High School all the time, and we always yuck it up a little bit. Ain't no way that was picked. What just happened? We're running all these hitches. This is unbelievable. This happened earlier in the game, too. Does Rosemount not work like Skelly at all, or the passing game? It literally, like, doinks off the kid's chest. Look at this. Doink off. It's the same thing. It doinks off right into the Centennial cornerback. Dude, poor Rosemount. It was 2 plays before this was the weird fumble. I thought he coached at Farmington. I don't know. He did. I don't think Coach Fearing ever coached at Farmington. I want to say he lives in Farmington, but he coached at Jefferson. Then I think he went to Northfield, and then after Northfield, it was Northfield or Austin, one of the two. And then he went to Prior Lake after that. I don't think he ever went to Farmington. I think he just lives out there. It was the tunnel, and then the embarrassing doink, boop. Oh, poor Rosemount. You know what though? Look to the future, Rosemount. If you're doing your triple option flex bone, you cannot throw an INT on a hitch if you're running inside veer and rocket toss instead of trying to throw hitches. So, got that going for you. And Centennial with the run back. Coached, I think he did coach girls basketball at Farmington. I think he might do that at Prior Lake now. Okay. I'm going to take a guess. D-gap defenders left unblocked. And we got the JV squad in here. Let's go. Get the kids reps. Well, some of them. We have a backup quarterback. I want to say this is outside veer. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're leaving a D-gap defender unblocked. That's your read key. I'm pretty sure that's the pitch key. I'm fairly certain this is an outside veer. Ooh, that's kind of a tough key to read there, because look, he does run up field, so you should give the dive. The outside backer is able to wrap up the, is that number 3 again? That's 33. 3's down here. He's able to attack the dive and force the quarterback to make a read by running up field. Honestly, that's pretty impressive. The kid was able to do that. And that was the end of the game. Final play. So... yeah, final thoughts. Centennial is scary, especially on defense. Their play calling is very methodical on offense, and they do not make a lot of mistakes. Definitely one of those teams you want to get out in front of early. Otherwise, you're playing right into their hands, and they're going to punch you in the mouth. And they're very darn good at it. Rosemount, physical defense, play with a lot of heart. Need to clean up some of the rules. And like I said, defensively, they've always been like pretty solid, and they've completely overhauled their offense for the 2025 season. So I expect Rosemount to be a lot better. And I think I mentioned this in my Instagram post this morning, how these teams both kind of had a dip this year. Like Centennial was 4-4. Poor Rosemount beat Eastview week 1, then lost 7 in a row. And then they gave Blaine one heck of a game in round 1 of the playoffs. Came down to like a last-second field goal for Blaine to win. Funny enough, I think Rosemount went exclusively to the power T in that game. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, back to my 6A season, we've only played Blaine once, and that was in the playoffs in 2015. Only time Lakeville South has played Blaine, we did not run the power T in 2015. So I don't think Blaine has ever seen the power T offense. Do many coaches in football or in Minnesota just coach football and not a second sport? No, I think a lot of them do coach other sports. Like, I know Coach Burke used to help with track, but now he does strength and conditioning. He also coaches Olympic weightlifting with me and Coach Solly and Coach Rouse Miller. I want to say all the Centennial coaches do multiple sports. I think Coach Diggins Sr. also coaches softball. I want to say Coach Littlefield might coach softball or baseball too, or maybe I think they both used to do hockey. Obviously, Coach Diggins Jr. is strength and conditioning coach and one of the football coaches. You got a lot of guys that do multiple things. I think Coach Carlson did multiple. He was a football coach and a golf coach. Yeah, it's pretty common for coaches to not only coach one sport. We mentioned Coach Fearing earlier. Actually, you know what? I think I might have Coach Fearing on film. We're going to do 2 quick bonuses. 1, we're going to look at Coach Fearing, and then 2, we're going to look at, where did I put it? I put it under the Farmington High School. Yeah, Farmington gun single wing from Osseo. We'll take a quick peek at that. That's going to be Farmington's offense, sneak peek. But if I go to Prior Lake High School, we'll look at PL Week 2 versus Shakopee. Lakers are on offense, yada, yada, yada. 3 and out, no surprise. There's Coach Fearing right there. I'm like 90% certain that that's Coach Fearing, and then I'm assuming this is Coach Gegenheimer. He likes the hoodies with the rolled up sleeves. And he's got the arm tattoo. The right arm tattoo kind of gives Coach G away, so yeah. Also, how not to defend triple option. Do not pinch inside against inside veer. It will not work well for you against a C-gap dive run play. And then you widen out, and then Shakopee just calls the same thing. But I'm a C-gap defender. Well, you got to stay in the C-gap then. That play doesn't get off. Counter option left, zip right. Unblocked. Yeah, that was just a bad read. That should have been a pull and then a pitch. They actually get the read correct this time on counter option. Do the pull, pitch. Nice block. Receiver blocking downfield makes big plays. And then just like that, 4 plays, touchdown, Shakopee. Gold Star Prior Lake. All right, let's look at... I'm going to change the name on this really fast because we are not currently watching Centennial versus Rosemount. We're currently watching Farmington 2025 offense, question mark. That just barely fits on screen. Let's go. Okay. So, I think I drew this up. Farmington is running what's called a gun single wing offense this coming year. Did I draw it up in here? Slot guns. Okay. For whatever reason, I clearly didn't draw it up. But, gun single wing. We'll call this right. Yeah, of course not. So, center, left guard. This is not left tackle. Boom. So, single wing means you're unbalanced to one side. So the left tackle actually comes over and essentially lines up as a tight end. Then you have your Y, your actual tight end on the weak side next to the guard. Farmington versus Burnsville. You know, I don't know if Coach Zilka's coaches varsity football at Burnsville. Hard to say. Quarterback and running back actually split the center. They're not lined up behind him. I think Osseo lined up directly behind him. But what Farmington's going to do, they're at 5 yards, and inside foot is on the outside foot of the center for these two, and they could snap either way. Then you have your H-back sniffer in between the 2 tackles here. You have your Z that acts as your wing out there. You can also split Z out if you want to. And then lastly, you've got your X receiver right there. So that is called gun single wing. You have single wing to the right side, and you are in gun instead of pistol. So that is what Farmington's offense is going to look like. And if I flip over here to Osseo in the black and orange, you'll notice that's exactly what we have here. Gun single wing. I want to say, based on the footing, it looks like he's directly behind the center instead of the 2 being offset. So that's a big difference. Yeah, I just went through every single Osseo game this past season and just pulled every single gun single wing play I found and put it into a playlist. Some of them were a little bit of miscues, but here's counter. This is Z counter coming around. It's basically GH counter. You got backside tackle and H-back pulling around. And guard. Look at that. You have so many guys pulling around, so many lead blockers. It's a dangerous, dangerous offense if you can get it down. There's another Z counter. I mean, they're getting yards off it. What was this? Was this power? Yeah, this is QB power to the right. Guard pulls around. Oh, he bounced it. I wish we didn't bounce it. The hole. Look at this hole. Look at the hole. Look at the hole. Oh, it's there. We should watch Coach Levy's highlights from college. No, I don't think I'll be finding any coaches' college highlights. Okay, no play there. Counter pass. Fake counter handoff, play action pass. Okay, we've seen 3 plays of Osseo, and their playbook is already designed better than Rosemount's is. You have quarterback power, running back power, Z counter, and then you have a play action off of those run plays. Beautifully set up. Just clean up the execution, and that could easily work for you. But yeah, here's another one. I think this is quarterback power right. Again, backside guard pulls around. Tight end just stays out to the side. I don't think I labeled all the results, did I? Yeah, well, let's find the touchdown plays. That's what we really want to see. All right, here's one against Anoka. Quarterback power right. Guard pulls around. You get big. See, look at what happens when you follow your blockers on power. Beautiful. That's going to be Farmington next year. They're going to do a lot of power. Q power left. Look at that. Ooh, see? We followed our blockers and we hit the run lane this time. Could have aimed a little bit higher at the shoulder, but you do a good job turning him out. Look at the next man inside. Receiver blocking downfield, and then you just get your best kid into open space. Reverse him. Ooh! 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 Breaking the ankles. Ooh. I have no idea if Coach Zilka played for the Browns. I could not tell you. Oh, and he's making more men miss. Look at this. You think you can tackle me? Stiff arm to the ground. That's some Derrick Henry right there. And then another one slips off. Okay. Now, I don't know if I got the clip after this, but at that point, Osseo was down 49-14. I'm just going to point that out really fast, but it's still a very nice highlight. Young man had a very nice run. R counter. So the running back's going to count. This is like GH counter right here, basically. Nice play. Would have loved to see is that the X receiver? Yeah. They're playing it tight. Would have loved to see him actually block the safety instead of pushing him into your running back. But Kid's a stud, still is able to get out there and stretch the defense. Quarterback lead. No pulling. I think I put all the STMA clips in here too. Oh, you know, there was one of the Osseo D linemen in chat earlier. Here's Osseo versus Egan. He was talking about that game because he mentioned that Egan was doing a lot of inside veer and zone dive against him. There's your power again. Nice. Keep fighting. Oh, yeah. There we go. Orioles pounding it in. Touchdown. I think this is the same one. This is also a touchdown. This is off of the counter. That's just following your blockers and hitting the hole. When Osseo executes their gun single wingman, it's beautiful. But again, last year, their starting quarterback got hurt. They tried to do spread stuff. They threw in a little bit of their wing T stuff from the old Coach Slamker days. And then you do your gun single wing. That's a lot of different offenses and a lot of different plays. Again, got to choose a scheme. That's the one thing I will credit Farmington. They're going gun single wing, and they're sticking to just that. Rosemount, they're changing to a flex bone. They're sticking to just that. I'd like to think at Lakeville South we're sticking with our power T. We'll see what happens. Question mark. I don't do anything with the offense, so I have no answer for any of that. I thought Coach Zilka did an NFL training camp. You know, I don't know. I'd have to ask him. It wouldn't surprise me. I know he was a great lineman at NDSU. Did I miss this? Was this was yeah, because I highlighted all the touchdowns. Oh, yeah. We're in the STMA game. This is bringing back memories. Okay. So, remember, we're in an unbalanced formation. I will give STMA credit. They shifted their D-line over that way. I think I mentioned that in that stream. Because, you know, there's no point covering the tight end. You're in 2-2-6 instead of 4-0-4. STMA does get a check mark for that. But how do their secondary play? Oof. Outside backer is way too wide. Well, I don't know why he's out here. Put him in there in a 7 technique. Or I guess that's technically a 9 technique. Put him in there at the 9. Have him go bring the sauce. Instead, he plays it too wide. Sniffer H-back, it's a nice kick out. Look at that. I don't know if I talked about the technique here. He's working that inside shoulder, turning it out. Where's the pulling guard come in here? Oh, they don't, because it's quarterback lead. He gets a nice job. Running back leads through. That's touchdown. But yeah, this is what Farmington's going to look like next year. All this gun single wing. They're going to do a lot of quarterback power. And from what I've heard, this tackle right here, the play side tackle, whether he blocks down or goes out or pulls. I don't know if he pulls all that often, but which way he goes kind of determines the whole offense. So, like, there's a down block there, play goes behind him. That's just the kid diving and making a great play. I think this is overtime, and then this is double overtime right here. Leaps over. Kind of deja vu. They got burned by that same play, both in first and second overtime. Quarterback lead right. Good job, STMA. Was this the play they had 6 down linemen? Or 5? Yeah, 5 down linemen at the goal line against gun single wing. Oofda. They ought to go talk with Centennial about how to play defensive line. Remember, Centennial was able to stuff Rosemount at the goal line. That was a beautiful thing to watch. But then again, Osseo does have a lot of big linemen. I will give Osseo that credit. They do have a lot of big kids there. And then I think this circled back to the Anoka stuff, and we saw this. So, yeah, that is what Farmington's offense is going to look like next year. They're going to have a lot of mostly run-heavy stuff, a few play actions out of it. I guess we'll see what they take. If I did want to get in touch with what's his name? Dothan High School Football in Alabama, I believe is where they got their playbook from. I think the coach's name is Jed Kennedy. There you go. There's some Alabama football. Dothan at number 1 Auburn. No closed captioning, please. Let's get to the game. I believe Dothan High School's in the white. Gotta... Okay, yep, see? This is where they got it from. See how they're more split? There's your H-back sniffer, Z, and then they have X in a little bit tighter. That is Farmington's offense. I'm pretty sure this is where they got it from. Might have to give their coach a call. Tell him I'm interested in learning about his offense. And see what he can tell me about the gun single wing. Because, I mean, outside of Osseo doing a little bit last year, has anyone in Minnesota ever run a gun single wing? Like, I'm sure we've had plenty of, like, actual single wings under center back in the day. I don't know if any teams still do it. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of funny. They're not doing so hot here with the run game. This has to be a pass, right? You're in gun single wing left. Wait a minute. But you down blocked this way. Is this supposed to be like a split zone of some kind? 3 guys pulled around, but the ball still went around that way. Were there fake pulls? And they got a first down off a fake pull? Dude. Football in the South is built different. Dang. Oh. But yeah. So next week, looking ahead now that we're done with this one, next week is the big one. We've got the doubleheader with Maple Grove versus Minnetonka. I'm going to try to get through both of those games. Really going to focus on minimizing my tangents. I know I love to go on them because obviously just passionate about this stuff. But with 2 long football games to get through, both the Week 8 matchup and the state title game, I got to make sure I'm locked in, man. It's going to be a lot of football to go through, a lot of GH counter, a lot of toss, and a lot of regular counter from Maple Grove. So a lot of fun stuff to get through. But yeah, I'm really excited for that one. And like I said with Mr. Rich earlier, I think another game I'm going to look at doing is Eden Prairie Wyzetta. I think that was a really good game. I know Wyzetta upset Eden Prairie. I think it was week 6 last season. Minnesota scores. Save me. Okay, there we go. I'm going to say eventually we're going to load, right? Go to my buddy. Who was I just talking about? Wyzetta, yeah. No, I literally have ad block on. Also, just because ad block's on, look at how many ads are being blocked just on this one page. Like Minnesota jumped up to 68. Minnesota Scores goes wild with their advertisements. I definitely recommend using an ad block if you go on their website. Otherwise, you will not be able to click on anything. It's bad. Oh, 27-21, and it was at EP. So, yeah, I definitely think maybe I'll make a post about that after the week after this. So I guess that'd be the 21st. Probably going to look at doing EP versus Wyzetta. That'll be a fun one. And yeah, if you have not already, do not forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. It always helps. And go follow Coach Lance over on Instagram. This is where I do all my updates, let you know any of my upcoming streams. There's a meme that didn't age very well. I thought it was funny at the time. Just keeps up to date. And if you ever want to talk football, feel free to reach out to me. I'm a nerd, and I just always love all this stuff. Always learning from other coaches and getting other perspectives. So yeah. Regardless, have a great night. PC did not crash tonight. That's a huge win. Used to it crashing. So yeah, I will see you all next week. Thank you for